Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Uchiha Dali never imagined that one day he would be able to gain such power as Kamui. Each pair of Mangekyō Sharingan will not have exactly the same abilities. It will acquire different abilities based on the awakened person's own strength and characteristics, etc. Originally, this was the exclusive power of Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, Uchiha Dali has gained this ability because of his heaven-defying understanding. All I can say is, awesome new and awesome bye. After digesting the large amount of information that appeared in his mind, Uchiha turned around calmly and looked at the fourth Mizukage behind him. At this time, Goju Yagura also came back to his senses in an instant and looked at him warily. "Won't you say thank you to me?" Uchiha vigorously walked towards the other party as if nothing had happened, and said with a half-smile, "Stop." Goju Yagura took out his weapon and yelled at the same time, "Oh." Uchiha Dali obediently stopped where he was. This unconventional move made Goju Yagura frown and froze. He observed the man in front of him in confusion. After confirming that Uchiha Dali didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him, he felt a little relieved. "First of all, thank you for helping me. But please explain your purpose of coming here." Goju Yagura stared at Uchiha vigilantly and said vigorously, "This thank you is really reluctant. I'm here to talk to you about a few things on behalf of Konoha." Uchiha said vigorously, introducing his current identity. When he heard that he had become the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Yagura was obviously stunned again. But what made him react even more violently was what Uchiha said next. "The Kirigakure village in the Land of Water is really on the verge of danger. If I hadn't taken action just now, you would have been tricked by now, Sir Fourth Mizukage. Why don't you join us in the Fire Country? From now on, the Water Country and the Fire Country will be a complete country. We will not distinguish between each other. You will directly take orders from me." Uchiha Dali's words made Goju Yagura's eyes darken instantly. "So this is the purpose of your coming here?" Uchiha vigorously, "No, Lord Fourth Hokage." "Yes, that's my only purpose. What if I don't agree? That would be easier." After Uchiha Dali's words fell, the person disappeared instantly, and the next second he was behind Goju Yagura. The sharp kunai in his hand was pressed against Goju Yagura's neck. All you need to do is push the kunai in your hand forward a little to ensure that you can pierce the opponent's neck. "You are weaker than I thought." Uchiha laughed vigorously. These words are not very harmful but very insulting. Cold sweat broke out on Goju Yagura's cheeks unconsciously. His heart was extremely heavy, and the expression on his face was also extremely solemn. It is said that once an expert takes action, there is nothing left. He now knew clearly whether Uchiha Dali was there or not. The strength between the two is not at the same level at all. What's more, he witnessed the battle that just happened. Uchiha Dali drove away the powerful enemy who claimed to be Uchiha Madara alone. Thinking of all these things, Goju Yagura couldn't make a decision for a while. You can't beat him for sure. If they insist on fighting, Kirigakure village will be bloodbathed by this man, and the blood will flow into rivers and all life will be ruined. Even the entire Kingdom of Water will be dragged into the quagmire of war and will be beyond redemption. However, how could Kirigakure, one of the 5 most powerful ninja nations and one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, accept the other party's conditions so easily and become a subsidiary of Konoha? Seeing that Goju Yagura couldn't hold back a fart for a long time, Uchiha vigorously spoke again. "Did you hear what those guys said just now? The Akatsuki organization is also targeting you. That man, I'm not sure if he is Uchiha Madara, but with his strength, I think even you Kirigakure village can't beat him. Faced with such a powerful enemy, I believe that with his Excellency Fourth Mizukage's intelligence, he will be able to make the wisest choice. You don't want Konoha to be on the opposite side of you, right?" After Uchiha said it vigorously and lightly, Yagura's face changed slightly again and he frowned. "Your request is too unreasonable, Sir Fourth Hokage." "Tusk." Uchiha became impatient, shook his head, and turned to look in the direction of Kirigakure village in the distance. "It seems that I am still too gentle. Then I will communicate with you using principles you can understand." He put his 2 fingers together and charged up his strength towards the Kirigakure village in the distance. Suddenly the earth trembled violently. At the same time, countless amounts of sand, gravel, and dust seemed to be affected by some super powerful force, gradually losing gravity and slowly floating up from the ground. Then the ground quickly cracked. Goji Yagura watched helplessly as the entire Kirigakure village continued to collapse and be uprooted and rise into the sky. This huge movement frightened everyone in the hidden mist village. The Anbu and Jonin were dispatched one after another to check what happened. Soon they noticed Yagura and Uchiha outside the village. These elite ninjas rushed over one after another, including 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had narrowly escaped death in the hands of Uchiha: Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost, Loquat Juzo, and Black Ho Thunder Fang. After the 3 people arrived, they recognized Uchiha Dali at a glance, and their expressions suddenly changed. It's him. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost immediately thought of running away. No need to ask the other 2 people, they already knew what was happening now. This guy actually came directly to the door. Is this to settle the score with the future? Loquat Juzang's pupils were full of fear. Uchiha, the ninja war is over, there is no need to kill us all. Black Ho Raya also shouted vigorously at Uchiha in a deep voice. The surrounding Kirigakure ninjas immediately understood after hearing their voices. When they heard that the man in front of them was the feared Uchiha Dali, everyone's expressions became extremely fearful. But due to the pressure and sense of responsibility to protect the village, they still surrounded Uchiha vigorously. Although no one dared to do it, enough. Goju Yagura withdrew his gaze from Kirigakure village, which had flown high into the sky and almost turned into a fist-sized dot, and shouted to Uchiha vigorously. He has already seen Uchiha's powerful ability. Kirigakure village was lifted directly to an altitude of several thousand meters. Even if Uchiha Dali does nothing now and directly takes back the chakra, the entire Kirigakure village will be smashed down from that height, and everyone including the entire village will be shattered to pieces. This power is so heaven-defying, what else can they do to resist besides surrender? Is that enough? I don't think it's enough. Uchiha smiled vigorously, and his strength increased instead of decreasing. As Uchiha continued to activate the chakra vigorously, more power burst out, and gravity controlled the entire Kirigakure village to fly high into the sky. Not to mention, the surrounding land further cracked open. Then more land was sent high into the sky. Seeing that the scope of the impact is getting wider and wider, the faces of 4th Mizukage Yagura and the Jonin of Kirigakure village all changed drastically. Goji Yagura looked at Uchiha vigorously and asked solemnly, "Sir 4th Hokage, what are you planning to do? Do you really want to destroy the entire Water Kingdom?" This guy's tone is no longer as tough as before. Although not to the point of begging for mercy, however, you can see his helpless mood. Uchiha chuckled vigorously. The chakra all over his body seemed to be ignited. With a low cry, the terrifying gravity directly lifted up most of the Water Kingdom. Amidst the sound of rumbling, large tracts of land in the Kingdom of Water were sent 10,000 meters into the air. This also includes countless citizens of the entire Water Kingdom. At this moment, all Uchiha needs to do is to relax his strength slightly, or exert a downward gravitational force on these citizens of the land and water country who fly thousands of meters high. Then their end will definitely be shattered to pieces. Seeing this situation, Yagura finally vaguely grasped Uchiha's strong thoughts. The other party intends to prove something to himself and everyone. That is, as long as he wants to. He can destroy the entire Kingdom of Water in an instant, directly destroying it in a physical sense. Such a terrifying power scared Goji Yagura and a group of Kirigakure ninjas behind him, and they were all covered in cold sweat. At this moment, their scalps were numb and goosebumps appeared over and over again. Uchiha vigorously still didn't say anything, just looking at them with half a smile. In the end, Goju Yagura knelt down on the ground in front of everyone. "The Kirigakure village is willing to surrender to you. Please don't hurt the people in the village anymore." Goju Yagura is indeed a qualified shadow. In order to protect the people of Kirigakure village from harm, he put down his dignity and knelt down to plead with Uchiha. Seeing such a scene, the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas were all stunned. Of course, some people are not convinced. 4th Mizukage-sama, you are the shadow of a village and the spiritual support of all our Kirigakure ninjas. How can you be so spineless? Damn it, this guy, let's go together, he's bullying people too much. As the angry voices spread, sure enough, there is a Kirigakure ninja who is not afraid of death and directly attacks Uchiha vigorously. However, the next second they were all killed instantly. Uchiha Dali didn't even take action. With just a look, after Mangekyō's power was activated, those so-called elite Jonin lost their fighting ability on the spot. The 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suikiyama Fugu Oni, Loquat Juzo, and Black Ho Reiga, can be said to have personally experienced the horror of Uchiha's powerful force. At this moment, seeing him take action again, I was already frightened. Idiot, that man is not something you can deal with. If we go against him, all of us will die. Such an astonishing power reminds me of the former ninja god Senju Hashirama. With him in Konoha, it is impossible for us to resist. The only way to survive is to surrender to them. The Jonin who saw their side preparing to resist were killed instantly. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. The fourth Mizukage Yagura knelt in front of others and begged for mercy, asking for forgiveness for the entire Kirigakure village. Even the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were once considered the best ninjas in Kirigakure village besides Kage, all said such depressing words at this moment. For a moment, the other Kirigakure ninjas felt the strong despair. They were still looking at each other. No one has the urge to resist anymore. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Uchiha's answer. In the end, can we let them go? What I want is the submission of the Water Kingdom. Who is your Kirigakure village? Can you represent the entire Water Kingdom? Uchiha looked at Goju Yagura, who was kneeling on the ground with indifference. Hearing this, Goju Yagura's body trembled slightly. He indeed cannot represent the entire Kingdom of Water, including Kirigakure village. If you want the Kingdom of Water to surrender to Konoha, the daimyo must personally nod. Just when Goju Yagura didn't know how to respond to Uchiha Dali spoke again. The daimyo of the Fire Nation is also me now. Konoha and the Land of Fire are now an absolute whole. Can this give you any reference? His words gave Goju Yagura another severe shock. Who is Goju Yagura, the strongest person in Kirigakure village, the shadow of a village? Of course he knew what it meant for Uchiha to vigorously become a daimyo of the Fire Nation. Sir Fourth Hokage, you mean to say? Goosebumps appeared all over Goju Yagura's body at this moment. When he looked up at Uchiha Dali, he saw a meaningful expression that was half smiling but not smiling. At this moment, Goju Yagura confirmed his guess. They are hinting that they want to seize power directly and take the entire Kingdom of Water into their hands. This idea is too scary. However, there is no precedent for Ziaki Shang. Goju Yagura thought about it and made a decisive decision. On behalf of the entire Water Kingdom, I surrender to your fire country, your excellency Fourth Hokage. Goju Yagura finally gave the answer that satisfied Uchiha vigorously. Finally, a smile bloomed on Uchiha Dali's face. Now that you have chosen to surrender, what are you doing? Uchiha glanced vigorously at the Kirigakure ninjas around him. All the dignified shadows in the village have already surrendered and knelt before him. What are they doing? How could these Jonin not understand Uchiha's powerful words? Hearing this, they looked at each other. Then everyone tacitly knelt down towards Uchiha at the same time. The Kirigakure village is willing to surrender to you. We can surrender to you on behalf of the Kingdom of Water. Please let the entire people of the Kingdom of Water be spared, Lord Dali. Seeing how knowledgeable these elite ninjas in Kirigakure village were, Uchiha Dali finally smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Godachibana Yagura again. I will give you 3 days to deal with the internal problems of your Kingdom of Water. After 3 days, come to the Kingdom of Fire in person to report your work to me. After saying that, Uchiha slowly and vigorously withdrew his chakra. Controlled by gravity, most of the Water Kingdom floating above 10,000 meters in the sky slowly fell towards the ground. While Uchiha worked hard to solve the problems of the Water Country and let them surrender and compromise to him smoothly. On the other side, the secret underground base of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito activated Kamui and returned here with Konan and the destroyed body of Pain Tendo. Immediately afterwards, Konan used the technique of reverse channeling and channeled Uzumaki Nagato back. The Uchiha of Konoha village will be the biggest obstacle to our plan. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed fiercely and he spoke after landing. Originally, when I took Pain Tiandao and Konan to Kirigakure village this time, I was confident and sure of success. As long as the fourth Mizukage can be successfully controlled, he can use him to launch the Blood Mist policy in Kirigakure village to launch persecution operations against all outstanding ninjas. Then the entire Kirigakure village will fall into endless internal fighting, and its vitality will be severely damaged, and its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Not only can he take this opportunity to take revenge on Kirigakure village, it can also create an opportunity to capture the tailed beasts of Kirigakure village. It's a pity that Uchiha Dali suddenly appeared halfway and ruined all his plans. This is really frustrating. Are we going to attack Konoha with all our strength? Uzumaki Nagato asked. At the same time, he used the ability of the Hell Realm to instantly repair the damaged Pain's heavenly realm through reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito glanced at him and said nothing. He hasn't made up his mind yet. Today's fight with that man made him notice the unusual strength of Uchiha, although Uchiha vigorously made him feel very annoyed. but I have to admit that this man is very powerful. If today's Akatsuki organization has to go head-to-head with Konoha, it may not be that easy. Even if Konoha can be destroyed, one's own strength will be severely damaged. No need. We have more important things to do. Follow the original plan first. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Obito finally had to make a relatively rational decision, and that was just after he made this decision. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them. He emerged from the earth, half black and half white. Absolutely. You may not believe it, but Kirigakure and even the entire Water Kingdom have surrendered to Konoha. Zetsumi also acted with Uchiha Obito and others. His main position within the organization is intelligence and reconnaissance activities, because ninjutsu, which he is good at, is specialized in this. If there is anyone in the entire ninja world who can enter every country and every ninja village to carry out reconnaissance operations without anyone noticing, then it is him. When Uchiha Obito and others saw that the situation was not good, they chose to temporarily retreat from Kirigakure village. He must remain where he is and continue to observe and collect intelligence. So he saw how Uchiha vigorously made the entire Kirigakure village surrender through friendly and equal communication. At this moment, after hearing Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, Konan and others all frowned, and everyone's expressions became solemn. Ju described everything he saw and heard. At the same time, he also used the scenes he recorded and played them back to show everyone the terrifying power of Uchiha. When Uchiha Obito and others saw the scene in the picture where Uchiha vigorously lifted most of the Water Kingdom to a height of 10,000 meters, they were all shocked. This man appears to be more troublesome than we expected. Uzumaki Nagato immediately made a judgment. Konan also followed up and said, "Why can he use the power of your samsara eye?" "I don't know this. But judging from previous matches, his abilities and strength are even better than mine. What do you think about this, Madara?" Nagato Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Obito. "Now I am afraid that only this man, who is said to be on par with the ninja god Senju Hashirama, can deal with Uchiha vigorously. Uchiha Obito knows what he is capable of, and he also has troubles." But at this moment he couldn't show any abnormality. After simply taking a deep breath, Uchiha Obito responded nonchalantly, "Just leave this matter to me, let me deal with that kid myself. You continue to perform other tasks." He made the entire Water Kingdom surrender to them. "What is his purpose?" Konan asked at this time. This was a question she wanted to ask after hearing Ju's words just now. It's just that everyone doesn't seem to care about this matter very much. Hearing Konan ask this, Uchiha Obito and others suddenly fell into thinking. "I just have a guess, but I'm not 100% sure." Ju spoke, everyone looked at him one after another, and he continued to explain. "Perhaps Uchiha, this boy with great strength, wants to unify the entire ninja world." Unify the ninja world. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. He disdains this kind of thing. Although he had never thought about it before, after contacting Uchiha Madara, he knew that such a thing was impossible. First of all, people cannot completely trust each other. This is especially true among people from different countries. Furthermore, the cages of the ninja village and the big names of the countries behind them would not agree. As long as one person disagrees, unifying the ninja world is just a joke. In the end, it will only cause greater disputes, and eventually a ninja war will break out. Because of this, Uchiha Obito deeply approves of Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. Only that plan can achieve true and permanent peace for the entire world. If Uchiha did it vigorously, then our organization would be in danger. He is now aware of our existence, and I believe he will take action against us soon. Black Zetsu, who is above the combined Zetsu, is now guiding Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato and others to think in the worst direction. Because here, the person who least expected Uchiha to unify the ninja world was him. As for the reason, only he himself and the entire Akatsuki organization knows. Sure enough, after hearing what Black Zetsu said, Uchiha Obito's eyes immediately became sharp and murderous. Uzumaki Nagato seemed to be in a relatively stable mood, but the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Both of them long for eternal peace in the entire world. And in addition to wanting permanent peace in the world, they also have their own selfish ideas. Uchiha Obito wants to create a world where Lin exists. Uzumaki Nagato is eager to see his best friend again, Yahiko, the true founder of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, they certainly cannot allow Uchiha to sabotage their plans and trample on their ideals. Uchiha vigorously conquered the entire Water Kingdom, and the Kirigakure village, which represented the most powerful armed force in the Water Kingdom, chose to surrender. After placing most of the water kingdom back on the ground smoothly, he said to Gaoju Yagura, "By the way, how many tailed beasts do you have in Kirigakure village?" These words made Gaoju Yagura slightly stunned and replied, "Two, namely 3 tails and 6 tails." He thought to himself, wasn't this assigned by Hashirama himself, the first Hokage Senju of Konoha? Why bother asking? 3 tails and 6 tails. Where are they now? Uchiha asked again vigorously. These words finally moved Gujui and others. Lord Dali, you. Tailed beasts are dangerous creatures. Since you have surrendered to me, you naturally enjoy my protection. Without these chakra monsters acting as strategic weapons, you will not be threatened. So leave them to me to unify and manage them. Hearing Uchiha vigorously and confidently want to reclaim the tailed beast, Goji, Yagura, and others suddenly showed troubled expressions. What, don't you want to? Lord Dali, it's not that we are unwilling, but we don't know where 3 tails and 6 tails are now. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost explained with a flattering look. Hearing this, Uchiha turned his head vigorously and looked at the other party. Then I will find it myself. After saying that, he directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of everyone. Activate super powerful perception. Uchiha quickly sensed a huge chakra somewhere in the Kingdom of Water. The next second, he appeared in front of a child who was only about 4 or 5 years old. This child has black, shoulder-length hair, looking skinny. At this moment, seeing a stranger appear, he blinked his big eyes curiously and looked at Uchiha vigorously. However, Uchiha frowned deeply after seeing him. It's really troublesome. The huge chakra he sensed was obviously the chakra of the tailed beast. But at this moment, chakra breath is emanating from this kid's body. This also means that one of the 3 tails or 6 tails has been sealed into this kid's body. As for whether it is 3 tails or 6 tails, it is easy to judge. If I read it correctly, this kid is 6 tails Jinchuriki, who later became Yugao, who blew bubbles all day long. As for 3 tails, Uchiha vigorously sensed another huge chakra aura from another direction. That direction is on the sea. Kakashi killed Nohara Rin with his own hands, causing Uchiha Abido to activate Mangekyō. The 3 tails sealed by Kirigakure Anbu controlled by Uchiha Madara in Nohara Rin's body naturally died accordingly. But the death of a tailed beast is different from the death of a human. The dead tailed beast will reappear after a period of time in the form of a chakra body. That guy from 3 tails must have been resurrected now. We are continuing to move towards the Kingdom of Water from the vast sea. After all, for it, this is its hometown. Follow me, kid. Uchiha looked vigorously at the 6 tails Jinchuriki in front of him. Since 6 tails has been sealed into Jinchuriki's body, it is not suitable to extract it now. Otherwise, Jinchuriki will die. I have no grievances against this brat, so there is no need to do that. Hearing Uchiha's strong words, 6 tails Jinchuriki blinked his big eyes curiously. Why should I follow you? He asked in a sweet voice. Uchiha raised his head vigorously and looked around. This is the wilderness. There is only one thatched hut halfway up the mountain. Obviously, either the people in Kirigakure village don't want to see this Jinchuriki. That's why the village placed him in a place where it was easy to monitor, but far away from the village to prevent the tailed beast from running amok and threatening the village. There is another possibility, that is, this kid came here by himself. Either way, Uchiha doesn't care. His eyes return to the kid's face. By the way, tell me your name first. What's your name? The kid still looked at Uchiha vigorously and asked. Sir, my name is Uchiha Dali, Dali who works miracles with great strength. My name is Yugao. Oh, you are quite interesting. Are you not afraid of me? Uchiha vigorously became more interested. At the same time, he also confirmed that this was 6 tails Jinchuriki Bubble Yugao. Why should I be afraid of you? People in the village are afraid of me. It was exactly as I guessed. Because he became a Jinchuriki, the unlucky little guy was ostracized and targeted by the village. I can only live alone in this wilderness far away from human habitation. I'm not afraid of you, and you're not afraid of me. That's great. Just follow me from now on, and I guarantee that no one will discriminate against you again. Uchiha smiled vigorously and extended his hand to Kohanaka. The other party obviously understood half of what he said. Looking at the strong hand stretched out, he hesitated for a moment. Then he actually held one of Uchiha's fingers. This guy is really interesting. Uchiha pulled him hard, and with an advanced Flying Thunder God technique, he was on the vast sea in an instant. The rough sea was churning, and a huge figure under the sea was moving quickly. Monster. Zio Yugao saw the huge figure under the sea and thought in shock. At this time, Uchiha Dali has already used the power to control gravity. In an instant, the entire sea became 1,000 waves high, and the wind was strong. The figure swimming in the deep sea quickly rose under the influence of Uchiha's strong gravity. Soon it was pulled out from the bottom of the sea and surfaced. It has a body as big as a hill, a hard carapace, and the iconic three tails behind it. Isn't this guy Three Tails, or who is it? Kid, why did you attack me? Controlled by gravity and unable to break free, Three Tails struggled for a while and raised their heads to look at Uchiha Dali and Xiao Yugao in the air. Come with me, Jai Tangs. Uchiha vigorously called out the other party's name. After hearing this, Three Tails' pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Uchiha Dali in the air in disbelief. He hadn't heard this name for many, many years. I didn't expect that someone would remember that my name is this. Moreover, what is the origin of this kid? He actually knows himself. Jai Ting, whose pupils were shocked, asked the doubts in his heart, Kid, who are you? You actually know my names. So just tell me if you are willing to come with me. Uchiha smiled vigorously and said, I like a free life. So the answer is no. Refuse. Very good. Uchiha Dali put away his smile instantly, and then the gravitational force acting on Isato turned into a repulsive force. Domineering and terrifying, this astonishing repulsive force hit Jai's body in an instant, causing him to almost vomit blood on the spot. He was hit bitterly by the repulsive force released by Uchiha. Suddenly Three Tails' huge body suddenly sank directly into the sea. The terrifying repulsive force not only made his body lose balance, but also felt like a mountain falling on him. Jai Tang was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. It became angry and began to make waves in the sea. Kid, you are looking for death. The angry Three Tails began to accumulate strength, opened its mouth and faced Uchiha in the air with great force to release the tailed beast Tama. However, the next second, its casting was suddenly interrupted. A repulsive force that was much more terrifying than before was crushing down from top to bottom. The huge pressure not only pushed away all the water on the sea surface, but also acted hard on Three Tails' bodies again. Three Tails, who was already in extremely uncomfortable condition, was so frightened that he felt like stars immediately after receiving this blow. Boom. Its huge body crashed directly into the sea. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yugao, who was next to Uchiha Dali, was stunned and did not dare to say a word. But this is not the end. After controlling the repulsion and crushing the Three Tails, Uchiha immediately began to control the gravity again, lifting it up into the sky. Three Tails' huge body kept struggling, swinging its limbs desperately, trying to break free but unable to do so. It was so angry that it shouted loudly, Little devil, what are you going to do to me? Uchiha Dali ignored it. Directly controlling gravity, it lifts Three Tails and flies up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The next moment, the gravity acting on Three Tails suddenly disappeared. The powerful lifting force disappeared instantly. Three Tails' huge body immediately fell downwards at a free-fall speed. Oops, ouch, this damn brat. Realizing that he was about to be in disaster, Three Tails' face changed drastically. It's a pity that it can't prevent this from happening. In less than a moment, Three Tails was hit hard from an altitude of 10,000 meters. After the earth-shattering noise of rumbling, Three Tails had fallen into the deep pit under the sea. It fell directly from such a high place. Even the tailed beasts can't stand it. At this moment, Three Tails was dying and almost fell apart. It has lost its combat effectiveness, lying in a deep pit unable to move. Damn you, kid. Are you being tough? When Uchiha Dali heard Three Tails still scolding him, he snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, he immediately repeated his same trick, controlling gravity to lift Three Tails high. At the same time, I couldn't help but admire in my heart. These abilities brought by this heaven-defying understanding are really easy to use. Seeing that he was about to suffer another disaster, Three Tails finally begged for mercy. Enough. Kid, don't bully others too much. I am also dignified. Hearing Three Tails' protest, Uchiha smiled vigorously. So, are you willing to come with me? Or do you want to continue to experience the thrill of ultra-high altitude bungee jumping? Three Tails. In this way, Uchiha vigorously and happily accepted Three Tails as his partner. After that, he took Three Tails Aizo and Six Tails Jinchuriki Yugao and soon returned to Kirigakure village in the land of water. Now I'm in charge of these two guys. Remember, come to Konoha village in the land of fire to report to me in 3 days, Yagura. Don't make me wait for you. After saying that, Uchiha disappeared directly with Three Tails and Six Tails. Uchiha vigorously took Three Tails and Six Tails and of course returned directly to the Konoha ninja village. What he didn't know was that an uninvited guest had already arrived in Konoha village at this moment, hiding in the dark and observing this former hometown. This uninvited guest is of course Uchiha Obito, Because of Haiju's instigation and confusion, both Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato felt threatened by Konoha village. So Uchiha Obito took matters into his own hands. As a ninja born in Konoha, he is extremely familiar with everything in the village, so it was easy to bypass all the outposts. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was standing in the forest above the Hokage Rock, looking down at the entire Konoha village. "You're welcome and safe." Uchiha Obito looked around and finally landed on the Hokage building below. Below is the office area of Uchiha Dali. However, Uchiha Obito did not launch an attack rashly, but was looking for a more suitable opportunity. At this moment, Hokage's office. "What did you say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Uchiha, who was lying leisurely in a chair with his legs on the table. "Did you really bring 3 tails and 6 tails back? And the Kingdom of Water and Kirigakure village don't have any objections to this." Go to bed Koharu also thinks that such a thing is incredible. Although there is no pit in Mito Gate Yan, but it can be seen that he also expressed doubts about this. In the final analysis, they are still just looking at the problem from their own perspective. "Because I can't do it myself, I also doubt that others can do it. What kind of existence is a tailed beast? That is a super powerful, terrifying existence that can destroy the world at every turn." Except for the ninja god of the year, first Hokage Master Senju Hashirama, they had never seen anyone in their decades of living who could challenge tailed beasts alone, and then make them follow them faithfully. And it's one person against 2. Compared with such exaggerated things, making the entire Kirigakure village surrender and having the Kingdom of Water agree to be a vassal state of the Kingdom of Fire, these were no longer enough to shock the 2 advisors and Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Come in, Yugo." Uchiha Dali didn't bother to explain and shouted directly at the door. Zioyugao, who was standing outside waiting against the wall, immediately pushed the gate of opening and walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others looked over curiously. Hyuga Hayashi even opened his eyes directly and they both looked moved at the same time. "It's really Jinchuriki. But what's going on with 3 tails?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little doubtful. But at this time, Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared in the office. Uchiha Shisui, who arrived using the teleportation technique, opened his mouth and reported, "4th Hokage-sama, 3rd Hokage-sama, our people discovered something unusual outside the village." Hearing Uchiha Shisui say this, everyone looked at him. Only Uchiha was very calm. A tailed beast appeared outside the village. Uchiha Shisui continues to report, "Tailed beast." Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 advisors quickly looked at each other. Yes, judging from the appearance and the number of tails, it should be 3 tails. It was originally owned by Kirigakure village. Uchiha Shisui, who did not know the truth, continued to report the situation discovered by Anbu and the Uchiha security force. Hearing what Uchiha Shisui said, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others looked at Uchiha Dali in astonishment. Uchiha Dali spread his hands as if nothing had happened. "I told you, why don't you believe me? But we haven't found any suitable way to place them yet, so we can only let them roam free outside the village. Compared to this, there is an uninvited guest in our village." Uchiha said vigorously and stood up. His words made Sarutobi Hiruzen and others a little confused. Everyone looked at each other, confused. When he was about to ask Uchiha what was going on, he turned his head and saw that Uchiha had disappeared long ago. Any unusual findings in the barriers class? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly turned his head and asked Namikaze Minato on the side. "I'm going to confirm the situation." Namikaze Minato did not dare to neglect, and quickly took action to go to the barriers class to confirm the situation. Uchiha Fugaku commanded the Anbu members and ordered the entire village to enter a state of alert. Uchiha Shisui also said, "I'm going to summon the security force members." After saying that, he disappeared. At this moment outside Konoha village, Uchiha Obito, who originally arrived at Konoha's base for observation, suddenly saw a huge creature appearing outside the village. Judging from the size and appearance, it is exactly a tailed beast, and its 3 tails. He immediately became interested and directly used Kamui to come here. After being subdued by Uchiha, the originally grumpy wild 3 tails became much docile and well-behaved. Uchiha vigorously asked him to wait for orders outside the village, and he was really waiting here. At this time, 3 tails heard a strange voice coming from behind him. "I didn't expect that guy Uchiha Dali would really bring you back here." Hearing this, it turned its huge head and looked behind itself. "I saw a figure of a man wearing a whirlpool mask and a black and red cloud windbreaker standing on the ground more than 20 meters away." 3 Tails, who was confused about the situation, did not attack the uninvited guest, but it also noticed something wrong with the eye under the man's mask. The ominous eyes are exactly the same as that man. Three Tails said to Uchiha Obaido with a thunderous voice. That man's... Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are referring to. Now just listen to my instructions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even though you were not my target originally. With that said, Uchiha Obaido cast Sharingan Genjutsu directly on Three Tails. In an instant, Three Tails was controlled by his Genjutsu, and his body became stiff and unable to move independently. But you damn kid, you really. Three Tails realized that they had been controlled and became angry. Unfortunately, it's too late. Uchiha Obaido used Genjutsu to control its movements and rushed directly towards the Leaf Village. It seemed obvious that he was going to use Three Tails to deal with Konoha. But just when Uchiha Obaido was about to control Three Tails to successfully attack Konoha, suddenly a figure fell on Three Tails' back. The Three Tails, which had infinite power and huge size and was crushing towards Konoha Village, suddenly stopped at this moment. Not only that, the Genjutsu controlling it was also instantly released. You are really haunted. Uchiha crossed his arms vigorously and stared down at Uchiha Obaido with a half-smile. Uchiha Obaido, facing a formidable enemy, knew that there was no way he could carry out his plan today. He did not choose to take action, but stared at Uchiha and asked vigorously, "What is your purpose of capturing the tailed beast? They look cute, I want to keep them and play with them." Uchiha's vigorous answer was not only casual, but also a bit willful. Obviously, this is not a standard answer. Naturally, this is not what Uchiha Obaido wants. You and I could have worked together if you would have listened to my plan. Uchiha Obaido looked calm and his tone was gentle. If you can't defeat your opponents, try to win over them and outwit them in everything. This is the truth he awakened to after experiencing a death and being brainwashed by Uchiha Madara. Just like I did before, impulsively attacking and killing at every turn is no longer the best way to solve the problem. You are still misleading the public with your lies. You are forcing me to take action. After Uchiha said vigorously, he raised his hand and used gravity control to attack Uchiha Obaido. Sensing danger, Uchiha Obaido immediately turned his body completely into inanimate form. The gravity distorted the space, directly pulling his virtual body into a long shape. Your attacks have no effect on me. Uchiha Obaido was afraid that his opponent would not know his ability, so he deliberately reminded him. Not necessarily. Uchiha chuckled vigorously. It was at this time that his eyes directly changed into the shape of Mangekyō Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha vigorously directly activated the power of Kamui that he had learned after witnessing Uchiha Obaido using Kamui in the Kirigakure village of the water country. He activates Kamui with both eyes at the same time, plus his own abundant chakra. Almost instantly, the door to the space-time vortex opened. Uchiha disappeared in the blink of an eye and entered Kamui's different space directly. It turns out it's really shared. After entering Kamui's different space, Uchiha confirmed this immediately. My Kamui different space is the same as Uchiha Obaido's. The different spaces opened by two people after opening Kamui will eventually laid here. The most clear evidence is the figure sitting calmly on a polyhedron not far away at this moment. The figure has no head. Or to be more precise, the area under the head, it's all here, only the brain is missing. He crossed his legs and sat on the stone looking leisurely and contented. He was even shaking his legs. And this is most of Uchiha Obaido's body. He made most of his body virtual, making all attacks ineffective against him. Then keep only one head outside. Now you're out of luck. Uchiha sneered vigorously and jumped directly towards Uchiha Obaido's body. Then he kicked the opponent hard and unceremoniously. This blow sweeps the whip leg, which can be said to be powerful and merciless. With just one kick, Uchiha Obaido's body flew directly to the distance. At this moment, outside Kamui's different space, Obaido watched helplessly as Uchiha disappeared in front of his eyes, not knowing what happened. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain coming from his body. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a completely uncontrollable wow sound before Uchiha Obaido could fully react. He suffered a deep critical blow. The body hiding in Kamui's different space was kicked away by Uchiha, causing him to be seriously injured and vomiting blood on the spot. But Uchiha Dali is not that easy to deal with. The first kick was just a warm-up. Uchiha spread out the flying thunder god vigorously, chased after him and started punching and kicking Uchiha Obaido's body. A severe beating left Uchiha Obaido more injured. Now he couldn't bear it anymore, and Uchiha Obaido, who realized the problem, directly entered the Kamui alien space with his whole body. When Uchiha kicked hard again, he finally managed to dodge and used wood style to counterattack. Thorn's kill. Uchiha Obaido took action with anger, and used the sudden wood style to temporarily repel Uchiha. Little did he know that it was because of his small move of wood style that Uchiha had an epiphany. The system notification sound appeared in my mind. You have witnessed the power of the ninja god Senju Hashirama's bloody inheritance, and your understanding of wood style has deepened, and you have understood wood style. Wood style, one of the powers that belong to the blood inheritance realm. It uses the water attribute and the earth attribute chakra to fuse in a certain proportion, and uses its own chakra as the source of life to activate the powerful ninjutsu. It is a comprehensive combination of offense, defense, and assistance. Type ninjutsu. The power of the spell is directly related to the amount of chakra of the caster. In addition, the proficiency in understanding and controlling wood style, as well as one's own physical factors, will also seriously affect the effectiveness of the blood inheritance limit. Not to mention that Uchiha Obito couldn't think of it. At this moment, even Uchiha Dali himself could not imagine that he could suddenly understand the limits of wood-style blood inheritance. I can only say that heaven-defying understanding is really awesome tilde. Uchiha vigorously learned and used it and sneered at Uchiha Obito and launched a counterattack. Wood style. I can do it too. Wood style tree-bound eternal burial. Uchiha vigorously faced Uchiha Obito and directly used the high-level wood-style ninjutsu. This is a ninjutsu that is impossible for a half-skilled wood-style user like Uchiha Obito to master. In an instant, a large number of wood-style rattans burst out from the ground and rushed towards Uchiha Obito. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Dali himself was caught off guard and almost couldn't catch it. And wood-style is indeed a chakra killer. Just such a simple move, wood-style ninjutsu, actually consumes at least 1/10 of Uchiha's powerful chakra amount in one go. So exaggerated. Uchiha glared vigorously. No wonder that Guy Yamato was squeezed dry within a few seconds of using the 3-bedroom and 2-living technique. And just when Uchiha was shocked by the amount of chakra consumed by wood-style, a miracle happened again. The sound sounded in his ears again. The amount of your chakra is not enough to perfectly control the power of wood-style's blood inheritance limit. Your body cells become extremely active and your spirit bursts out of defiance. Your body cells continue to awaken your body's potential. Your chakra refining speed increases, your chakra capacity increases. Chakra refining speed increased. Your current chakra refining speed is increased by 3 times. Chakra capacity increase. The amount of chakra you can currently store is 5 times the original. At the same time that such a notification sound suddenly appeared in his mind, Uchiha Dali clearly felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be really burning. To be more precise, they seemed to have turned into ants, rapidly piercing and crawling inside their bodies. In this state, chakra is continuously squeezed out of the cells, and its own regular reserves of chakra are also expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, not only the chakra consumed when using wood style was quickly replenished, but even the chakra had overflowed. It can't be used up, it can't be used up at all. The corners of Uchiha Dali's mouth slowly raised and he looked at Uchiha Obito opposite, a smile that makes you die. All this actually happens in a brief moment. At this time, Uchiha Obito was still in a state of confusion. He first discovered that Uchiha Dali could actually enter his Kamui alien space. This is something that can only be accomplished after mastering high-level time and space ninjutsu and activating Kamui's power. Uchiha Obito knew the answer from the second the space vortex appeared in the jutsu Uchiha used vigorously. Why are you Kamui? This is impossible. He was a little doubtful about life. The second thing that makes Uchiha Obito doubt his life is that Uchiha Dali can actually know wood style. Moreover, the opponent's wood style is more advanced and more powerful than your own wood style. It's as if he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, but a descendant of Senju Hashirama. All these things made Uchiha Obito a little confused about who the man in front of him was. Are you only allowed to know how to do it and not let me learn? What's the point? Uchiha asked vigorously and confidently. At the same time, my hands were not idle either. He is curious now, or he has always been curious. The same Mangekyō Sharingan can affect the opponent if they activate genjutsu on each other. At this time, Uchiha vigorously did just that. He launched genjutsu directly at Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha felt strong in an instant, and Uchiha Obito cracked his genjutsu in just an instant. It's useless. To be precise, regular Sharingan genjutsu has no effect on this guy. Uchiha came to the conclusion vigorously. Activating Sharingan's genjutsu will not only consume a lot of chakra, but also cause great damage to the eyes. If the side effects are superimposed, it will not take long before permanent blindness occurs. He abandoned this offensive approach. Instead, continue using wood style to attack your opponent. A steady stream of chakra pours into the earth, forming a powerful attack that continues to attack from Uchiha Obito's feet. This made him extremely defensive. Moreover, being in Kamui's different space, Uchiha Obito cannot continue to activate the ability of virtualization. This greatly reduced his combat effectiveness. For a time, Uchiha Obito fell into a passive situation and could only continue to dodge Uchiha's powerful attacks, making it difficult to effectively counterattack. In the Kamui alien space, Uchiha vigorously suppressed Uchiha Obito. At the same time, outside, Namikaze Minato and others confirmed that the barrier's class had not detected any abnormalities and determined that the intruder was located outside the village. They all rushed towards the direction of Three Tails. If there are really intruders, then their purpose must be to snatch Three Tails. Let's go over and take a look. Namikaze Minato made an accurate judgment, and after passing on his speculation to others, he took the lead and used the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly reach the outside of the village. I thought the enemy would be here, but after arriving at the location of Three Tails outside the village, Namikaze Minato saw nothing. He launched the Flying Thunder God technique, quickly searched around, and finally returned to the far point. Checking the ground revealed some clues. Before Namikaze Minato could investigate further, Three Tails spoke. "Kid, how dare you ignore my existence?" There was a loud muffled sound, like rolling thunder. These words shocked Minato Namikaze, and he looked up in astonishment at the huge Three Tails, which was as big as a mountain. It was because Uchiha vigorously brought this guy back and saw that it was so honest and did not attack Konoha that Namikaze Minato relaxed his vigilance. Now he felt a strong threatening aura from Three Tails. His expression turned very serious for a moment. From the lingering breath in the air, I sense that Lord Fourth Hokage has been here before. In addition, there are traces of strangers. Where did they go? If you know anything, please tell me. Namikaze Minato looked serious, looked at Three Tails warily, and asked in a polite tone. I saw that he was neither humble nor arrogant, and his attitude was okay. Plus strength is pretty good too, so Three Tails nodded. You can't defeat that guy. If you know what's going on, just stay here and wait. If it's that man, maybe we can solve the problem. After all, he also has those evil eyes. Three Tails showed fear in his eyes. Evil Eye? Namikaze Minato was stunned, and immediately realized that the other party was talking about Uchiha Diki. So, a powerful enemy has indeed invaded Konoha. Just as Namikaze Minato was thinking, the ninjas who came from the village also arrived one after another. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the team. In addition, there are the security forces led by Uchiha Shisui, the Anbu members led by Uchiha Fugaku, etc. Seeing everyone rushing over to support him, Namikaze Minato felt reassured. Master Fourth Generation is not here. He explained to the ninjas who came to support him, "Where have you gone?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the huge Three Tails fearfully. At this time, Three Tails was also looking at them. The instinctive distrust of human beings made Three Tails feel a little uneasy when facing so many Konoha ninjas. It didn't say anything, turned around and walked away from Konoha village. I don't know where Mr. Fourth Generation has gone, but it is certain that a powerful enemy is trying to invade Konoha. Master Fourth Generation should be dealing with that guy now. Namikaze Minato responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen's question just now. At this time, Uchiha Shisui looked sharply and reminded, "Are Three Tails planning to escape? Then it must be intercepted." An Anbu squad leader said immediately, however, Uchiha Fugaku stopped them and analyzed. It should have felt the pressure brought by us and did not want to conflict with us, so it deliberately avoided us. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement with this statement. I also think it makes sense. If it was really hostile to us, it would launch a direct attack now. Even though both of them said so, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still worried. After all, these tailed beasts were once evil and brought endless disasters to this world. We cannot take it lightly. Anbu sends 2 teams to keep an eye on it. Uchiha Fugaku immediately issued the order. Because of Uchiha's vigorous arrangements, he is now not only responsible for assisting Hokage in his daily work, and he also shoulders the responsibility of commanding the entire Anbu. In other words, he is now the captain of Anbu directly under the Hokage. Uchiha Shisui, in addition to being the captain of the security force, is also the new leader of the Root Organization. Previously, Shimura Danzo was eliminated, but the Root Organization was not completely disbanded. Except for Shimura Danzo's cronies who were secretly dealt with, the remaining Root Organization members were still serving Konoha and guarding Konoha secretly. In the real world, everyone performs their duties and works hard to protect Konoha and guard against powerful enemies. At this moment, in the different world of Kamui, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha's powerful battle continues. After understanding the power of wood style, Uchiha vigorously suppressed Uchiha Obito and defeated him step by step. Seeing that he was no match for Uchiha, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to request cooperation again. Let's talk about each other. What do you want, Uchiha? Uchiha Obito stood on a high raised rock, looking down at Uchiha and asked vigorously, "World peace. The Uchiha clan is great again." Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's heart moved. "My plan is also for the permanent peace of the world. You didn't listen to me last time, so you should be interested this time, right? The Uchiha in front of me is too strong. If he can be included in the Akatsuki organization, the Eye of the Moon plan can be successfully implemented. At that time, the world will enter a state of permanent peace. A world with Lin will be born. There will be no more wars in the ninja world. Everyone can live peacefully, happily, and happily." Uchiha Obito started to look forward to it again. However, Uchiha's indifferent reply shattered his dream. "I'm not interested in your plans. How about you come and listen to my plan?" "Your plans?" Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes. He didn't understand Uchiha's strong thoughts. Now that all of this has been mentioned, it's time to take this opportunity to get to know this man properly. If you understand his purpose, you may be able to find the most compromised solution to the problem. Forced confrontation has now become a very cost-effective option. Uchiha Dali saw the other party showing interest and temporarily put away his attack. "I plan to unify the entire ninja world. As long as we use absolute power to suppress the entire ninja world and scare those who are ready to take action, we can unify the ninja world. There will be no more wars in the unified ninja world. The tragic casualties caused by wars and the sorrow of life and death brought to people will also be far away." Uchiha vigorously introduced his plan to the other party very seriously. After listening, the bright light in Uchiha Obito's eyes gradually dimmed. It's not like he hasn't thought about this plan. From a personal perspective, he supports this choice to a certain extent. But if Uchiha's vigorous method was followed, there would be no Lin in this world. The dead Nohara Rin cannot be resurrected, so what's the point of doing all this by yourself? If it weren't for Lin's, then what kind of peace does this world need? It would be better to simply destroy it. Uchiha Obito thought coldly in his heart. Uchiha Obito's eyes gradually lost the hope. He did not agree with the method that Uchiha vigorously said just now to achieve peace in the ninja world. In the final analysis, the reason why he agreed to help Uchiha Madara continue to complete the Eye of the Moon project was just for his own selfish reasons. Create a world with Lin and then live happily with her. This is the true purpose of Uchiha Obito. What a great plan. Although I don't agree with Uchiha's vigorous plan in my heart, Uchiha Obito didn't show it though. Instead, he chose to praise. Hearing his compliment, Uchiha smiled playfully, "So now it's your turn to make a choice." "Zai, not bad you. Do you want to join my team or choose to continue to be my enemy?" "Don't worry, it's not too late to answer after you think about it clearly." Uchiha looked very restful. The other side fell silent. I originally planned to invite this guy to join my team, but I didn't expect that now the opponent is mainly a guest, and he actually wants to win over me. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Dali in front of him in surprise. After a long while he snorted coldly. "It seems there is no need to talk about it. Do you want to go ahead and do it?" Uchiha sneered vigorously. "Now is not the time. Uchiha Dali, I still have questions to ask you." Uchiha Obito said, ignoring Uchiha's vigorous reaction, and asked again, "Why do you want to collect tailed beasts?" "The tailed beasts have a lot at stake. This is the most important part of realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. If there is no tailed beast, everything is equal to zero." But now, Uchiha Dali has taken one step ahead of the Akatsuki organization and snatched away the tailed beasts from Kirigakure village. Instinct tells Uchiha Obito that this is definitely not a good thing. Hearing the other party's question, Uchiha chuckled vigorously. Suddenly he dodged, and in a blink of an eye he activated the advanced Flying Thunder God technique and suddenly arrived in front of Uchiha Obito. "This matter has nothing to do with you. The question and answer period is over. Now is not the stage to get to know each other. Let's decide the winner." As he spoke, the sharp kunai in his hand stabbed Uchiha Obito's heart fiercely. But in the next second, Uchiha Obito's arm turned into the shape of rough wood. Boom sound, he used the wood style to fend off Uchiha's powerful attack. At the same time, he used the huge counterattack force to fly backwards. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Obito activated Kamui without hesitation. "It's not time to decide the winner yet," Uchiha vigorously. "I advise you not to force us too much. otherwise you will know the consequences. After saying that, Uchiha Obito disappeared directly into the Kamui alien space. Escaped. Uchiha Dali did not choose to pursue the opponent. He has always been curious about how big the Kamui dimension is, just when he was planning to explore here. Suddenly, an irresistible sudden force pulled him hard. Uchiha Dali only felt that he seemed to be going backwards in time. The next second he appeared in the woods outside Konoha village from Kamui's alien space. This is. Uchiha looked at his hands in surprise. He didn't use Kamui, however that different space just now actually popped me out. What the hell is going on? Uchiha didn't know why, so he quickly tried to activate Kamui, but this time he failed. That's weird, could it be because I'm not the real Kamui owner? After thinking for a moment, Uchiha vigorously came up with a guess. Maybe that's why. Every pair of Mangekyō Sharingan is different and has its own characteristics. Kamui is Uchiha Obito's exclusive Mangekyō ability. Kamui, which I realized through heaven-defying comprehension, does not come from my Mangekyō. It is a plug-in power. So only when Uchiha Obito, the master of the ability, is also in Kamui's different space, can I use this move to enter his domain. On the other hand, if he's not inside, then I won't be able to open Kamui. With such a guess in his heart, Uchiha couldn't help but smile for a while. It seems that there are some exclusive blood-inherited powers that you can't just use if you want to. Even if heaven-defying comprehension is realized by oneself, it is difficult to perfectly exert the true effect of those abilities due to the constraints of the rules of this world. In short, what is not yours is never yours. Unless I can get my hands on Uchiha Obito's pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha curled his lips vigorously, but he didn't have such a bad taste. Anyway, I already have Mangekyō, and my own Mangekyō ability is no worse than other people's Mangekyō, so there's no need for that. Forget it, the Akatsuki organization is nothing more than a grasshopper after the fall. Not to mention, Uchiha's powerful eyes flashed with a sharp light. He knows very well that Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya are just mid-level bosses. Even if they are defeated, more powerful beings will still appear. But what I really have to consider solving is those guys. Uchiha Dali, who was deep in thought, suddenly came back to his senses and turned his head slightly to look behind him. There, Konoha's elite ninjas gathered together. Everyone was watching Uchiha vigorously at this moment, and no one dared to disturb him, afraid of something uncontrollable happening. What are you doing? Uchiha turned around strangely and looked at these subordinates. Sir, fourth generation, are you okay? Uchiha Fugaku asked curiously, what can happen to me? Aren't you fighting a powerful enemy? Oh, that guy has run away. Uchiha spread his hands indifferently, his expression looking a little helpless. Ran away. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They obviously couldn't imagine who could actually escape from the hands of Master Fourth Hokage, but Uchiha Dali had no intention of explaining. He looked up and looked around, frowned and asked, where are Three Tails? The guy didn't want to misunderstand us, so he left the outskirts of the village. But I have sent Anbu to monitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Hearing this, Uchiha nodded vigorously, but the next second he felt that something was wrong. Oops. Uchiha Dali's sudden reaction made others feel stunned. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering what happened to make him react like this. But Uchiha Dali didn't explain anything, and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. With excellent perception, Uchiha quickly arrived at the place where the aura gathered. It's a pity that he was still a step too late. The bodies of 7 or 8 Anbu ninjas were left on the spot. All of them were killed in one blow and fell into a pool of blood. Three Tails has long since disappeared. No matter how hard Uchiha activated his senses to detect it, he could not detect its whereabouts. This means there is only one possibility. Uchiha landed vigorously next to the body of an Anbu ninja, squatted down and checked, confirming the cause of death. Wood style. The scent of chakra mixed with water style and earth style still lingers on the scene. The power of wood style's blood inheritance limit is the use of water style combined with earth style, using its own chakra as the source of life to awaken all things on the earth. So the answer is already there. Uchiha Obito took advantage of the opportunity just now to attack these Anbu. After killing them, he also kidnapped Three Tails. Only he who possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan and covets the tailed beast extremely can do it, and has the ability to do such a thing in a short period of time. Hateful. Uchiha clenched his fist vigorously. He tries to activate Kamui. The discovery still had no effect, which means Uchiha Obito must have also discovered the secret. If he is not in the Kamui different space, he will not be able to use that move to enter the Kamui different space. It seems we can only deal with them afterwards. Although Uchiha Dali was angry, he did not lose his mind. He first activated the Flying Thunder God, returned to Konoha village and came to Namikaze Minato's home. Uzumaki Kushina, who is pregnant, is cooking at home. Zayo Yugao sat quietly on the sofa and played with the bubble tube in his hand. After Uchiha vigorously brought 6 tails Jinchuriki Zayo Yugao and 3 tails back from Kirigakure village, he left the huge 3 tails directly outside the village so that they could wait and not run around. As a Jinchuriki, Uchiha brought him here and gave him to the Whirlpool Kushina to help take care of him. Zealous Whirlpool Kushina didn't take no for an answer. But Uchiha Dali didn't have time to tell others about this, including Minato Namikaze. Seeing that Zayo Yugao was safe and sound, Uchiha was somewhat relieved. Dali, are you here? Whirlpool in the kitchen Kushina turned around and saw Uchiha vigorously, and was very surprised. When Zayo Yugao heard the noise, he also raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. He was also surprised to see Uchiha vigorously. You're back. Zayo Yugao's reaction was relatively cold, and he just said hello. This is related to his childhood experience. Uchiha Dali didn't care, just nodded at him, and then looked at the Whirlpool Kushina. Sorry for disturbing you by coming here suddenly. What did you say? By the way, what happened? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flashed with concern. As a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, he not only possesses a huge amount of chakra, but he is also a naturally perceptive ninja. At this moment, she quietly activated her senses, and soon noticed a large number of ninjas gathered outside the village, including Namikaze Minato's aura. Although it's not clear what happened, something clearly wasn't right. I forgot to tell you before, this child is 6 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha looked at Zayo Yugao vigorously and explained, 6 tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Zayo Yugao. Zayo Yugao's eyes instantly dimmed a lot. However, he thought that the Whirlpool Kushina would look down on him like the people in the village, but he did not expect that the Whirlpool Kushina would quickly come to his senses. She just smiled, walked over and said easily, I see, I said no wonder you suddenly brought him to see me. Don't worry, although I don't know what happened, but if this child is 6 tails Jinchuriki, then someone must be targeting him. I won't let you get hurt, Yugao. Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists, came to Zayo Yugao's side, put her arm around his shoulder and promised. After hearing this, Zayo Yugao's face was full of shock, and he slowly raised his head to look at Uzumaki Kushina in disbelief. Although the latter did not tell him that he was 9 tails Jinchuriki, the sincere and enthusiastic smile on his face made Zayo Yugao feel a sense of peace of mind for no reason. It seems that she doesn't hate herself. Since you are all fine, I'm relieved. Someone did try to attack the village just now, but I have driven them away. After Uchiha vigorously explained to Uzumaki Kushina, he glanced at Zayo Yugao again. Then please, Kushina. Don't worry, if the enemy dares to act wild, I will beat them away. Uzumaki Kushina once again clenched her fists, confidently promising Uchiha. Uchiha Dali glanced at her slightly swollen belly subconsciously. Have you decided on the child's name? Well, it has been confirmed that he is a boy. Minato and I discussed it and decided to name him Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina nodded seriously. Naruto Namikaze. Nice name. Uchiha nodded vigorously. When he is born, I will give him a gift. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Namikaze Minato and others soon discovered the bodies of the assassinated Anbu outside the village, plus the disappearance of 3 tails. For a time, the entire Konoha was on alert. At this time, Uchiha, who confirmed the situation of the tailed beast, returned vigorously. Sir, 4th generation, I'm sorry. It was my negligence that led to this situation. Uchiha waved his hands vigorously, interrupting Uchiha Fugaku's voice. He turned around and looked at everyone. Now go and notify all the Jonin in the village to have a meeting in the conference room. I have something to tell you. After saying that, he took the lead and walked back in the direction of Konoha, not looking like he wanted to be held accountable at all. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine Uchiha was selling in the gourd, so I had to follow his orders. Soon, all the Jonin in the village were summoned. In the conference room, looking at all the Jonin who came to attend the meeting, Uchiha looked serious. There was a moment of silence before he spoke. You are all the elites in the village and are qualified to attend this meeting and understand the current situation. I learned about this accidentally in the Kirigakure village of the Water Country. That man is very ambitious and comes from an organization called Akatsuki. According to the available intelligence, their goal is most likely to destroy the entire ninja world. They are the ones who intend to attack Konoha today. Uchiha vigorously told everyone the general situation. After listening to his words, everyone was moved. Uchiha's strength is very powerful and everyone can see it. However, you can easily extract several important messages from what he just said. First of all, this is not the first time that the fourth Hokage has met that opponent. As early as the trip to Kirigakure village, he had already fought against the opponent, and thus learned important information such as that the other party was from an organization called Akatsuki. But in the confrontation in Kirigakure village, Uchiha was unable to keep the opponent, which was very shocking. Secondly, the enemy of the organization called Akatsuki, who just attacked the village and kidnapped Three Tails in front of so many strong men, was also responsible. And Uchiha vigorously allowed the opponent to escape again. This means that even if the opponent's strength is not as good as their fourth Hokage, it probably won't be much worse. At least, he still has the ability to escape successfully. Then the problem arises. What kind of guy is it that has such amazing strength? What kind of existence is the Akatsuki organization? All kinds of questions quickly enveloped everyone's mind. Everyone looked at each other. At this time, Uchiha vigorously spoke again. There is also very important information. The man owns the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. He calls himself Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha said these words vigorously, the whole conference room was shocked. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Uchiha Madara, how is that possible? Didn't you say that man was killed when he fought against Shadai? I thought I was really dead, but is that man still alive? Impossible, but the other party has Sharingan, so fourth generation Sama shouldn't be mistaken. No wonder he was able to escape from the hands of fourth generation again and again. If it was that man, there would be nothing surprising. Everyone in the conference room was whispering and talking. Everyone was shocked by such words. Uchiha Madara, the legendary Shura of the ninja world, is a terrifying existence that is as famous as the ninja god Senju Hashirama and is evenly matched. During the battle at the Valley of the End, everyone thought he was dead, but now hearing his name again, and I learned it from the fourth Hokage, everyone was naturally shocked. But just when everyone was shocked and talking endlessly, Uchiha Dali spoke again. I don't think he is the real Uchiha Madara. But that guy has the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and is very powerful. If the Akatsuki organization is led by him, it will definitely be a huge threat to us. Next, the village must be on strict guard against letting these guys run wild again. Uchiha's strong words silenced the entire conference room. Everyone thought Uchiha Madara was really alive. Now hearing this, everyone is puzzled. Since that man, Lord Fourth Hokage, said he is not Uchiha Madara. Who is that? All members of the Uchiha clan are currently in the village. Except for the clan members who died on the battlefield in the past, there are no missing or defecting ninjas out there. Uchiha Fugaku, as the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, had to stand up and explain himself at this time. But instead of answering questions, his words only made everyone more confused. Since it's not a member of the Uchiha clan in the village, then who else could it be? Who else in the Uchiha clan owns Mangekyō Sharingan? Go to bed. Koharu frowned and spoke in a bad tone. She did suspect that there was a mole in the Uchiha clan, but she didn't say it openly. At this moment, just looking at the expressions and eyes of Mito Kadoyan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and other elite ninjas, it can be seen that these people most likely think so in their hearts. On the surface, the Uchiha clan is fine. But who knows if there is a clan member among them who is secretly in contact with an organization outside the village. Even a certain member of the Uchiha clan controls the so-called Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Fugaku also has a headache. He looked at Uchiha Dali and saw Uchiha Dali nodding to him. So he explained, as far as I know, there are currently 3 ninjas in the clan who master Mangekyō Sharingan. Apart from me, the other 2 are 4th generation Sama and Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku said, directly opening his Mangekyō Sharingan and displaying it in front of everyone. After he said this and performed this operation, everyone discovered that Uchiha Fugaku was also a strong man who had opened Mangekyō. Everyone was moved. So Fugaku, you also have Mangekyō. I never knew about it before. Is it the strongest eye technique of the Uchiha clan? Amidst everyone's discussion, Uchiha Shisui also spoke. He stood up and faced Uchiha Dali, 3rd Hokage, and 2 major advisors. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has evolved from single Magatama to 3 Magatama, and then up to the most powerful Mangekyō Sharingan. Every pair of Mangekyō Sharingan has different shapes and abilities. Lord 4th generation, please look at the shape of my Mangekyō and Lord Fugaku's Mangekyō. Are they the same shapes you have seen? With that, he also activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui first added 2 advisors to Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time to let them see the shape of their eyes clearly. and then turned to look at the other ninjas. I saw that Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō form is in the shape of a windmill and 3 magatama, with complex lines. You can tell at a glance that the pupil technique is not simple. And Uchiha Shisui, a man who was once regarded as the strongest of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, his Mangekyō is in the form of a 4-edged shuriken. Everyone saw their Mangekyō shapes, all looked at each other and then looked at Uchiha vigorously. At this time Uchiha Dali also stood up. You two don't have to prove it to yourself because I know it's not you. While talking, Uchiha vigorously activated his own Mangekyō Sharingan himself. The pattern of his 10,000 flowers Sharingan is much more complicated. The 6-pointed star and the 9 magatama are filled with a chilling atmosphere as soon as it is opened. At the same time, Uchiha Dali also showed in front of everyone the scene that he had burned using Sharingan's copying ability when he was fighting Uchiha Obaido. This man's Mangekyō has a different shape than ours. It's an inverted sickle form. He controlled the playback, giving a close-up of Uchiha Obaido's Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing these pictures, all the ninjas in the conference room frowned. Namikaze Minato also looked at it. Very seriously Uchiha vigorously played the battle scenes he recorded with Sharingan for others to see. And we will also show you a close-up of Uchiha Obaido's Mangekyō Sharingan. Because everyone in the entire Konoha village thought that Uchiha Obaido had died on the battlefield except himself. And no one knew that he turned on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Naturally, no one recognized the origin of these eyes at this moment. Speculations about the identity of the leader of the Akatsuki organization have also become confusing. Uchiha Fugaku is very keen. At this time, he stood up and made a strong promise to Uchiha. Master Fourth Hokage, I will thoroughly investigate the Uchiha clan to see if any clan members have opened Mangekyō but kept it secret from us. This is equivalent to blocking what others have not said, lest they use this as a reason to continue to make things difficult. Uchiha's powerful eyes returned to normal, and he said calmly, if the Akatsuki organization's target is the tailed beasts, then they will definitely come back. At that time, it will be the end of them. Now 9 tails and 6 tails are in his hands. This is true. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze reminded. But the tailed beasts in other ninja villages may become the next target of the Akatsuki organization. That's good, so I plan to go and bring back those tailed beasts now. Uchiha nodded vigorously. His words immediately caused all the ninjas in the office to show strange expressions in their eyes, including Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the same is true for the 2 major consultants. Whenever Uchiha said these words vigorously, it meant that he was going to grab it. The so-called taking it back is just a mild way of saying it, and given the situation in Kirigakure village and Water Country. Basically, you can imagine what the other ninja villages will end up like. By the way, the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure village will come in person to report to us on the work situation in 2 days. I'll ask you to come and receive me then, Minato. Uchiha finished speaking vigorously and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is just a beginner. Namikaze Minato has more experience than him in serving as Hokage's assistant and assisting Hokage in performing daily tasks. Previously, Uchiha vigorously asked Gaju Yagura to come over and report on his work after solving the internal problems in the Kingdom of Water. With the strength of Kirigakure village, the damming mansion of the Land of Water was unable to resist. Just like when the daimyo of the Fire Country faced Uchiha, so this result has basically been determined. There is no need for him to stay here and waste time. I see. Namikaze Minato nodded seriously. Then, if you have anything else to discuss next, make your own decision. If not, the meeting will be dismissed. After saying that, Uchiha vigorously activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared into the conference room in an instant. The Land of Rain, the Rain-hidden ninja village. In the Akatsuki organization's headquarters, Uchiha Obaido appeared in the empty and huge underground space with 3 tails who had been subdued by him. Seeing him coming back and bringing back 3 tails, the eyes of other Akatsuki organization members suddenly lit up. It seems you have solved Konoha's problem. Uzumaki Nagato said calmly. Konoha is not as simple as you think, otherwise I wouldn't have needed to avoid the edge. However, that guy Senju Hashirama is no longer here, and no one can stop me now. Uchiha Obaido continues to show off. He didn't tell everyone about how he almost couldn't come back from Konoha village. Of course, it is impossible to say this. We have just found a suitable guy and may be able to invite him to join our organization. In that case, we will not only get a powerful boost, but we can even obtain more information about Konoha. Konan came over and reported to Uchiha Obaido. Hearing this, Uchiha Obaido looked at her. Who is he? His name is Orochimaru. He was once one of Konoha's Sannin. We have investigated it clearly. Uzumaki Nagato replied. Orochimaru's that brat. A cold light flashed through Uchiha Obaido's eyes under the mask. As a ninja born in Konoha, of course he knew this name very well, one of the Konoha Sannin. His former mentor, Namikaze Minato's teacher, was also one of the Sannin Jiraiya. These legendary ninjas are indeed very powerful. When I left Konoha, that guy was just a kid, but now he should have grown into one of the backbone of Konoha. Uchiha Obaido still doesn't know that Orochimaru has betrayed Konoha. At this time he asked this question. The implication is that Orochimaru is unlikely to join the Akatsuki organization. At this time, it was Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's turn to speak. I haven't had time to tell you this information yet. I launched a sneak reconnaissance on Konoha. Because the village deliberately blocked the news, the outside world didn't know about it, but Uchiha Dali is not an easy boy. In order to become the fourth Hokage, he personally killed Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root. And he personally destroyed the roots established by Danzo. As one of Danzo's subordinates, Orochimaru was unwilling to submit to Uchiha's powerful hands and chose to betray Konoha and leave there. We now have his whereabouts. When Black Zetsu said this, Uchiha Obaido understood. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Orochimaru is very capable and has a good reputation. The Akatsuki organization is looking for people at this time, and recruiting him does not seem to be a wrong choice. In that case, let's recruit him. Uchiha Obaido finished speaking and turned towards the darkness. The previous vigorous battle with Uchiha made him see what it means that there are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the mountains. The other party can actually enter his own Kamui space, which makes Uchiha Obaido still grudge and doesn't know why. He needs to calm down now and think about what the problem is. And a solution needs to be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, I may not be so lucky next time I meet Uchiha Dali. Me and Conan will set out personally to invite him to join. If he refuses, we will kill him. The voice of Uzumaki Nagato came from behind. Uchiha Obaido had no objection and just responded coldly. Anyone who dares to block our plan will be killed no matter who it is. After getting the approval of Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Nagato and Conan felt relieved. This man indeed seemed to have no feelings for Konoha at all. In this case, they don't need to show mercy to Orochimaru. Uzumaki Nagato controlled the repaired Pain Tendo and set off with Conan, while Black Zetsu and White Zetsu merged into the earth again and disappeared. The entire underground space became cold and dark again. Uchiha vigorously repelled Uchiha Obaido, who came to attack Konoha, and Konoha's security was unprecedentedly tight. He sets out to find tailed beasts in other countries. The Akatsuki organization is also working hard for this, and is even preparing to win over Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki organization. The entire ninja world once again became turbulent, with undercurrents surging. A new crisis may break out at any time, affecting the entire ninja world. At this moment on the other side, there is the Kirigakure village in the country of water. Seeing the power of Uchiha's powerful destruction, Gaju Yagura, as well as the elite ninjas of Kirigakure village, unanimously decided to surrender to Uchiha and Konoha. But what Uchiha strongly wants is not only the surrender of Kirigakure village, but also the Kingdom of Water to surrender to them. Therefore, Gaju Yagura's mission is to solve the internal problems of the entire Water Kingdom and unify everyone's thinking. This is not an easy task. At this moment, Gaju Yagura arrived at the capital of the Daimyo Kingdom of Water with 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni, Black Ho Reiga, and Loquat Juzo, plus his own Anbu elite guards. After Uchiha's vigorous baptism, ruins can be seen everywhere in the once prosperous capital city. After all, he controlled the entire country and flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then fell back down. Nothing is ever left intact during this process. People on the streets are busy rebuilding their homes. In the Daiming Mansion, after hearing the intentions of Gaju Yagura and others, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water was completely unmoved. Not only did he refuse to agree to the suggestions put forward by Gaju Yagura and others, he asked the daimyo to agree to accept Uchiha's vigorous recruitment request. Even the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water questioned Gaju Yagura. Fourth Mizukage, your Kirigakure village promised you to give everything for the country of water. Even if it means sacrifice, you must protect this country. This is one of the conditions for us to continuously provide you with funds. Now you come and tell me that you can't defeat the people of Konoha, and then not only do you want to surrender, but you also plan to surrender the country of water as well. This is absolutely ridiculous. I will never accept such a condition. The name of the Kingdom of Water has been on the throne for a long time and has a tough attitude. No one has ever dared to speak to himself like this. If this were normal, Gaoju Yagura would be in trouble, but these days are different. The former subordinates have now taken the initiative. It was Uchiha who gave them courage. Goji Yagura stared at the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water in front of him and said coldly, "It seems that the daimyo cannot see the situation clearly. I can tell you this, Uchiha is not only the fourth Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, but he is also the new daimyo of the Fire Country. Can you understand what I say?" Goji Yagura looked tit for tat, folding his arms and staring indifferently at the fat and big-eared daimyo of the Land of Water on his seat. Behind him, lined up, were the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Black Ho Thunder Tooth, Loquat Juzo, and more than a dozen Anbu elites. Hearing Gaoju Yagura's words, the face of the Water Country daimyo changed drastically. How could he not understand? Presumptuous. Fourth Mizukage, how dare you say such disobedient words to me? You are simply too presumptuous. Lawless. I declare that from this second on, you will no longer be the Mizukage of Kirigakure Village. What are you waiting for? Get this bad guy who is causing trouble for me. The daimyo of the Land of Water was angry with his confidant and shouted orders to the ninjas of Kirigakure Village around him. Normally, these ninjas would have to obey his orders absolutely, because the daimyo's status is above the shadow of a village. But now, the ninjas in Kirigakure Village are completely indifferent. What are you doing? Do you also want to rebel? Seeing that the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water could not control these ninjas, his expression suddenly changed again. He quickly called to the warriors around him and asked them to protect him. Get these ninjas for me, damn you guys, this is so outrageous. The samurai received the order and immediately began to attack Gaoju Yagura and others. But before they could draw their swords, Gaoju Yagura instantly used the powerful ninjutsu, and a wind blade flew out, knocking down these samurai in the blink of an eye. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also took the opportunity to launch an attack on the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water. Daimyo-sama, I'm sorry, you know nothing about Uchiha's powerful power. In order to carry out the stupid order of you, stupid pig, we changed the number of our 7 ninja swordsmen from 7 to 3. We will not follow your command and die like last time. So please die here. As he said that, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had already arrived in front of the daimyo of the Land of Water like a ghost. Even though both of them are fat, but the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is a trainee, and the Water Country daimyo is really bloated. A swish sound, the large sword shark in the hand of the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost was slashed diagonally from the upper right corner to the lower left corner. In an instant, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water fell into a pool of blood. The rest of the Kirigakure ninjas also took action at this time, attacking and hunting all enemies in the entire daimyo capital who dared to defy Gaoju Yagura's will. Under the bright moonlight, the sky in the Kingdom of Water has completely changed. Uchiha's second stop is the Wind Country, one of the 5 great ninja countries. Sand Hidden Village is located in the vast desert. It is a veritable desert village. Sandstorms blow up here every now and then, attacking the entire village. In order to avoid the wind and sand, the buildings here are very strange in shape, looking like bulging hemispheres. In Keisuke's office in Sunagakure Village, 4th generation Keisuke Rasa is processing documents. The Third Ninja War has ended. However, the aftermath work is still very arduous. The harsh environment has led to extremely poor living conditions. Sunagakure Village has always been at the bottom among the 5 ninja villages in the 5 major countries in terms of comprehensive strength. After experiencing the war, the situation has become even worse. Not only did the village suffer serious losses in combat power, economically, it has fallen into the most difficult situation. What troubles Luo Sha is that now they can't even come up with the funds to treat the injuries of the ninjas, not to mention the ninja death pension. It's very late, Luo Sha. His wife Garura reminded him with concern. Tomorrow I am going to visit the damning mansion of the Country of Wind. The village's funds have been exhausted. We must ask the daming to allocate more funds to solve the current difficulties. If that doesn't work... As Luo Sha spoke, she suddenly stood up and looked out the window warily. Oh, you're quite sharp. The voice came from behind him, with a hint of joking. Hearing this, Luo Sha's back instantly felt cold. Although Luo Sha didn't know who was behind him, he could sneak in here smoothly based on the fact that the other party was able to ignore the outposts of Anbu in the hidden sand village outside. And he can appear behind him without anyone noticing. Just from this point of view, this man is absolutely extraordinary. He turned around suddenly and looked at the man behind him. Uchiha Dali, on the other hand, was looking at the other party with a half-smile. The two people looked at each other, and Luo Sha's body trembled violently again. Sharingan. You are from Uchiha. Luo Sha clearly saw Uchiha's powerful eyes. But at this time, Uchiha vigorously did not activate genjutsu on him. The troops in Sunagakure village are the only troops that have not been attacked by me. It is normal that you don't know me. Please introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Dali. Uchiha walked leisurely to the chair aside and sat down, putting his feet on the table. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Luo Sha's pupils suddenly shrank again. Uchiha Dali, this name is now famous no matter which ninja village he is in, and his reputation spreads far and wide. He is even more famous than the name Konoha Golden Flash, so you are that man. You don't know what you're doing here. Luo Sha suppressed her numbscalp and tried to appear calm. He is the shadow of a village. No matter how powerful his opponent is, he cannot embarrass Sunagakure village. The environment in the Kingdom of Wind is so harsh. Of course I didn't come here for tourism. Sit down and talk. This will make us more equal. By the way, don't do anything stupid, you can't kill me. After Uchiha said vigorously, he turned his head and looked at Rasa and Garura respectively. Of these two couples, one is planning to use magnet-style blood succession limit, and the other is planning to use ninjutsu to launch a sneak attack on themselves. But their little tricks had long been seen through by Uchiha with a quick glance. The two people who received the warning were shocked and their expressions changed slightly. Rasa signaled Garura not to act rashly, and she walked to the chair opposite Uchiha and sat down. What do you want? It's better to just say it. He asked, looking at the man opposite. As expected of fourth-generation Kazekage, it's really refreshing. In that case, I'll just say it. First of all, I'm here to convey a few messages. First, strictly speaking, you should address me as Your Excellency Fourth Hokage. Second, you should probably call me Lord Daimyo. Third, the Kingdom of Water and Hidden Mist Village have surrendered to us, and now they are affiliated with our Kingdom of Fire. Uchiha stretched out 3 fingers vigorously. Just these 2 simple sentences made Luo Sha and Garu Luo's expressions change drastically. The 2 people were shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Then they both looked at Uchiha vigorously. What did you say? Luo Sha thought that she had heard wrongly or that Uchiha Dali had said something wrong. Because the amount of information brought by these few sentences is really too great. The man in front of me, he actually became the 4th Hokage. And what happened to the famous name? However, what is even more shocking is that the Kingdom of Water actually surrendered to Konoha. If this is true, it will definitely be a huge event that can shake up the entire ninja world. Could it be that you? Luo Sha finally came back to his senses and looked at Uchiha Dali in disbelief. Yes, it's what you think. Uchiha smiled vigorously and answered in the affirmative. Hearing what he said, Luo Sha was confused again. At the same time, his expression gradually became more solemn than ever before. A chilling feeling gradually emerged. His eyes were cold. Sir Fourth Hokage, if what you said is true, then your purpose of coming here seems to be to conquer Sunagakure village and even the entire Kingdom of Wind. Uchiha shrugged vigorously, very relaxedly. He glanced at Garura and saw that she was obviously pregnant. This is your. She is my wife, Garuru. But she has nothing to do with this. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. As long as you cooperate with me honestly, you can sit down first. Uchiha smiled vigorously at Garura. Luo Sha and his wife looked at each other, then nodded. Garuru then carefully sat down on the chair beside him. Their eyes returned to Uchiha's vigorous face at the same time. Sir Fourth Hokage, you haven't answered my question just yet. Luo Sha repeated the question he just asked. Uchiha smiled vigorously and spread his hands. Don't say it so harshly. I just saw that the environment in your country of wind is so bad and the people of Sunagakure village are in dire straits, so I plan to come and help you. Yes, I am here to help the poor. Poverty alleviation. I heard it just now. Sir Fourth Generation Kazekage is still worried about the future of Sunagakure village. Uchiha laughed vigorously. This is true, but it is the family scandal of Sunagakure village. Now that the 4th Hokage Uchiha in front of him knew about it, Luo Sha just felt that his face was dull and very embarrassed. He nodded silently and turned his head to the side. So I'm here to help you. As long as you agree to a few conditions, I can help your sand-hidden village get out of its current predicament, and even the Kingdom of Wind will have unprecedented development opportunities. These words made Luo Sha wary. As the saying goes, there is no pie in the sky. How can there be such a good thing in the world? No matter what the reason is, if the Kingdom of Water really surrenders to Konoha, then there is only one truth. They were beaten into submission. The reason is very simple. The Kingdom of Water is isolated overseas. It has always been easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it has all the geographical advantages. No matter how powerful Konoha was in the past, it was still not strong enough to destroy the Kingdom of Water. As long as they had a slight chance to resist, they would not make such a choice that would disgrace their ancestors. So either Uchiha is lying to himself, or maybe the man in front of him used some method to subdue the Kingdom of Water. What are the conditions of Lord Fourth Hokage? Luo did not agree immediately, but asked cautiously first. In addition, he quietly activated the magnet-style blood succession limit, creating a sand gold clone on the street downstairs, preparing to notify the entire sand hidden village to prepare for battle. I only have two main conditions. The country of wind and Sunagakure village will fully surrender to our country of fire, and from now on they will obey my strong instructions, Uchiha. As for the second condition, you leave the tailed beasts of Sunagakure village to me for safekeeping. Uchiha stretched out two fingers vigorously. After listening to his words, Luo slowly leaned back on the chair and said calmly, "You should know that this is impossible." When Luo heard the two conditions proposed by Uchiha, her face sank on the spot and she refused directly. As the newly appointed Cage of Sand hidden village in the Land of Wind, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Although wars broke out many times among the 5 ninja nations, no one side surrendered to the other side. Back then, your first Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama of Konoha was known as the God of Ninja. With his great magical powers, he still could not make us, the Kingdom of Wind, surrender. Master Fourth Hokage, how do you think you compare to Master Senju Hashirama? Are you still stronger than that ninja god? Sorry, we cannot agree to such rude conditions. Please take them back. Luo stood up, the chakra surging in his body getting ready to go. Whenever Uchiha dares to show abnormal behavior, he will immediately attack. Garuru was also prepared. At this time, the elite ninjas of Sunagakure village who had been notified were quickly gathering here. The war is about to break out. Seeing Luo's resolute refusal to cooperate, Uchiha Dali shook his head helplessly and regretfully. Your Excellency 4th generation Kazekage is really lacking in wisdom. I take back my previous evaluation of you. If you cooperate honestly, wouldn't it be possible to avoid a battle without any suspense? After Uchiha said vigorously, he suddenly took action against Luo. His pupils changed rapidly, from Sharingan to Mangekyō. At the same time at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Uchiha Dali's ears. You turn on Mangekyō Sharingan and sense your emotional fluctuations. Your understanding of Mangekyō Sharingan reaches its maximum. Your Mangekyō Sharingan is willing to evolve itself into an Eternal Mangekyō. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The ultimate evolved version of Sharingan, which has pupil power that is superior to Mangekyō Sharingan, and there is no longer the risk of blindness. Uchiha Dali heard the voice in his head and was very surprised. Unexpectedly, this can open the Eternal Mangekyō. He was still worried before, where he was going to find a pair of Mangekyō that were related to him by blood to help him open the Eternal Mangekyō. Okay, now this problem is solved. The powerful pupil power was like an overwhelming force, forming a substantial attack towards Luo on the opposite side. Uchiha vigorously still didn't use Genjutsu, because these have no effect in front of the shadow-level powerhouses who have already taken precautions. Rasa had actually been wary of Uchiha's powerful Sharingan since she first saw it. After all, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is famous in the ninja world. In order to prevent being infected, all major ninja villages have developed special countermeasures for Sharingan Genjutsu. What Uchiha is using now is an attack similar to the pressure of reincarnation. The powerful chakra formed a blade-shaped shock wave and instantly arrived in front of Luo. At the same time, the remaining blade-shaped shock waves penetrated the surrounding walls, leaving behind shocking cracks. Outside, the raging wind and sand blew in through the cracks in the wall. Luo counterattacked decisively. Magnet-style plastic gold. He controlled the metal in the sand, first protecting his wife Garura and then forming a powerful sand gold shield in front of him. Dong dong dongs. Uchiha's powerful attack was completely blocked by the opponent, but the next second Luo's expression changed drastically. Because he lost track of his target, Uchiha Dali disappeared. Uchiha Dali did not continue to attack Rasa. He came to the roof of the Kazekage building in Sunagakure village. The elite ninjas of the entire sand hidden village had already rushed over after receiving the assembly order from Luo's clone. At this moment they had the entire Kazekage building in a panic. Your Excellency 4th generation Kazekage, come and have a bet with me. Uchiha vigorously faced the countless ninjas of Sunagakure village and smiled. His loud words clearly penetrated the raging sand and reached the ears of every ninja in Sunagakure village. After hearing this, Luo Sha downstairs used the magic of sand teleportation to reach the roof, stood behind Uchiha Dali and frowned at him, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Lord Luo Sha. Anbu of Sand Hidden Village saw Rasa appearing and immediately prepared to come over and take action. However, their behavior was immediately stopped by Luo Sha. You just need to be on guard at the perimeter to prevent other enemies from invading. Leave him to me. Luo Sha said this. On the one hand, he was really worried that Konoha's army would take this opportunity to attack. He always believed that if what Uchiha Dali said about the Kingdom of Water surrendering to their Kingdom of Fire was true, then it must be because Uchiha Dali personally led the team into Kirigakure village. Other than that, he couldn't imagine any other possibility for the Kingdom of Water to do that. In this case, they must adopt the same attack strategy when they come to Sand Hidden Village. As for the second reason, Luo Sha knew that the strength of his subordinates was absolutely impossible to threaten the man in front of him. Asking them to come up to help will not only interfere with his own actions, but also only increase casualties. It is the most correct choice for you to take action to restrain this man yourself. After receiving Luo Sha's order, the surrounding Sunagakure elites dispersed one after another. At this time, Uchiha Dali also spoke. Let's make a bet. You and I will have a fair duel in front of all the people of your Sunagakure village. They are all witnesses. If you lose to me, then Sunagakure village and the country of wind must accept the conditions I just proposed. Do you dare to take a gamble, Your Excellency 4th Generation Keisuke? After Uchiha finished speaking vigorously, he turned around and looked at Luo Sha with a half-smile. This is to bake Luo Sha directly on the fire. If he doesn't agree to his conditions, he's not taking responsibility. How can such a person take on such a big responsibility and continue to be Keisuke? If he agrees, then everyone in the entire Sand Hidden Village will witness with their own eyes how the most powerful ninja in the ninja village was killed by him in one move. As expected, Luo Sha hesitated. At this time, the surrounding residents of Sunagakure village were also awakened by Uchiha Dali's arrogant words. Realizing that he was here to cause trouble and conquer Sunagakure village, everyone started talking endlessly. Who is this guy? Where does he dare to challenge Keisuke-sama? It looks like a ninja from Konoha, but I don't recognize him. You don't know how high the sky is. The war is over. Is Konoha still coming to cause trouble? Master 4th Generation, accept his challenge and kill him. Almost everyone in the Sand Hidden Village came out to watch the fun. Seeing that Uchiha Dali was the only one, they all started shouting faced with the strong Uchiha who broke into the entire Sunagakure village alone and dared to challenge the 4th Generation Keisuke Rasa. Almost all the villagers in Sunagakure village supported Rasa in starting the war. This is the benefit of ignorance. They have no idea what kind of existence they are facing now. Luo Sha knew very well in her heart, although I haven't had a strong confrontation with Uchiha on the battlefield. But legends about this man have long been flying around. Kirigakure village, Cloud Hidden village, and Iwagakure village were attacked by that man one after another and suffered heavy losses on the battlefield. In the end, they had to choose to retreat and accept the peace talks proposed by the Country of Fire. These things are not fake, and it happened not long ago. Now that Uchiha dared to come here alone, he challenged himself in front of so many people and made a bet with himself. If he was not confident, it would never be possible. So what to do now? Luo Sha was in trouble. If you do not accept the opponent's challenge, your 4th Generation Keisuke will be disgraced and may even step down, causing Sunagakure village to fall into a greater crisis. But if he accepts Uchiha's strong challenge, he loses to him. That means that they need to accept Konoha's request unconditionally. In other words, what Uchiha vigorously said just now, hand over the tailed beast owned by Sunagakure village and fully surrender Sunagakure village and the Kingdom of Wind. Is this kind of thing possible? It's obviously impossible. Luo Sha thought about it a lot, but he never thought about it what if he wins, because he actually already has the answer deep in his heart. He knew he was unlikely to defeat the man in front of him, the strong man of the Uchiha clan. Lord Luo Sha, what's wrong? It seems like Master Luo Sha doesn't want to take on the challenge. What's going on? Who is that man? How dare he break into this place alone? Hey, he seems to be Uchiha Dali. Among the surrounding ninjas of Sunagakure village, some gradually recognized Uchiha Dali. The legend about that man had already begun to appear before the Third Ninja War ended. The Anbu from the major ninja villages began to collect information about him from that time. So the Anbu of Sand Hidden Village are naturally very aware of it. Recognizing Uchiha Dali at this time, they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Uchiha Diki. Is that the legend on the battlefield? Well, a man who surpasses Uchiha Shisui, but actually according to Anbu's investigation, he is even more powerful than the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato. Why did this guy come to our sand-hidden village? Isn't the war over? The daimyo of the Land of Wind has already signed the peace agreement. It doesn't seem like a good thing after all. When someone recognized Uchiha's vigorous identity, panic began to spread among the crowd. As the saying goes, you have never eaten pork and you have seen pigs walking. The people of Sunagakure village have never seen Uchiha's true appearance and strength, but they have heard too many legends about him. Everyone felt as if they were facing an enemy in an instant. You haven't thought about it yet. Uchiha Dali looked at Luo Sha with a bored expression. Since I proposed the challenge, the other party has not even said a word after waiting for a long time. It makes people very impatient. At this time, Luo Sha's wife Jiaruo came over and whispered to Luo Sha, "No matter what decision you make, I will stand by you." Luo Sha was indeed under a lot of pressure at the moment. Because now his decision will affect the fate of the entire sand-hidden village and even the entire kingdom of wind. He feels comforted by the support of his wife, but this is not enough. Luo Sha raised his eyes and looked at Uchiha Dali, who was so calm, taking his time and taking it easy. It seems like he doesn't care about the battle here at all. The more calm and composed the other party is, the greater the psychological burden it puts on Luo Sha. After Luo Sha took a deep breath, she finally made up her mind. He turned around, faced his people, and said angrily, "Everyone, although I am the shadow of the village and shoulder the responsibility of protecting you, this village, and even this country, I do not have such power. You make the decision." Uchiha is the fourth Hokage and is the daimyo of the fire country. His purpose here is to conquer the entire wind country. If I accept his challenge and lose the fight, that means we will accept their demands unconditionally. Luo Sha's words immediately caused a sensation in the entire sand-hidden village. All the ninjas were stunned, my head was buzzing, but soon a stubborn and powerful ninja reacted and became furious. Damn it, this guy simply doesn't take people seriously. He's bullying people too much. Yes, you dare to come to our sand-hidden village to act wild and say such disrespectful words. Let sand-hidden village and the kingdom of wind surrender. How is it possible? Don't even think about it. Hey, did 4th generation Sama just say that guy is the Hokage of Konoha? Isn't the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? And what's going on with the daimyo? It seems that things have become very complicated and more serious than we thought. Some people were so angry that the blood in their chests shot straight to the sky. Some people also noticed more details at this moment. Rasa said that Uchiha is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, which is relatively easy for people to understand. The third ninja war is over. Of course, those who have meritorious service should be rewarded according to their merits. Moreover, in terms of age, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed reached the time to abdicate in favor of others. Therefore, although it is still surprising that Uchiha will become the 4th Hokage, it is also reasonable. But what about the name? How could the name of the Fire Nation be Hokage? Could it be that he usurped the throne? That's called seizing power. Every ninja village is a subordinate military organization to the country. No ninja village has ever overstepped its authority and usurped the throne. It's over, then it seems that this Uchiha must have done this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be the daimyo even if he queued for 100 years. So is war going to break out again? Many elites in Sunagakure village, after hearing Rasa's explanation, not only understood Uchiha Dali's purpose, but were also deeply shocked. At this moment, everyone was whispering in confusion, others glared at Uchiha vigorously. There were insults and shouts, but no one dared to stand up and resist Uchiha vigorously. Oh no, there is one. That guy is Jonin from Sand-Hidden Village. His name is unknown. At this moment, he jumped up angrily and jumped towards Uchiha. Sunagakure village has no shortage of hard-nosed people. Legends are just legends after all. Although most ninjas are afraid of Uchiha's powerful legend and this man's name, but some people don't think so. The enemy has already stepped on our own head, how can we still reason with them? Of course I'm going to beat him up. Therefore, this Jonin from Sunagakure village, after a brief moment of anger, directly launched a vigorous attack on Uchiha without saying a word. At the same time, he shouted, "No matter who you are, Hokage or daimyo, what does it have to do with our Sunagakure village? This village and this country belong to us, don't even think about taking them away, to make us surrender to you. That is a wishful thinking. You die here." The other party suddenly made a move, and instantly wild sand rose everywhere. It is ninjutsu that combines wind escape with the natural environment of Sunagakure village, using wind escape to enhance the power of sandstorms and use it to attack the opponent. Still very powerful. Of course, it also depends on who the opponent is. Uchiha Dali didn't even bother to take action. He turned around and glared at the Sunagakure Jonin opposite. Instantly, the air became quiet. The raging wind and sand seemed to be frozen. In an instant, they disappeared. As for Jonin, the man from Sunagakure village who launched a sneak attack aggressively, he froze on the spot dumbfounded. Golden binding genjutsu. His body seemed to be petrified, unable to move at all, but the consciousness is awake. This is a typical characteristic of being possessed by a genjutsu. In the words of the world where Uchiha Diki lived in his previous life, it is a ghost on the bed. Just one look actually caused Jonin of Sand Hidden Village to lose his fighting ability. Such an astonishing scene made all the ninjas around move. Luosha also suffered from numbness in her scalp and fear in her heart. Is this the power of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Luosha felt goosebumps all over her body. In order to prevent the ninjas in the village from being injured or killed, he didn't know where he got the courage to stand up at this moment. That's enough, I accept your challenge. Rasa stood between Uchiha Dali and his subordinates. With a flick of his hand, chakra penetrated his subordinate's body through the sand in the air, instantly helping him break Uchiha Dali's golden binding genjutsu. This is just a small test of Uchiha's strength. The purpose is to give other unsighted Sunagakure ninjas a show of strength. He looked at Luosha with a half-smile. Can you represent your people? The words were spoken by Luosha just now. He does not have the power to make choices for all the villagers. But these words were not only spoken to the villagers of Sunagakure village, but also to Uchiha Dali. It's roughly equal to Luosha's own attitude. He can accept his own challenge and make a bet with himself. But the final result cannot determine the fate of Sand Hidden Village and the Country of Wind, unless the villagers also choose to surrender. Otherwise, Sunagakure village will definitely fight to the end. This is the implication of what Luosha just said. At this time, Uchiha's playful smile made Luosha's heart tremble slightly. He said nothing. The surrounding Sunagakure village ninjas also became quiet one after another. Their shadows have made their choice, now it's their turn. The terms of the bet between Rasa and Uchiha are clearly stated. If the former loses, the fate of the entire Kingdom of Wind will be in the hands of the other party. Who can make the decision on such a big matter? Only themselves. Every individual decides his own destiny. If Uchiha Dali hadn't shown his hand just now, perhaps these ninjas with professional knowledge and abilities would have given it a try to see if they could turn things around. But now, after seeing Uchiha's powerful ability, they hesitated and hesitated. Even Jonin was instantly killed by his opponent. What about those Chunin and Genin? What about civilians with little fighting ability? The Third Ninja World War left the entire Kingdom of Wind severely damaged. Sunagakure village suffered heavy losses in combat power. Another conflict with a powerful enemy would definitely be a nightmare, and would bring disaster to the entire Sand Hidden Village and even the Kingdom of Wind. The implications are huge. For a moment, the people in Sand Hidden Village fell into silence. I don't know how long it took before someone raised their hand. Lord Luosha, I authorize you to participate in the bet on my behalf. If I lose, I will have no complaints and accept all conditions. Stupid, how can you make such a hasty decision? If we lose, we will surrender to the country of fire. I will be inferior to others from now on. I want to ask what the consequences will be if you refuse. Will you be killed by that guy? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After someone started to respond, countless people immediately started talking about it. The stakes are so high that even if ordinary people want to make a choice that determines their own destiny, it is not that easy. Listening to the voices coming from all directions, Luosha's expression was very bitter. The fourth generation Keisuke should be considered a failure. Can't you even protect your own village? Luosha. Just when the villagers were talking endlessly and Luosha felt very ashamed, a calm voice came. Hearing that voice, the people who were talking suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked up to the roof of the Keisuke building. Luosha herself was slightly shocked after hearing this voice. Everyone looked at the speaker. Uchiha vigorously is no exception. They saw an old woman with a short stature, wrinkles on her face but sharp eyes walking towards them. Grandma Chiyo. Seeing the person coming, Luosha subconsciously called out the other person's name. The person who came was none other than the senior advisor of Sand Hidden Village, Granny Chiyo. That was a person who participated in the Second Ninja World War and witnessed the rise and fall of countless countries and ninja villages throughout the ninja world. She once used her powerful medical ninjutsu and superb puppetry to gallop across the battlefield, terrifying her enemies. It can be said that Granny Chiyo is to Sunagakure village just like Uchiha is to Konoha. Both are living legends in their respective villages. When the other ninjas saw Granny Chiyo appear, they all showed excited expressions. It was as if Chiyo Granny's arrival could change the fate of Sunagakure village. Luo Sha, I'm not here to preach to you. Since you, the fourth generation Kazekage, were selected after the villagers recommended you, it proves that everyone trusts you and also recognizes the fact that you are the strongest fighting force in the village. If even you don't have the confidence to defeat the powerful enemy and protect the village, what will the others do? I came here to tell you that my old woman respects your decision and has entrusted my fate to you, Luo Sha. As the most virtuous and respected ninja in Sunagakure village, Granny Chiyo's words at this moment are tantamount to expressing her attitude and stance. She chose to believe in Luo Sha and this fourth-generation Kazekage. He left his personal future and destiny completely to Luo Sha. This is tantamount to setting an example to all the ninjas who are still hesitating. She didn't even need to say any more words. Countless Sunagakure ninjas around her were already talking in whispers. Even Grandma Chiyo. She completely left her destiny to fourth-generation Kazekage-sama and chose to believe in the outcome of Kazekage-sama's bet. If fourth-generation Sama loses, then Granny Chiyo will also abide by the agreement. Is this her attitude? Even such a legendary existence has chosen to compromise. Then what should we do? Hey, don't you understand? Granny Chiyo has already set an example for us. If even they think it is impossible or unnecessary to continue the war with Konoha, then we should follow suit. Grandma Chiyo's words and deeds have played a very good role in taking the lad, because he has a transcendent status in the minds of everyone in Sand Hidden Village. As she chose to trust Rasa, she was willing to entrust her personal future and destiny to this fourth-generation Kazekage. For a time, more and more ninjas and local residents of Sand Hidden Village made their own choices. Lord Luo Sha, I am also willing to entrust my destiny to you. No matter what the outcome is, I have no complaints. I don't regret it either. Fourth generation Sama, please. But damn it, Mr. Fourth Generation, I also entrust my personal destiny to you. More and more villagers and Sunagakure ninjas are making choices. For a time, the voices of followers came from all directions in Sunagakure village. Seeing these villagers make choices, Luo Sha felt moved and uncomfortable. He looked at Granny Chiyo. Thank you very much, Granny Chiyo. Luo Sha didn't know what to say, so she could only look at Granny Chiyo gratefully and say thank you. Go and fight with confidence, Luo Sha. You are the strongest man in Sunagakure village who carries the name of Cage. Granny Chiyo encouraged. Hearing this, Luo Sha slowly turned around and faced Uchiha vigorously. The latter said calmly, I won. You Sand Hidden Village and the Country of Wind surrender unconditionally and accept the jurisdiction of our Country of Fire. From now on, you must obey orders unconditionally. It's the same thing if I lose. His words made Luo Sha frown slightly, and her face became more solemn than ever before. Such a bet is really stressful. He is now alone, shouldering the future and destiny of the entire Country of Wind. If you lose, that's, hey, wait a minute. Sir Fourth Hawkage, what is your second sentence? Luo Sha stared at Uchiha and asked in a deep voice. This doesn't seem right, does it? What's wrong? Your words have two meanings. I don't know which one you are talking about. Luo Sha's eyes became sharp and her tone was full of seriousness. Just now, Uchiha vigorously repeated the bet. There was nothing wrong with his first sentence. If he defeats him, then the Sand Hidden Village behind him and the Kingdom of Wind must surrender to Konoha unconditionally. Follow Uchiha's strong instructions from now on. However, the second sentence is very problematic. He said that if he lost to himself, then it would be the same. The most crucial thing is these last three words. Similarly, this meaning can refer to the meaning of the first sentence. If this is the meaning, then it means that no matter whether Uchiha Dali loses or wins the battle, Sunagakure Village and the Country of Wind must surrender unconditionally. Isn't this unreasonable? The second meaning can be interpreted as that if Uchiha loses the battle, Konoha and the Country of Fire will in turn surrender to the Country of Wind and surrender under their own feet. Facing Luo Sha's serious questioning, Uchiha smiled vigorously. It seems like an expression that can easily cause misunderstanding, so I'll explain it more directly. If you defeat me in the battle between you and me, then from now on, the entire Fire Nation and Konoha Ninja Village, including myself, will obey your orders unconditionally. The water country and Kirigakure village that surrendered to us will also be loyal to you. Are you satisfied with this? Uchiha Dali spread his hands and looked at Luo Sha with a half-smile. These words mean nothing, because he won't lose. So that is to say, let the other party hear it and let them dispel their doubts. It didn't need to be so troublesome. He can even directly destroy the entire Kingdom of Wind. But what's the point of that? What I want is the Kingdom of Wind, not a destroyed Kingdom of Wind. After receiving Uchiha's affirmative explanation, Luo Sha finally felt relieved. He carefully recalled what Uchiha Dali said just now, interpreted it word for word, and after making sure there were no traps, he said, "We need to sign a contract. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY AJI equals. This ensures the validity of the commitments made to each other." After Luo Sha finished speaking, the wind and sand gathered in the palm of his hand, and a contract scroll appeared in an instant. Looking at the contract scroll in the opponent's palm and Luo Sha's serious look, Uchiha Dali shook his head and laughed. "You are quite confident in yourself, Sir 4th Generation Kazekage." At this time, Luo Sha ignored Uchiha's vigorous words, but seriously signed his name and pressed the bloody fingerprint on the contract scroll. Half of this blood contract has been completed. As long as Uchiha Dali also signs this contract, then it will be considered a complete success. Anyone who breaks the contract will be punished. Who would be so serious about signing such a contract if they were not very confident in their own strength? Luo Sha raised his head and looked at Uchiha again. He handed over the blood contract and emphasized seriously. If anyone violates this contract, the person who violates the contract will be punished and will be permanently sealed in the land of infinite darkness, unable to be reincarnated, nor can he be reincarnated in any way. Call. Oh, you actually have such powerful sealing techniques in Sunagakure village. Uchiha Dali was very surprised. This is the secret technique passed down from generation to generation in our Sunagakure village to protect the village. Grandma Chiyo explained calmly at this time. Hearing this, Uchiha vigorously took the blood contract handed over by Luo Sha. He said nothing more. This kind of contract is obviously used to bind the other party, and I have no reason not to sign it. He wrote his name in great strides. With a flash of light, the entire contract officially came into effect. After the contract was signed, Luo Sha no longer had any worries. He began to take off his 4th generation Kazekage robe and handed it to Garuru, who was standing aside. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "All of you stay away from here." Luo Sha knew very well what his strength was. He also understood better what Uchiha's strength was. Once the two people start fighting later, it will definitely be an earth-shattering battle. By then, the entire sand-hidden village might be destroyed. So let everyone stay away from here to avoid being affected by the battle. Get outside and fight. Uchiha suggested with a vigorous smile. It's right at the entrance of your village, so you won't waste too much time. After saying that, he ignored Luo Sha's reaction, turned around and walked towards the entrance of sand-hidden village. Seeing him leaving, Luo Sha followed immediately. The two people soon arrived outside the village. The vast wind and sand cover the sky and the sun. As far as the eye can see, there is sand, sand, sand. It can be said that this is the main battlefield of Luo Sha. For him who has the magnet-style blood inheritance limit and can control gold dust, fighting in such an environment can increase his combat effectiveness by at least 20%. Please. Uchiha stood vigorously on the spot, calm, and made an invitation gesture to Luo Sha to attack. He was calm and composed, as if he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Luo Sha's eyes darkened, and after taking a deep breath, chakra erupted in his body like a flash flood. "Then I'm not welcome, Your Excellency 4th Hawkage." The earth trembled violently. Under the mobilization of his chakra, all the placer gold hidden underground began to become active. Amidst the muffled sound of rumbling, countless placer gold erupted from the ground and rose in all directions, forming a 10,000-foot gold placer barrier. Immediately afterwards, these placer gold barriers were under the control of Luo Sha, and they crushed towards Uchiha at the same time. Golden Burial. Luo Sha gave a low drink. In an instant, a large amount of ultra-high density and ultra-large mass of placer gold merged into one, forming a huge pyramid shape and completely enveloping Uchiha in it. Immediately afterwards, the earth seemed to melt. While the rolling yellow sand surged, the huge placer gold pyramid quickly sank into the ground. Luosha's chakra is spread in every corner of the placer gold pyramid, and he clearly senses that Uchiha Dali is inside, seemingly trapped and unable to move. But how could it be so easy? Luo Sha couldn't help but have deep doubts in her heart. His move of placer gold burial is very powerful. After trapping the opponent with a seal formed by high-density placer gold, send it deep underground and then detonate it. With this move, even one tail can be easily suppressed. Luo Sha couldn't understand why Uchiha Dali didn't avoid it, but now, it doesn't matter anymore. The huge pyramid seal of the placer gold burial was quickly sent to a depth of 300 meters underground by him. Immediately afterwards, Luo Sha detonated it directly without any hesitation. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled violently again. That was the movement that occurred after the pyramid seal of the placer gold burial was detonated underground. The entire ground collapsed quickly. The source of the earthquake was deep underground. A large amount of yellow sand fell into the bottomless abyss and quickly formed a large pit with a diameter of more than 300 meters. You can imagine how serious damage it would have caused to the entire village if this move had been launched inside Sand-Hidden Village. Is it over? Luo Sha stared solemnly at the bottomless pit ahead. There was no movement in the pit. But he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, the opponent is that man. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Luo Sha thought that was the end of the matter. The villagers of Sand-Hidden Village who came over from Sunagakure Village and were nervously watching the battle around them, at this moment, also gradually changed from shock and nervousness to surprise, and joy. What's wrong with that Uchiha Dali? There's no movement at all. There was no response. I thought there would be some counterattack moves. Could it be that he was really killed by the fourth generation? Didn't you say that this is a man who surpasses Uchiha Shisui? Even the golden shining Namikaze Minato is not his opponent. How could it be? Don't forget your opponent is Lord Rasa, our fourth generation Kazekage, the strongest man in the village. Lord Rasa is so fierce. He destroyed the whole earth like this with just one strike. You are worthy of Kazekage. So has it really been killed, Konoha's fourth Hokage? Does that mean we can take over the Land of Fire and Konoha village unconditionally from now on? After a brief daze, the villagers of Sunagakure village were finally convinced that Uchiha Dali had really been eliminated. There was no movement in the pit. After the man was sent underground by Luo Sha's attack and detonated, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. All signs indicate that it is really over. It seems that the fourth Hokage of the Uchiha clan is nothing more than that. Did I overestimate him? Luo Sha's eyes were burning, still filled with disbelief and disbelief. In fact, the villagers did not say something right. He didn't just cause such a powerful destructive effect with a casual blow. The magnet-style golden burial used is actually far more powerful than the effect of this move, so the consumption is also very large. At this moment, more than one-third of the chakra in Luosha's body was directly consumed. He breathed quietly. Then the mood gradually calmed down. This move has suppressed rampaging tailed beasts many times. Even a being like One-Tail Shukaku will be critically hit and fall into a coma if hit. Anyway, it's all over. Rasa remembered how she had cooperated with the third-generation Kazekage to suppress the rampaging tailed beasts. Even the powerful tailed beast couldn't resist his attack, not to mention a human being of flesh and blood. Thinking about it this way, it seems that he is really powerful in combat, and it is not impossible to kill the fourth Hokage in one move. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment the earth suddenly trembled again. The sudden violent trembling caused Luo Sha's expression to change drastically, and she instantly re-entered the fighting state. The surrounding spectators, the villagers of Sunagakure village who were still immersed in the joy of victory and waiting with mixed emotions of disbelief and joy, were also moved. What's wrong? It turns out that guy is not dead yet. Sure enough, we are looking at him. Everyone be careful and get out of the way. This is not the first time Anbu and Jonin have faced a crisis of this level. Every time a tailed beast goes berserk, it is a challenge of the same level to Sunagakure village. So they began to evacuate the surrounding people in an orderly manner. At the same time, a red beam of light rose into the sky from the bottom of the pit. A huge red light pillar rose from the bottomless pit and shot straight into the sky. Its light cannot even be blocked by the wind and sand in the sky. Immediately afterwards came an astonishing shockwave, spreading in all directions with the big pit as the center. With a whisk, the vast wind and sand disappeared instantly. The sandstorm was blown away. What kind of power is this? That guy is actually not dead. I thought he had been killed by fourth generation Kazekage-sama. Get back quickly, everyone, get back quickly. Everyone in Sand-Hidden Village was a little panicked. Sandstorms are one of nature's most terrifying forces. The entire Kingdom of Wind has suffered from slow economic development for many years, and its population is not large. Although it is considered a big country, it is the bottom among the 5 great ninja countries. The root cause of all this is the sandstorms that break out every now and then. It was a natural disaster that even Kazekage couldn't do anything about. However, at this moment, Uchiha in the deep pit easily blew away these raging sandstorms. Using one's own strength to fight against the power of nature is this human. That red beam of light is pure chakra. How is it possible? What an amazing amount of chakra. That guy must be a tailed beast. Walking tailed beast. Several sentient ninjas from Sunagakyō village immediately confirmed that the red light beam was not an attack, but a pure chakra form. The coercion formed by that terrifying aura not only blew away the surrounding sandstorms, but also continuously squeezed the air in this area outwards, forming an environment where the air was thin and very depressing. Everyone, including Luo Sha, felt the pressure. Their faces turned red, their breathing was not smooth, and they felt like they were about to suffocate. It's so terrible. Is the mere coercion already so powerful? No wonder he can make the rock-hidden village of the land of earth, the Kirigakure village of the water country, and the cloud-hidden village of the land of thunder retreat voluntarily with the power of one person. It turns out he is so powerful. Hey, do you remember that he said before that the kingdom of water has surrendered to them, and the Kirigakure village has been completely defeated? People kept talking in low voices as they fled this terrible area. Panic began to spread among the crowd. Luo Sha's face was extremely expressionless. He also didn't expect that Uchiha's powerful ability would be so powerful. Facing the terrifying power that erupted at this moment, Luo Sha himself felt as if a huge mountain was pressing on him. The blood flow in the body accelerates, causing the skin of the body to become red. The strong pressure from outside the body squeezes his lungs and chest, making breathing very difficult. Luo Sha realized that if he didn't do something, even this pressure would be enough to make him fall. He immediately formed seals with his hands quickly, and at the same time stared into the pit and shouted, "Don't pretend to be a ghost. Come out." An endless stream of chakra pours into the earth, urging the underground gold to form a rising force. Amidst the loud sound of rumbling, the red light coming from the deep pit became brighter and even a little dazzling. In less than 3 seconds, as the earth trembled violently, a huge monster appeared in front of Luo Sha. Its whole body exudes a dazzling red light which is very bright, and it is composed entirely of extremely rich chakra. It was a super chakra giant over 200 meters tall, wearing armor and holding a sword. The moment Luo Sha saw this chakra giant, his whole heart sank directly into the abyss. His scalp was numb and his spine was chilly. Cold sweat broke out on his cheeks unconsciously. This guy. What power is this? Luo Sha's voice changed a little. Could this be the legendary Susanoo? A voice came not far behind him. The person who spoke was none other than Granny Chiyo. As a ninja who participated in the Second Ninja World War and once emitted a dazzling light on the battlefield, the well-informed Granny Chiyo guessed the origin of this red chakra giant at a glance. Susanoo. Luo Sha felt that the name seemed familiar. It is rumored that the Uchiha clan's unique blood inheritance limits Sharingan's power. When the Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyō form, it can use this ability that can destroy the world. A terrifying existence formed from chakra that can shatter the earth and tear the sky with just one strike. Grandma Chiyo's tone became more solemn than ever. Susanoo, that was a power that only existed in legends, and even she herself had never seen it with her own eyes. And now they have seen them all. Uchiha used this move vigorously. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the fact that he used Susanoo means that it is no longer a legend, but a real power. Then the legend about this power that was passed down orally by the ninjas of the previous generation is most likely true. Destroy the world with one blow. This kind of power is no longer something ordinary people can contend with. The moment the red chakra giant appeared, it seemed that the fate of the entire sand-hidden village and the entire kingdom of wind was doomed. After listening to Granny Chiyo's explanation, Luo Sha was completely silenced. He raised his head and looked at the towering chakra giant, feeling a deep feeling of powerlessness in his heart. Lord Luo Sha. On its head. There was a sentient ninja behind him, shouting at Luo Sha. Hearing this, Luo Sha subconsciously raised his head and looked at the head of the red chakra giant. After looking carefully, he finally saw what seemed to be a person standing on the head of the chakra giant, which was more than 200 meters high. That man is none other than Uchiha Diki. Are you ready for my blow? Uchiha is as powerful as a god, looking down on the world from a high position. Just opening his mouth to speak seemed to bring the deepest trembling to the world. Luo Sha's heart tightened, and her fearful eyes once again revealed a determined fighting light. For the sake of Sand-Hidden Village and the Kingdom of Wind, I will never retreat. Even if your opponent is invincible, you still have to give it a try. Luo Sha shouted crazily in her heart, cheering herself up. At the same time, he activated the little chakra left in his body and began to actively attack the red chakra giant that looked like a hill in front of him. It was at this moment that the red chakra giant also attacked him. The sharp sword in its hand was raised high and struck down hard. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of the wind, lightning and thunder exploded all around the chakra sword, and terrifying thunder burst out to tear the sky apart. Before Uchiha's powerful attack landed, Luo Sha already felt the threat of death. A dark gap seemed to appear in the sky that was torn apart by thunder. Luo Sha didn't know if it was his illusion. Anyway, at this moment, he just felt that his body was about to burst from the terrible pressure. How is this possible? Luo Sha gritted his teeth and tried his best to activate the little chakra left in his body, condensing the placer gold to form a huge placer gold hand, desperately supporting the thunderous slash in the sky, trying to stop it. But the effect is limited, seeing that the fourth-generation Kazekage who had just taken office in Sunagakyō village was about to be killed. Suddenly, a large number of Sunagakyō ninjas came from all directions. They represent all the elite ninjas of Sunagakyō village. Each one is at least as strong as Special Jonin. Everyone come together, don't let Master Luo Sha bear such pressure alone. So what if it's the powerful Uchiha? We will never compromise easily. This is a battle that affects the fate of all of us. No one can be alone and must go all out. Lord Luo Sha, hold on. Elite ninjas from Sunagakyō village, numbering more than 100, rushed over one after another. When they came behind Luo Sha, they immediately took action and used their own special skills to fight against the terrifying attacks falling from the sky, which seemed to be divine punishment. Rumbles, rumbles, rumbles. The deafening sound of the explosion spread horizontally in the air and spread far and wide. The violent impact turned the entire area where Sand Hidden Village was located into a vacuum-like area. In the battle here, it seems that even the raging sandstorms have to retreat and bypass this area. The thunder sword in the hands of Uchiha's powerful red chakra giant finally stopped under the joint efforts of more than 100 Jonin from Sand Hidden Village. The forces of the two parties continue to confront each other, and it seems that no one can do anything to the other. Luo Sha, who had narrowly escaped death, saw a large number of supporters standing behind him and was instantly moved. Everyone's. Lord Luo Sha, we are not just here to help you, we are also fighting for our own destiny. Yes, we will never give up easily. How can Sunagakyō village be easily handed over to outsiders to rule? This is our hometown. Thank you very much. Luo Sha's eyes were filled with tears, but as soon as the wind blew, his eyes instantly became clear and firm. That calm gaze was filled with renewed hope. The chakra, which had been nearly exhausted, seemed to be ignited and continued, burning again and pouring into the giant gold placer hand continuously. The support force becomes more stable and powerful. It seems that with the joint efforts of everyone, they can successfully resist Uchiha's powerful attack. Seeing this scene, Uchiha raised the corners of his mouth vigorously and revealed an intriguing smile. The momentum is pretty good. You people in Sunagakyō village have a much stronger will to resist than Kiragakyō village. But so what? Uchiha Dali's contemptuous laughter made all the Sunagakyō ninjas feel their hearts sink. So what? These 5 simple words were a critical blow to everyone, meaning that all the efforts they are making at this moment are in vain. They tried their best to attack, thinking that they could resist the attack of Uchiha Dali, the god of death. But actually doing so makes no sense. All in vain. Uchiha's powerful voice echoed in the minds of every ninja in Sunagakyō village over and over again. And just when they were deeply doubting themselves, changes indeed occurred. Uchiha withdrew his chakra sword with great force. However, an extremely huge meteorite that covered the sky and the sun was summoned out of thin air at this time and fell from high altitude to the entire Sunagakyō village area. Rumbles, rumbles, rumbles. The meteorite fell with blazing flames at an extremely fast speed. The sonic boom sound caused by friction in the air made everyone's expressions change greatly and was deafening. Then what is that? It actually hit Sand Hidden Village. We will die. Meteorite, super big meteorite. How is it possible? How did it appear? Could it be true? Are you kidding me? He actually summoned a meteorite. Looking at the huge and boundless super meteorite that covers the sky and the sun, it keeps accelerating and falling towards this side. In an instant, all the Sunagakyō ninjas were in despair. Seeing that this was not a force that humans could contend with, Luo Sha also felt deep despair. I thought that the blow just now was the limit of the power that Uchiha's Susanoo could achieve. Who knows, it is just an appetizer for others. Yeah, so what? All the elite ninjas in the entire sand-hidden village work together to try their best, thinking they could fight against others. But in fact, they are not even worth mentioning in front of this man. Luo Sha, who was originally as if he had been injected with chicken blood, was burning with cells in his body to continuously provide himself with the ultimate chakra. At this moment, his heart was ashen and his face was pale. He clutched his chest, a mouthful of blood spurted out and fell to his knees. At this moment, all the chakra in his body disappeared, and even his physical strength no longer existed, unable to maintain the operation of his body. Lord Luosha. The Arasagagakure ninja saw the fallen Rasa and shouted back to his senses. Immediately, another medical ninja rushed over to check Luosha's physical condition. Nowadays, no one can care about whether meteorites are meteorites or not. It can't be stopped at all. The chakra in 4th generation Kazekage-sama's body has been exhausted. He has just squeezed his body with all his strength, causing the cells in his body to reach the limit. He. The medical ninja wearing glasses even cried. She hugged Luo Sha's already cold body, feeling sad and angry but also at a loss. Hearing the words of this medical ninja, all the elites of Sunagakure village instantly felt even more desperate and powerless. They looked up and looked at the approaching super meteorites, thinking that today must be their death anniversary. Everyone gave up resistance, waiting for the fate of death to come, and it was at this moment that Granny Chiyo suddenly stood up. Uchiha Dali, you have already won the battle, why do you need to kill them all? Do you want a destroyed Sunagakure village? The words seemed to have an effect. The super meteorites that kept falling in the sky suddenly stopped. Uchiha Dali smiled slightly. The people of Sunagakure village would rather die than surrender. You let me see your unity and I recognize you. As he spoke, the meteorite disappeared out of thin air. The red chakra giant also disappeared without a trace. Uchiha's powerful words made all the ninjas in Sunagakure breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that everyone was saved. This man has no intention of destroying Sunagakure village. However, everyone is still very vigilant and very sad and angry. Because their 4th generation Kazekage Luosha, due to serious overdraft of chakra, is gradually losing its vitality at the moment. Granny Chiyo walked towards Luo Sha. As a medical ninja, she naturally knows how to save people. After carefully checking Luo Sha's physical condition, Granny Chiyo's face became solemn. Have you actually come this far? Thank you for your hard work, Luo Sha. Grandma Chiyo was talking to herself, while pressing her hands on Luosha's chest, and at the same time released the powerful chakra. She is trying to restore Rasa's vital signs using her own medical ninjutsu. At this time, Uchiha Dali also came over. He watched Granny Chiyo's every move curiously, and at this moment, a voice came from his head. You are watching the world's 2nd best medical ninja perform medical ninjutsu. Your understanding of medical ninjutsu has deepened, and you have understood the full meaning of medical ninjutsu. Comprehensive explanation of medical ninjutsu. A complete collection of medical ninjutsu including all the low, medium, and high-end medical ninjutsu in today's world. It also includes the untransmitted secret technique that can bring people back to life. And the secret technique you understand is in a perfect state. Hearing the voice in his ear, Uchiha Dali suddenly felt something in his heart. Because he noticed that Granny Chiyo had begun to cast the forbidden technique unique to Sunagakure village. She was also the only ninjutsu in the entire Hokage world that could resurrect the dead, reincarnation. The principle of this move is actually very simple. Use your own chakra as a medium to continuously transform it into vitality. Granny Chiyo used this secret technique as a last resort for her parents who wanted to resurrect their grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion. It could even make lifeless human puppets come alive. However, before she could use this move, the Red Sand Scorpion had already killed the 3rd generation Kazekage and betrayed Sunagakure village. In addition to resurrecting the dead, reincarnation can also be used to treat injuries. The principle is still the same. It is to consume one's own chakra and transform it into the vitality of others. This healing effect should be on the same level as Tsunade's Hyakuha no Jutsu. The art of Baihao can also treat injuries, and regardless of any type of injury, as long as the chakra is sufficient, it can be quickly regenerated and recovered intact. But the difference is that Tsunade's 100 techniques only require the consumption of an extremely large amount of chakra. Excessive consumption of chakra will only make Tsunade look older. Grandma Chiyo's forbidden technique, reincarnation, even if it is used as a medical ninjutsu to treat injuries, it will actually consume her own life force. If she wants to resurrect the dead, she must convert all the chakra into life force. This move can be said to be her own fatal ninjutsu, That's why it's called a forbidden technique. And all the medical ninjutsu that Uchiha has just realized through heaven-defying comprehension not only includes the art of Beihao, but also includes reincarnation. What's interesting is that all of these forbidden techniques that Uchiha learned with great strength are perfect. What is a perfect state? This means that Uchiha uses these medical ninjutsu vigorously without having to bear their original side effects. For example, even if he casually uses the art of Beihao to recover his injuries, he will not become weak or old due to excessive consumption of chakra. This move is comparable to Senju Hashirama's immortal body. And using reincarnation in one's own life only consumes more chakra and does not require paying the price of life. Seeing that, in order to save Luosha, Grandma Kyandai prepared to use the forbidden technique to reincarnate herself, to help Luosha resurrect and sacrifice herself. I really didn't expect you to master such amazing medical ninjutsu. So the question is, how did he know about this ninjutsu? Okay, what a powerful life force. If nothing else, there will be an accident. Uchiha walked over vigorously. Chiyo's mother-in-law was shocked in her heart and also had deep doubts. Let me give it a try. What the hell? What shocked Granny Chiyo even more was that as Uchiha Dali's body surged with super strong life force, this life force began to pour into Luosha's body continuously. It makes even a top professional medical ninja like her feel ashamed. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas in the surrounding Sunagakure village were stunned. Less than 10 seconds later, after Luosha took a deep breath, he opened his eyes and sat up directly. Because she already recognized this move. Reincarnation is a secret that has been developed by oneself, let alone the ninjas of Konoha Ninja Village thousands of miles away. Just when Chiyo's mother-in-law was feeling shocked and confused, the cyanosis on the surface of her body was rapidly receding due to Uchiha's powerful supply of Rasa's vitality. Everyone watched with suspicion as Uchiha rolled up his sleeves vigorously, squatted down and began to check Rasa's physical condition. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, Granny Chiyo noticed it immediately. Even in Sunagakure village, he is the only one who knows about this ninjutsu. Granny Chiyo was shocked again and showed an even more shocked expression. She is the only one here who knows best what the price of using one's own reincarnation is. The medical ninjutsu that Uchiha displayed at this moment was even more powerful than she imagined. Uchiha Dali ignored Chiyo's questioning gaze and directly raised his hand to perform the perfect reincarnation he had just realized. As the saying goes, an expert can tell if something is there as soon as he reaches out his hand. At this time, Luosha's skin was already cyanotic. Grandma Chiyo looked at Uchiha Dali with a solemn expression. Isn't this my reincarnation? This move. The surrounding Sunagakure village ninjas all showed incredulous expressions. As the chakra in his body burst out like a vast ocean, the endless breath of life began to overflow on the surface of his body. However, at this moment, Uchiha's powerful attack and chakra's transformation method are exactly the same as his own forbidden technique reincarnation. Granny Chiyo looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. She was shocked all over and looked at Uchiha Dali in astonishment. After a while, he began to breathe on his own again. Grandma Kyandai, who was about to convert all the chakra in her body into vitality and resurrect Luosha, heard this and looked up at him in shock, because reincarnation is a forbidden technique developed by Chiyo's mother-in-law herself. She knew exactly what the consequences of this move would be. Uchiha vigorously used this move just now, consuming all his chakra and converting it into life force to treat Rasha. Luosha is now resurrected, and the user must pay the price with his life. So at this moment, Granny Chiyo felt very incomprehensible and very worried at the same time. She stared at Uchiha Dali with burning eyes and finally couldn't help but said, "Although I don't know why you would use this move, but why do you do it?" Uchiha heard the words vigorously and looked at her strangely, as if she didn't know what she was talking about. Granny Chiyo continued, "Since you know this forbidden technique, you must also know the consequences of using it. Why do you do this, Lord Fourth Hawkage?" Grandma Chiyo couldn't understand Uchiha's vigorous operation. In her opinion, the man in front of her first forced the entire sand-hidden village, and even the entire kingdom of wind to surrender to him with force that was so powerful that no one could resist. In this case, Uchiha Dali is definitely not the kind of person who is willing to sacrifice his life for the shadow of Sunagakure village. But why is he doing this again now? Use your own reincarnation and sacrifice your own life to save Luosha. Hearing Granny Chiyo's question, Uchiha shook his head with laughter and tears. "I don't understand what you said. It's just a matter of saving one person. It's a simple effort. Is there anything to make a fuss about?" Sunagakure village now belongs to us, Konoha, and Rasa is also one of my subordinates. It's natural for me to save him, isn't it? Uchiha's powerful words made Granny Chiyo's pupils shocked again, and she frowned in disbelief. Isn't the one you use reincarnated in one's own life? Granny Chiyo asked hesitantly. Reincarnation, never heard of it. Uchiha shook his head in confusion. It seemed as if he had never heard of this forbidden technique. Seeing his reaction like this, it was Granny Chiyo's turn to show doubts again. Did I make a mistake? I shouldn't have. That ninjutsu just now was obviously my own reincarnation. At this moment, Grandma Chiyo is a little doubtful about life. In fact, she couldn't figure it out from the beginning. It has never been leaked. No one except himself knows why the reincarnation of this forbidden technique was known to an outsider and was used in front of him. This makes no sense at all. Now, Uchiha vigorously said that what he used was not actually his own reincarnation, which seems to explain part of the confusion. But since he is not reincarnated in his own life, why is it used in the same way as his own forbidden technique? Chiyo's mother-in-law is puzzled. She could only attribute all of this to Konoha's own secret forbidden techniques. Moreover, it seems that this forbidden technique that can bring people back to life is more effective than reincarnation. After some observation, Granny Chiyo basically confirmed that Uchiha Dali's life is not in danger now. Because except for the fact that he consumed a lot of chakra in his body, everything else was normal. I didn't expect that in addition to Tsunade. There are people in your Konoha ninja village who have medical ninjutsu who can reach such a superb level. It seems that it is not unreasonable for Konoha to become the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. Luo Sha, it's up to you to arrange the next thing. After Granny Chiyo finished speaking, she ignored the people present, turned around, left the crowd and walked towards the village. She is doubting herself a little now. Not to mention why Uchiha can master the powerful technique, it is highly similar to his own reincarnation, and it can even be said to be exactly the same forbidden technique. Since the forbidden technique is almost exactly the same as reincarnation, it can also resurrect people without any sequelae. So, as an excellent medical ninja, of course he must find a way to figure out the secret of this forbidden technique. If your own reincarnation can also eliminate the negative effects at the cost of life, it will definitely become a magical skill. After waking up, Rasa has heard the conversation between Granny Chiyo and Uchiha Dali. This means that from now on, the country of Wind and Sand Hidden Village will have to accept the jurisdiction of the country of Fire unconditionally. As my subordinates, show me the backbone you deserve. A man who is so powerful that no one can resist him, yet he selflessly takes action to save people who are hostile to him. Therefore, it is actually they who lose their own future and destiny, and it has nothing to do with Luo Sha. It seems that you have thought about it. Then I will give you 3 days to solve the internal problems of the Kingdom of Wind by yourself. In 3 days, come to Konoha and report to me. He lost the battle. If we have to say who is responsible, it is all the people here who caused the current situation. Master Fourth Hokage this. He has not yet fully adapted to this change in identity. And after seeing the terrifying power of Uchiha who would dare to resist, the Sand Hidden Village has surrendered, but the Kingdom of Wind may not. You know Uchiha Dali could have done otherwise. I owe Uchiha my life. Uchiha said vigorously to Rasa. After Luo Sha was silent for a moment, he spoke in a lower to upper tone. Who can compare with this kind of heart? I basically figured out what happened when I was unconscious. I just want to tell you that dignity is earned with one's own fists. The fighting power of Sand Hidden Village actually needs to succumb to the rule of the damning mansion of the Country of Wind. This is simply ridiculous. But they have already acquiesced that they are Uchiha's powerful subordinates. I don't know what to say, Lord Fourth Hokage. So at this moment, although the ninjas of Sunagakure village around them have not fully adapted to the change in their status, everyone is not talking much. Just now, Uchiha vigorously ignored the previous suspicion and took the initiative to consume a large amount of chakra to revive Rasa. He was supposed to be dead, but he came back to life because of Uchiha's vigorous treatment. Hearing this, Luo Sha's body trembled slightly and she looked at him in astonishment. Because he consumed too much chakra, he lost his life. His words did not arouse the resentment of the surrounding Sunagakure village ninjas. Luo Sha, do you want to be a daimyo? Just now, everyone tried together to resist Uchiha's great strength, but they couldn't be defeated by him alone. Sunyak village has surrendered to you now, and it is up to you to arrange the next work. Answer me, do you want to or don't you want to? Now I owe such a huge favor. Everyone witnessed the whole process, and he and all the ninjas in Sand Hidden Village will also become Uchiha's powerful subordinates. Luo Sha is now in a very complicated mood. What else can Luo Sha say now? After hearing Uchiha's strong order, he immediately nodded and agreed. Uchiha raised his eyes vigorously and looked around and asked casually, "Where is the tailed beast?" At the same time, powerful perception spread at this time. Soon he locked the location of one-tail Shukaku in Sand Hidden Village. Found it. Then I'll take the tailed beast back first. After saying hello to Rasa and the elite ninjas of Sunagakyur village around him, Uchiha Dali had disappeared in the next second. At this moment, in a secluded corner of Sand Hidden Village, the unknown one-tailed Jinchuriki is imprisoned in the prison here. Fenfu, who was meditating in the dark, seemed to notice the arrival of the uninvited guest. He slowly opened his eyes and looked outside with a calm and kind expression. Sure enough, the next second, a figure suddenly appeared at the door like a ghost. The two men looked at each other through the iron fence. "Looks like we're leaving Sunagakyur village, Shukaku." Fenfu saw Uchiha appear vigorously and talked to himself calmly. Uchiha vigorously knows that he is the perfect Jinchuriki, who can suppress one-tail Shukaku while living peacefully with Shukaku. Even Shukaku admires him for his peaceful attitude. I thought there would be no surprises in taking away one-tail Shukaku this time. Uchiha raised his hand vigorously and touched the iron fence in front of him affectionately, immediately shattering it completely. "It seems you already know your fate. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. Let's go." After saying that, Uchiha turned around vigorously and prepared to take the other party back to Konoha. However, at this moment, a violent voice came from Fenfu's body. The voice was not only perverse and violent, but also very sharp. "Are you kidding me? If you let me leave with a guy like you, who knows what your intentions are? If you want to take me away, there's no way. It's possible for you to die here." At the same time as the surly and arrogant sharp voice sounded, a huge chakra in Fenfu's body also fluctuated rapidly. At the same time, Fenfu's face changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, "Shukaku, don't do this. Have you forgotten what you promised to the poor monk?" Old monk, stop talking nonsense. This time is an exception. Although my uncles, I promised you that I will never take action against this village while you are alive. But now this boy does not belong to Sunagakyur village. Let me kill him first and then accept your influence. After Shukaku finished speaking, the terrifying tailed beast chakra erupted directly, and an obvious code of chakra appeared on the surface of Fenfu's body in an instant. It turns out that it's not because Fenfu is powerful enough to completely suppress its power. Just because Fenfu is a virtuous and respected monk. For so many years, he had been using his profound Buddhist teachings and great spirit of fraternity to continuously influence one-tail Shukaku, so much so that one-tail Shukaku recognized him, and the two parties reached some kind of tacit agreement. As long as Fenfu is alive, Shukaku will never act recklessly. But now, it is clear that one-tail Shukaku is going to break this agreement, because it met Uchiha, who was ready to take it back to Konoha. This man is now considered an enemy. Oh, chakra is so powerful. Uchiha Dali looked at the tailed beast chakra that was crazily overflowing from the surface of Fenfu's body as if nothing had happened. The terrifying chakra that broke out here immediately attracted the attention of Sunagakyur village. The Anbu ninja who is responsible for guarding the prison has rushed over immediately. They had not participated in any previous battles against Uchiha. The senior management of Sunagakyur village had not fully conveyed the news of Sunagakyur village's surrender to this man in time, so they did not know Uchiha Dali at all. Seeing that there was a ninja who did not belong to Sunagakyur village standing in front of Fenfu's cell, and the door of the cell had been broken, and the tailed beast in Fenfu's body was going berserk. The two Anbu ninjas attacked Uchiha without saying a word. The other one, after receiving instructions from his companions, turned around and was about to inform the senior management of Sunagakyur village and call for support. Uchiha Dali completely ignored the attacks of the two Sand Hidden Village Anbu, but stared at the rampaging one-tail Shukaku. Seeing Shukaku's figure appear on Fenfu's body, Fenfu's face began to distort into the shape of Shukaku's head, and his body continued to expand and grow. At this point, Uchiha made a powerful move. His eyes switched to Mangekyō Sharingan's form almost instantly. When he saw those eyes full of ominous aura, Shukaku was obviously stunned for a moment. The next second, its body was unable to move. The chakra that was gushing and erupting like crazy also stopped overflowing. You guy. Shukaku looked at Uchiha Dali in front of him in disbelief, his eyes flashing with shock. "Kid, who are you? Why do you have such ominous power?" Uchiha vigorously did not answer the other party's questions face to face. At this moment, through genjutsu, his spiritual will has already invaded Shukaku's brain. The figure is embodied in the world of genjutsu that Shukaku lives in. If you want to be sealed into the Jido statue again, just resist me, Shukaku. Otherwise, just listen to me honestly. Hearing such a voice, Shukaku was shocked again. In the world of genjutsu, it squatted on the ground, looking down at the kid in front of it who was an unknown age several hundred years younger than itself. Its pupils filled with surprise and uncertainty. Even the sacred tree knows about it. Who are you? A person who can save you and save you from the sea of suffering. Uchiha Dali still didn't say much. This time Shukaku finally figured it out. The man in front of him has unfathomable strength, and he also possesses the pupil technique of the other of the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. Even know about the sacred tree. All of these seem to indicate the origin of his identity. Even if you are not a direct descendant of the old man, you should still be one of his bloodline. Sir, I never thought that I would be treated like this again after 1,000 years of wandering. I told you I won't hurt you. Then if I let you go, I won't go berserk, right? Otherwise, I will beat you. Uchiha's vigorous answer made Shukaku sweat all over his face. It's just those eyes that make it completely unable to resist. Does it still dare to go berserk? Both parties happily reached an agreement. Uchiha vigorously unlocked genjutsu, and at the same time his will left Shukaku's spiritual world. Everything returns to reality. The strange thing is that the two Sunagakure Anbu who were vigorously attacking Uchiha seemed to be under a restraining spell and remained motionless in place. After Luo Sha received the news that the tailed beast went berserk, he rushed over with his people as soon as possible. However, when they were waiting for them to arrive, they only saw Uchiha Dali calmly chatting with the old monk. The two seemed to be having a good conversation. Sunagakure Anbu, who is guarding the prison, still maintains a frozen posture. Looking from the side, their movements looked like they were clearly preparing to attack Uchiha vigorously. 4th Hokage Sama. I just sensed that the tailed beast chakra was running rampant here. In fact, Luo Sha already knew the answer. A mere one-tail Shukaku can be suppressed even if he tries his best. Facing a terrifying existence like Uchiha Diki, what does Shukaku mean? But he still couldn't help asking. Uchiha Dali did not respond to Luo Sha, but turned around with a smile. Then, Fenfu will follow me back to Konoha from today on. Let's go, he said, turned around and left. Fenfu also put his hands together and walked out of the prison cell. He had just had a conversation with Uchiha Dali, and he had already learned the identity of this young man. Witnessing Uchiha vigorously teaching Shukaku a lesson, Shukaku was so frightened that he shrank back with just one look. This strength is extremely terrifying. With him here, even if he grows old, Shukaku will never mess around. So Fenfu willingly followed Uchiha and left vigorously. Just after Uchiha left the prison with Fenfu, the two petrified Sunagakure Anbu finally regained their freedom. The two of them were like deflated balloons falling to the ground in an instant. Send them to treatment quickly. Luo Sha ordered loudly and turned to look in the direction where Uchiha left vigorously. There was a flash of shock and strong fear in his eyes. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization headquarters, an uninvited guest came to the dark underground space. It was Conan who brought him back personally. This is where you study art. It does look shabby. The sound spread unbridled throughout the vast underground space. Pain Tendo, Uchiha Abido, Zetsu and others appeared one after another and stared at this new member. Welcome to join Akatsuki. As the apparent leader, Pain Tiandao welcomed the Red Sand Scorpion. The simple welcome ceremony did not make Zai feel uncomfortable. He was just curious about what earth-shattering event this organization was going to do. You came back just in time. Although there are still some shortages of manpower, let's seal Three Tails first. Teach him the 9 sealings of the fantasy dragon. Uchiha Abido ordered Pain Tendo in a majestic tone. Zai, who didn't know why, only saw Pain Tiandao walking towards him. I'd better tell him. Conan said, telling the Red Sand Scorpion the general story. Next, they will use the powerful S-level sealing techniques, which is the Phantom Dragon 9 sealing techniques, to seal the tailed beasts. This is the second step in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. But because the tailed beast's chakra is usually extremely large, this process is very time-consuming. Therefore, it not only requires powerful S-class sealing techniques to do it, but also requires the gathering of many strong men who surpass the Shadow class at the same time. After listening to Conan's explanation, Scorpio just found it very novel and did not refuse. He is a genius in his own right, has a very strong learning ability, and is an experienced ninja, so although he is an S-level sealing techniques, it is not that difficult to learn them as long as he masters the essentials. After the Red Sand Scorpion completely mastered the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, Uchiha Obito instructed Pain Tiandao to directly activate the summoning technique to summon Jido statue. Looking at the ugly and huge monster in front of him, Zai was shocked again. Things are starting to get interesting. It turns out that both ordinary villagers and ninjas in Sand Hidden Village have long been dissatisfied with the oppression and exploitation of them by the damning mansion. Since we provide the powerful force of the Kingdom of Wind, why can't we be the masters of this country? As long as you can live a good life, does it matter who rules you? Maybe I will be regarded as a rebel and be besieged by everyone, Uchiha Obito reminded in a deep voice. Luo Sha didn't know what everyone's final reaction would be. At this time, a space vortex appeared, and a huge figure fell to the ground, which was the three tails who had been subdued. This harsh environment and poor life will be greatly improved. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking, and at the same time used the illusion Dragon 9 Seals. They unanimously decided to overthrow the old rule of the Country of Wind and establish a new regime dominated by Sand Hidden Village. After receiving such a promise, the villagers of Sand Hidden Village who had been struggling to survive were surprised that they suddenly became citizens of the Land of Fire, but they did not resist or be dissatisfied. Only then did he realize a problem. But what I got in exchange was cynicism from the great names of the Kingdom of Wind, and I didn't get even a little bit of comfort or compensation. Luo Sha's words immediately caused a sensation in the entire Sand Hidden Village. Now, Luo Sha raised his arms and shouted, and thousands of people responded. In fact, he himself was very uneasy. Those fat-headed daimyo, their families, and ministers were all very popular. They have already had enough of days like this. Leave Sand Hidden Village here to eat dirt and don't care whether it lives or lives. From now on, they are affiliated with the Fire Nation. He became interested. We even paid a huge price in the Third Ninja War that just ended. As all members of the Akatsuki organization took action at the same time, the powerful sealing power of the Phantom Dragon 9 Seals formed a powerful seal connection channel between Three Tails and Jido statue. It seems they are ready to fight us to the end. If something goes wrong, the village will be hidden in the sand. If there is nothing wrong, the village will hide in the sand. We must hurry up because now the guys in Konoha are also trying to collect tailed beasts. After Uchiha left Sand Hidden Village vigorously, Rasa convened a meeting of all ninjas and explained to the villagers. Although our Sunagakure village has been in a difficult state of survival all year round, in order to protect the country of the Wind Country, we have spared no effort to support the name of the Wind Country and maintain his rule over the years. Seeing that neither the villagers nor the ninjas objected, Luo Sha continued to tell her the next plan. He had never dared to say it to anyone, not even his wife, if he had committed such a crime, let alone saying it publicly in front of so many people. However, what Luo Sha never expected was that after he said these words, instead of being opposed and questioned by everyone, on the contrary, Luo Sha actually gained the support of countless people. The seemingly endless chakra in Three Tails enters the body of Jido statue in an endless stream. Because they will receive financial assistance from the Fire Nation, the most powerful of the 5 major nations. And Rasa promised that everything in Sunagakure village would change as a result. Uchiha vigorously returned to Konoha with Fenfu. After settling him, he notified other elites in the village to come over for a meeting and conveyed his conquest of the entire Sunagakure village and the Land of Wind. With the previous example of the Kingdom of Water, everyone now has a good understanding of his abilities and methods of solving problems. There's nothing surprising about this result. But 4th generation Sama, what are we going to do with those Jinchuriki? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Now counting 9 Tails Jinchuriki, there are 3 Jinchuriki in the village. Uzumaki Kushina is the wife of Namikaze Minato, and she is a Jonin who is good at sealing techniques, so she naturally has no problem. But the remaining 2, one is Jinchuriki from 1 Tail Shukaku, and the other is Jinchuriki from 6 Tails. They are all from outside, and if not handled well they may cause a crisis in the village. Jinchuriki are always a hidden danger. They cannot be allowed to live in the village. Minato, I am not talking about Kushina, but the 2 foreign Jinchuriki. If the tailed beast runs rampant in the village, Konoha will suffer heavy losses. Maido Menyon also said. However, after Uchiha Dali heard what he said, he just chuckled. Jinchuriki stays in the village and it is at the core. That way we can monitor anywhere and at any time. If you leave it outside the village, you won't even know if the enemy comes to snatch Jinchuriki away. The underlying message is still talking about three tails. At that time there were so many ninjas gathered outside the village, but they could still let three tails be cut off by Uchiha Obaido, although Uchiha vigorously did not blame anyone. However, they know these things best in their own hearts, and should they feel guilty for this. When Namikaze Minato heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment, because he was also there at the time. Uchiha Dali spoke in person, but no one spoke at this time. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Since it is the fourth Hokage-sama's wish, then I will do it as you wish. With me here, any tailed beast that dares to go berserk will be considered worthy of it." Uchiha smiled vigorously and confidently. This was even more unacceptable. Who doesn't know how capable he is? Now that the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water have surrendered to us, it seems to be a good sign. Only the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth among the 5 major countries are left. If those small countries learn such news, I think they will definitely come to seek peace. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Hearing this, other ninjas looked at Uchiha vigorously. However, Uchiha Dali did not say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Dali suddenly said, "What do you think about opening more ninja schools? The economy also needs reform, so that everyone can have enough food, clothing, and make money. A happy, stable, and prosperous ninja world is the basis for maintaining peace. Suppression by force is only a temporary means." Uchiha Dali's words surprised everyone. Everyone looked at each other and looked at each other. No one can give advice, because they had never thought about these things before. It was Namikaze Minato who spoke first. "I think it's not impossible to open ninja schools throughout the Fire Country. As for economic matters, I'm not very good at it. Maybe I need to recruit experts and scholars who are good at dealing with economic issues to help. If it's economic, I have a few people I know who can recommend me." Narashikaku also spoke up. Uchiha waited vigorously for these elites to speak. He just gave a topic to spark ideas and proposed a strategic direction. Specific implementation-level matters are of course a headache for these subordinates. You can just be a hands-off shopkeeper when the time comes. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Shikaku. Uchiha laughed vigorously. Sure enough, when Nara heard this, his face was covered with cold sweat and he was very helpless. I knew it would be such a troublesome thing. Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly did not dare to refuse the appointment and hurriedly agreed. You should work out a practical and specific plan as soon as possible. This plan not only needs to adapt to the situation of the Kingdom of Fire, but also the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind. By the way, do you have any way to solve the environmental problems in the Kingdom of Wind? Their ghost place is full of wind and sand and is very bad. This is a huge restriction on their economy and population growth. I have promised them that I will solve this problem for them. Uchiha leaned back in his seat vigorously, looked at everyone with a smile and said. Hearing this, everyone learned well this time. Everyone was silent, pretending to be thinking. It's not that they have no choice, they just don't want to take on such a huge responsibility like Narashikaku. The honest Minato Namikaze spoke again at this moment. If you want to improve the harsh environment of the country of wind, the most suitable way I can think of is to relocate the entire residents of the country of wind out of the desert. If they don't want to, they can only find ways to transform the desert environment and turn the desert into an oasis. But this may be very difficult. Namikaze Minato's words immediately gained the approval of many ninjas. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Monin, and Koharu thought it made sense. Everyone looked at Uchiha vigorously again. At this time, Uchiha shook his head vigorously. If all the residents of the country of wind are to move to other places, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving up that land? The place will only become more desolate by then, and if the desert environment is not improved, the area of the desert will expand every year, which will affect all surrounding areas. The wind and sand will continue to erode and devour the surrounding environment. Uchiha's strong words were equivalent to directly vetoing Namikaze Minato's first proposal. Then, it seems that only the second solution is left, transforming the geographical environment of the Kingdom of Wind. Uchiha pinched his chin vigorously and suddenly showed an intriguing smile. If I remember correctly, there were rumors in Konoha that the environment around the village was transformed by First Hokage using wood-style right. He smiled and looked at everyone present. In the end, his eyes were fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and several old advisors Mito Kadenyan. They were all ninjas born before the creation of Konoha. Witness that glorious history. Indeed, the forest environment around Konoha village was transformed by Shadai using wood style in one go, but no one knows how to use the wood style blood inheritance limit nowadays. Sarutobi Hiruzen said regretfully. As for wood style, I seem to know a little bit about it. The person who spoke was none other than Uchiha Dali. Hearing him say that he actually knew wood style, all the ninjas in the conference room looked at him in surprise. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Sir, fourth generation, do you know wood style? Uchiha Fugaku looked at him in disbelief and asked. Wood style is the limited power of Lord First Hawkage. So far, no one except him seems to be able to master it. Yes, that power is too powerful. It's a pity that even Shadai's biological blood cannot inherit it. So the fourth generation has really mastered wood style. Is this true? It seems that it is not unreasonable to say so. After all, the strength of Lord Fourth Generation is unfathomable. No one has seen his true strength. In the entire conference room, hundreds of elite ninjas couldn't help but start talking. There are too many legends about wood style circulating in the village. The ninjas who have truly seen the power of wood style are even more shocked by it. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kadanen, and Tenden Koharu. They are disciples of second Hokage Senju Tabarama. Senju Tabarama is the younger brother of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. This level of relationship has already destined the three of them to have an extraordinary closeness with first Hokage. Back then, the reason why first Hokage was called the god of ninja was not only his world-destroying sage jutsu, but also his superb wood-style blood succession limit power. If Uchiha really mastered wood style, it would be amazing. It seems like you don't believe it. However, in fact, I haven't really used this power yet. I just realized it accidentally some time ago. Since everyone is so curious and even questioning, let's go out and verify it for ourselves, because I'm not sure whether it is wood style. Uchiha said vigorously, stood up and turned around to walk outside. After hearing what he said, everyone looked at each other and stood up one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to follow. At the same time, he also explained. Master First Hokage told us back then that the principle of wood style is actually very simple. It is the combination of water style and earth style, which transforms its own chakra into a steady stream of vitality to give birth to all things. However, in fact, this principle can be said to be very simple to understand, but extremely difficult to actually operate. Ordinary people use water style combined with earth style. What they can use is not wood style, but ninjutsu, which is a combination of water style and earth style. Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation made other ninjas nod their heads. Back then, Konoha had done many secret experiments in order to reproduce the wood style. They have tried all possible means and methods. Simply using the combination of water style and earth style makes it impossible to use wood style. Later, the village came to the conclusion of some research that only the first Hokage Senju cells are special, and having first-generation cells is the key to using wood style. In order to cultivate wood style users, the village secretly transplanted wood style cells into many living experimental subjects. But as a result, many experimental subjects died. In the end, this experimental plan had to be stopped. Every experienced ninja in the village knows about this experimental project. Now they are curious whether Uchiha Dali really mastered wood style. If so, how did he master it? Everyone followed Uchiha to the back mountain of Konoha with great force. Uchiha stood vigorously on the top of the mountain, looking far into the distance. The view here is wide, and you can see most of the entire Konoha area. The mountains are far away, the water is near, and the trees are lush. Immediately afterwards, everyone clearly saw that the forest in front of them began to change. The chakra in the body is like a stirred sea, surging instantly. So many decades later, they still feel that they are so insignificant in front of the first generation. The effect of truly going all out is just that. Uchiha put his hands on his hips vigorously and looked at everything around him and couldn't help but admire. The wood style of Senju Hashirama is really impressive and shocking. Then he turned and faced the woods behind him and clapped his hands. Ha! I don't know if it is wood style, you can see for yourself. Looking at the lush virgin forest covering the entire back mountain of Konoha, Uchiha felt very bitter and helpless in his heart. What replaced it were regrown vegetation and trees that were full of life and more verdant. The lush and towering trees were suddenly pushed up by something and became swaying. It can be said that Shadai created a forest area of more than tens of square kilometers in one breath. This wood style is indeed not something that ordinary people can use. This small area of the forest is less than 1% of what Senju Hashirama created back then. and it actually exhausted my chakra. The past of the god of ninja is destined to exist only in legends. Uchiha came to his senses vigorously and looked away. In just a blink of an eye, before anyone could react to what happened, countless vegetation and trees emerged from under the earth and grew crazily at an absolutely barbaric speed. It can be seen that the strength gap between him and first Hokage Senju Hashirama is still very large. Not only what you see now, Master 4th Generation, but the forest further away was also created by Shaddai. He originally thought that after using his wood style at full strength, it would be able to affect at least half of Konoha. The rolling torrent of chakra is instantly transformed into an endless stream of vitality and then integrated into the bottom. And the earth trembled and continued to crack, as if something was trying to force its way out. Namikaze Minato asked curiously, "It's a pity that such a god has already left them." Next to him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu and others also nodded in admiration. "Sir 4th Generation, have you really mastered wood style? As soon as you raise your hand, you will see a forest. What else can it be if this is not wood style? Everything happened so fast." In an instant, the surrounding forest was replaced. After seeing this miraculous scene clearly, everyone showed extremely shocked eyes at this moment. Speaking of this, Mito Kadoyan couldn't help but show a look of admiration. However, it turned out that he was just overthinking it. This is the geographical environment created by Shaddai using wood style. It's really amazing. This strength is not enough to defeat Uchiha Madara, let alone compete with the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan. But Uchiha Dali was a little tired, feeling that his body was suddenly hollowed out, and he took a breath calmly. On the side, Mito Kabuto reminded, "This is the geographical environment created by first Hokage-sama in one breath." The ninjas around him had completely different ideas from Uchiha Dali. They watched helplessly as Uchiha really used the wood style and created a forest covering the entire back mountain. At this moment, everyone was shocked to the point of being stunned and speechless. It turns out that 4th Hokage-sama really knows wood style. While everyone was shocked, Uchiha Dingli, who was completely empty with almost no chakra left in his body, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. The chakra in your body is close to depletion. Your cells are radiating infinite vitality and become extremely active, and your chakra refining speed is greatly increased. Your chakra storage limit is greatly increased. Your cells are awakened and realize the automatic refining of chakra. Chakra automatic refining. No matter when and where, as long as your chakra storage is consumed, the cells in your body will automatically activate and automatically refine chakra, and you can get an endless supply of chakra. Chakra refining speed. Your current chakra refining speed is 10 times the normal speed. Chakra upper limit capacity. Your current chakra upper limit storage capacity is 500 calories. At the same time as this reminder sound came from his mind, Uchiha Dali clearly felt that the cells in his body seemed to be really moving. They are like endless little ants crawling around inside the body. At the same time, the chakra, which had been nearly completely exhausted, also surged out again in Uchiha's powerful body. At first it just bubbled up a little like an underground spring. But as the spring water continued to gush out, chakra soon gathered into a pool, then a lake, and finally formed the vast ocean of chakra. The maximum capacity of chakra is only 500 calories. It doesn't seem to be a lot. Uchiha muttered to himself vigorously, but the good thing is that I have finally mastered a magical skill. Chakra automatically refined. What does that mean? No matter when and where, as long as the chakra in Uchiha's body is depleted, the cells will automatically extract new chakra to replenish the loss. This is simply truly invincible. Let Uchiha become a chakra perpetual motion machine directly. During this process, his chakra has been automatically refined and has been replenished to about half of the upper limit of its capacity. The speed was so fast that Uchiha Dali couldn't think of any words of praise. All I can say is that my nose is twisted. Sir 4th Generation, I didn't expect you to actually master wood style. This is indeed the power of Shaddai's wood style blood inheritance limit, exactly the same. Seeing this forest, I seem to see the Shaddai of the past again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very excited at the moment. His body was trembling slightly as he looked at the forest created by wood style in front of him. Shifting to bed, Koharu and Mito Manitis certainly feel the same way. This move is so similar to first Hokage Senju Hashirama's deep forest creation. It's incredible. Mito Kadenyan said excitedly. Hearing that the three elders had already come to a conclusion, the other ninjas were immediately moved. Everyone looked at Uchiha vigorously with eyes full of awe, envy, and admiration. Wood style's blood inheritance limit, in a sense, means invincibility to them. That is the power of the ninja god. As expected of the fourth generation, no wonder he is so strong. Wood-style blood succession limit. With this power you can easily suppress tailed beasts, even 9 tails. Amidst everyone's envious and amazed voices, Uchiha's powerful chakra has completely recovered. And compared to the original, the total amount has increased many times. He resisted the thought of sticking with the wood style, trying out its coverage. Even if you want to give it a try, you have to wait until you go to the Kingdom of Wind. Creating a forest is easy. If you use this trick, you can transform the environment of the Kingdom of Wind. Uchiha said to himself vigorously. Hearing this, the others looked at each other. Master Fourth Generation, do you plan to go to the Kingdom of Wind now to help them transform the environment? Uchiha Fugaku asked hesitantly. Well, your next task is to promote the things I said before, create more ninja schools, and make the economy stronger and more dynamic. After speaking, he looked at Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, and others. After hearing this, several people nodded in agreement. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but stood up and said, well, fourth generation Sama, shouldn't we attack other small countries and the remaining Thunder Kingdom and Earth Kingdom first? They haven't surrendered to us yet. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reminder, Uchiha just smiled. I've changed my plans now. He replied. According to his plan before, he personally went out to resolve the affairs of the other 4 major countries and make them surrender to him. As for the remaining small countries, let Namikaze Minato and others deal with them. If they are unwilling to accept the conditions proposed by Konoha, with the strength of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku and others, they can completely destroy those small countries. This is a last resort, not a priority. Now, Uchiha has found a better solution. When Uchiha said this vigorously, everyone was curious and looked at him. Sir Fourth Generation, do you have any good ideas? Aren't you going to use force to make those countries surrender? I'm afraid this will be difficult to do. Who knows if Mr. Fourth Generation has any good ideas? It might work. Amid everyone's discussion, Uchiha once again explained with a confident smile. It's actually very simple. I believe that the matter of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water will soon spread throughout the entire ninja world. At that time, both the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth will know the news. Those small countries may have limited ability to obtain intelligence, and it may take a relatively long time for them to get the news, but it does not affect my plan, and is actually beneficial. Uchiha's vigorous explanation made everyone suddenly realize. In fact, even though the Ninja World War is over now, the 5 major ninja countries and even some major small countries still secretly cultivate spies and send them to lurk in various countries. They spy on intelligence and monitor every move of hostile countries. When necessary, the information will be passed back to the home country. Sunagakure Village and Kirigakure Village have both been taught a lesson by Uchiha, and they have also chosen to surrender. Now, those spies from other countries must have gotten the news a long time ago and even passed it on. So the rest of the countries will definitely make some moves next. But what everyone doesn't understand is how this is related to Uchiha's vigorous plan. Many people in the crowd didn't understand how what Uchiha Dali said was related to the new plan he just mentioned. Spies may be able to pass information to other countries. But this will probably only make other ninja villages on guard. Will they automatically come over to surrender and be willing to surrender to the land of fire? Everyone doesn't understand. However, Namikaze Minato is smarter, and he has been keenly aware of Uchiha's vigorous plan. So Mr. Fourth Generation asked us to build a ninja school, develop the economy, and even plan to use wood style to help the Kingdom of Wind change their living environment and so on. This series of measures is actually not just about changing our country, right? Actually, these measures are for other ninja villages and other countries to see. Namikaze Minato can be said to have revealed a secret. He said exactly what Uchiha Dali was thinking. Now Uchiha vigorously orders everyone to do everything just to further win over people's hearts. As one of the 5 major countries, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water have relatively good economic and military strength. But they are still far behind compared to the Fire Nation. Especially in the country of Wind, the environment is so harsh. How many people in the village don't have enough to eat, but they can still become one of the 5 great ninja countries? This shows how miserable other small countries and small ninja villages are. Although it is not impossible to conquer them by force. But if they were allowed to see the changes in the Kingdom of Wind after being conquered by the Kingdom of Fire and the changes in the Kingdom of Water, let them see the practical benefits and benefits brought by the unification of the ninja world. Then, there is a high probability that they will come to your door willingly. If you truly want people's hearts to change, you don't need to use any force to force them. Mukyang's psychology can happen in any era and among any group of people, and it is a very normal situation. Uchiha vigorously wanted to let the entire ninja world see them. After listening to Namikaze Minato's analysis, Uchiha nodded to him with great satisfaction. Namikaze Minato is truly a genius, he praised. And the other ninjas finally know the answer now. Narashikaku was actually the first to notice Uchiha's powerful inner thoughts. However, he didn't want to be the one who stood out, so he didn't say anything. At this time, he also showed a knowing smile. Master 4th Generation, your plan is indeed much better than directly using force to conquer other countries. The first Hokage did not unify the ninja world because of this consideration. Otherwise, with Shadai's overwhelming power, it would not be difficult to rule the entire ninja world. Maitaman Yan expressed the thoughts he had hidden in his heart for many years. But there was one thing he hadn't said yet. That is, when Konoha was founded, there was not only Senju Hashirama, the ninja god in the village. There is another god tier who is also in Konoha, and he is on Konoha's side. That person's name is Uchiha Madara, nicknamed Shura of the ninja world. If the first Hokage really wanted to rule the entire ninja world, then if the two god tiers joined forces and all nine-tailed beasts were in the hands of the first Hokage, they would be invincible and unstoppable. Uchiha heard these words vigorously and was laughing without saying a word. Winning over the hearts and minds of the ninja world is only the first step. As for the further plans, of course he would not tell these people. Okay, you go down and arrange the work, I'm leaving too. After saying that, Uchiha Dali was about to leave. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him. Master 4th Generation. Uchiha turned his head vigorously to look at the other party. The same goes for wood style. And if a ninja with only one card uses ninjutsu of the same level, the effect can be imagined. Even using it to attack enemies or protect yourself is awkward. In fact, chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu and taijutsu. Without chakra, everything is zero. A ninja with 100 calories of chakra, even if he uses the lowest level fire-style ninjutsu, because the amount of chakra invested is enough, the power effect is equivalent to a prairie fire. At this time, Uchiha vigorously explained, "Don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm reluctant to teach you the method, but even if I teach you the wood style, you won't be able to use its true power." Hearing this, Uchiha raised his eyes vigorously and looked at the other ninjas. Seeing his actions, everyone was a little stunned. However, Uchiha vigorously shook his head and rejected the request. This statement made everyone stunned again. Without a huge amount of chakra as a basis, wood style is just a small skill for ordinary people to conveniently build a house. Can you tell everyone how you learned the wood style blood succession limit method? Namikaze Minato held his chin and thought for a moment, then asked, "Can you explain its specific principle?" If the amount of chakra is insufficient and the wood style is used forcefully, the effect will never reach the level of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who changes the terrain at every turn and suppresses the tailed beasts. He found that everyone was indeed looking at him with burning eyes. "You are indeed very smart, Minato. The intensity of ninjutsu and taijutsu are respectively related to the amount of chakra." "I see." Because the essence of wood style is ninjutsu, which converts one's own chakra into vitality, thereby initiating the growth of all things and controlling all plants for attack or defense. Seeing their unwillingness to give up, Uchiha Dali felt a slight movement in his heart. "Well, since you don't believe it, I'll teach you wood style." Sarutobi Hiruzen requested. Everyone here is of the lowest Jonin level, and they understand the nature of chakra very well. At this time, others also suddenly realized. This is the basis for realizing the power of wood style's bloodline boundaries. Remember 1 points. The reason wood style is because it needs to continuously transform its own chakra into vitality to give birth to all things on the earth. Uchiha praised vigorously, Uchiha laughed vigorously. Namikaze Minato's body trembled slightly, and he understood instantly. After all, the blood-bound power that was once regarded as invincible turns out to be essentially a battle for chakra power. Although he knew the essence of wood style, he was still quite disappointed when he saw everyone's faces at this moment. The expectant look in his eyes was already beyond words. Uchiha turned around vigorously and looked at the other person, smiling. "If it were you, I would definitely understand it quickly, Minato. And compared to other ninjutsu, wood style obviously has higher requirements on the amount of chakra. What you mean is that the amount of chakra is the fundamental factor that affects the power of wood style." Hearing that the fourth Hokage master actually agreed to teach wood style to everyone was excited for a while. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu, and Mito Kaden showed expressions of disbelief. That's the limit of wood-style blood inheritance, the power that once made First Hokage Senju Hashirama a god. Even if there is a real requirement for the amount of chakra, ordinary people cannot exert its true power. Even just learning it is a supreme honor. For Uchiha Dali, it is not difficult to teach them wood-style. Heaven-defying comprehension allowed him to realize that the perfect wood-style blood inheritance limit is not just an ability. The most detailed information about wood style is all engraved in Uchiha Dali's mind. This includes information on how to practice wood style and how to combine water style with earth style to activate wood style. Listen carefully. In fact, your understanding is correct. Wood style is indeed the power produced by the combination of water style and earth style. As long as you do what I tell you next, all ninjas who master water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra can easily master wood style. With that said, Uchiha vigorously told these ninjas all the information about wood style in his mind. This information includes how to properly distribute water chakra and fire chakra so that they can better blend together to produce true life force, and about all the wood style ninjutsu methods of using the seals, etc. Everyone listened very carefully and attentively. The teachings of the famous teacher Uchiha Dali are also very effective. In just a short period of time, after mastering the chakra fusion skills of water style and earth style, Minato Namikaze, the smartest one, soon understood the secret of wood style. He began to form seals quickly, wood style deep forest creation. This move is one of the best moves to test the power of wood style. Namikaze Minato's chakra amount is actually not that small. However, with this move, the chakra in Namikaze Minato's body was exhausted in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, there was just a forest that was not too big in area and was completely different from the deep forest creation that Uchiha Dali had just used. By visual inspection, there are only 200 to 300 trees in the entire forest. Looking at his masterpiece, Namikaze Minato's eyes darkened and he fell to the ground. Hey. Are you okay, Minato? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to jump over and help Namikaze Minato up, and checked his physical condition with concern. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato was only weak due to excessive consumption of chakra and was not seriously ill. He took it easy for a while before finally recovering. The first time he opened his eyes, Namikaze Minato waved his hands. It's really amazing. The amount of chakra required for this wood style is more than 3 times that of ninjutsu of the same level and scale. Now I believe what Master Fourth Hokage said. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, the other ninjas who had just been ready to give it a try suddenly hesitated. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi also has a lot of chakra in his body. After all, their ninteijutsu is based on releasing chakra, which can cause severe damage to the enemy. At this time, he still did not believe in evil. Let me give it a try. With that said, Hyuga Hayashi began to try. He also used the wood-style seal method that Uchiha taught them vigorously just now. But this time, Hyuga Hayashi did not use the ultimate move like deep forest creation so rashly. He used the relatively lower-level wood-style ninjutsu, wood-style wood-locking wall. Hyuga Hayashi used wood-style's defensive ninjutsu. In an instant, a protective barrier like a silkworm chrysalis appeared in front of everyone's eyes, wrapping Hyuga Hayashi inside and protecting him. After a moment, the wood-locking wall used by Hyuga Hayashi disappeared. He took a breath, and it was obvious that there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. It is indeed not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu. I can feel the power of this blood inheritance boundary. But as Mr. Fourth Generation said, this kind of ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, which is not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu of the same level. He further stated what he had just felt. Although he just used a defensive wood-style ninjutsu, he consumed about 1/20th of the chakra in his body. This is replaced by ordinary ninjutsu. This kind of consumption is definitely at the forbidden level. Hyuga Hayashi knows exactly how much chakra he has. After listening to his explanation, the other Jonin suddenly had a clearer understanding of the power and consumption of wood style. They and Hyuga Hayashi are both strong men of their generation, or maybe it's knowing the roots. Since even Hyuga Hayashi said this, it means that they don't need to try anything anymore, because there's absolutely no need for that. Even if they keep trying, the result will be the same. It seems that ordinary people are not suitable for using wood style. Uchiha Shisui sighed. He knows his own abilities best. Compared with those seniors, my own chakra capacity is also one of my shortcomings. So even if Mangekyō Sharingan is activated, Uchiha Shisui will not easily use skills like Susanoo to fight. It consumes too much chakra. It seems that my idea of experiencing the power of wood style is probably going to come to nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Sometimes people have to accept old age. Since these mainstays of Konoha all say that the amount of chakra is not enough, well, I am old enough that I can no longer keep up with both physical fitness and chakra. If I continue to use wood style, I will probably have the same result. Moving to bed, Koharu and Mito Manobu also learned how to use wood style through Uchiha's vigorous explanation just now. They have successfully tried it in their own bodies. According to what Uchiha vigorously said, regarding the chakra distribution ratio of water style and earth style, under precise control, they can be continuously transformed into vitality, thereby activating wood style. But they didn't try it at the moment. The reason is of course the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Being old is no longer the time to be young. The amount of chakra cannot keep up and everything is zero. Seeing that everyone has seen the amazing consumption of wood style, Uchiha smiled vigorously. Now that you have learned everything about wood style, have you given up now? That's good, you can go about your business with peace of mind. Don't say that I am reluctant to pass on these powers to you because of my own selfishness. With that said, Uchiha vigorously planned to leave. It's also time to go to the Kingdom of Wind. However, just when Uchiha was vigorously preparing to leave and go to the Kingdom of Wind again, a figure suddenly fell beside them. Is an Anbu ninja. After the Anbu ninja appeared, he vigorously reported to Uchiha. Sir, 4th generation Kakashi is awake. He said he has something important to report to you. Though, Uchiha heard the words vigorously and looked at Namikaze Minato in surprise. Kakashi is his disciple. He was admitted to Konoha Hospital because he was seriously injured on the battlefield. Now after waking up, he actually said that he had something important to report. Uchiha was vigorously curious. He didn't remember that Kakashi had any important information that he didn't know. I'll go there myself. Namikaze Minato saw Uchiha's doubtful eyes and said immediately, No, I'll go there too. After all, he is considered my subordinate. After saying that, Uchiha vigorously activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Konoha Hospital first. Namikaze Minato followed closely behind. After the two arrived at Konoha Ninja Hospital, they saw that Kakashi had indeed woken up. At this moment, he was standing on the balcony, staring blankly at the scene outside the window and lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Kakashi. Namikaze Minato called him, and he came back to his senses, turned around and looked at the two of them. Is this Mr. 4th generation? When Kakashi saw Uchiha Dali, he couldn't help but think silently in his heart, and at the same time looked at Uchiha Dali curiously. He recognized Uchiha Dali at a glance. On the battlefield, Uchiha Dali once rescued them, but Kakashi and others never met him again. Now seeing Uchiha Dali again, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a while. What are you thinking about, Kakashi? I heard you have something to say to me. Uchiha walked over vigorously and smiled. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression instantly became complicated. He hesitated, first looking at Namikaze Minato and then at Uchiha Dali. Finally, after a moment of silence, as if he had made some kind of determination, Kakashi said to himself, If he really did something bad to the village, then even if he is a former companion, I have to correct him. Mistake. 4th generation Sama Minato-sensei, look. Kakashi said, taking off the blindfold from his eyes. Instantly, his Sharingan from Uchiha Obaido appeared in front of him. I heard about this, Kakashi. This eye of yours was given to you by Obaido before he died. Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi's Sharingan very seriously. From Kakashi's seemingly strange words just now, he had actually guessed something. But it's just a guess after all. So now we have to wait for Kakashi himself to say it before the truth can be truly revealed. At this time, Kakashi's eyes changed again, from the 3 Magatama Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan state. At the same time, he explained. After I woke up, I learned about what happened in the village recently. I learned that there was a guy who owned the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and he tried to attack the village and took away the 3 tails. Although this all seems very confusing, what I want to say is, Minato-sensei, 4th generation Sama. Do you think the shape of my eye looks like the shape of the enemy's Sharingan you saw before? He turned his head to look at Uchiha vigorously. Show off your Mangekyō Sharingan further. In fact, Uchiha Dali had already thought of this possibility when he was on his way here. With Kakashi's intelligence, if he heard about Uchiha Obaido's attack on Konoha and compared it with the form of the mysterious Uchiha Sharingan that everyone saw at that time, he could easily make a guess. Hearing what Kakashi said at this time, Uchiha looked at it deliberately and carefully. Then he directly used Genjutsu and showed the scene of Uchiha Obaido fighting against himself that was recorded at that time. And the Mangekyō of Uchiha Obito was also specially shown in a close-up. The moment Kakashi saw the Mangekyō Sharingan he showed, his body trembled violently. Namikaze Minato himself could see it clearly. The shape of Kakashi's eye cannot be said to be exactly the same as the shape of the Mangekyō Sharingan displayed by Uchiha at this moment. It can only be said to be exactly the same. After seeing the shape of those eyes clearly, Namikaze Minato was not too surprised. He said calmly, "My original guess was that the man was most likely the Uchiha Madara he claimed to be. I just didn't expect that he turned out to be Obito." Hearing that even his own teacher had confirmed that answer, Kakashi's body trembled slightly again. At this moment, he felt a little sad and a little confused. At the same time, there was also some joy. Of course, he is happy that his best friend Uchiha Obito is still alive. And he looked alive and well, not like he had been fatally injured at all. But this is what I don't understand. Why is it that Obito, who had clearly had half of his body smashed by a big rock and died in front of his eyes, is now alive again? And why did Obito, who came back to life, not choose to return to Konoha, but instead go around causing trouble outside and even try to attack Konoha? This is what is sad, Uchiha Obito. It's that guy, the reckless boy who rescued him from the cave. But it seems that the boy back then and the boy he is now are completely different. Uchiha said to himself vigorously. Hearing this, both Kakashi and Namikaze Minato remained silent. They also don't understand why this happens. I am very confused as to what happened to Uchiha Obito to make him what he is today. So how are you going to handle this? Uchiha asked vigorously, then his eyes fell on Kakashi's face. You said you had something to tell me, so this is it. If I plan to kill that guy, I won't be polite. Anyone who threatens Konoha and the Uchiha clan is my enemy. Uchiha's powerful words awakened Kakashi and Namikaze Minato from their thoughts. Namikaze Minato said nothing, because he knew that his disciple Kakashi must have some ideas. Sure enough, Kakashi looked at Uchiha and said seriously, "Fourth generation Sama, since it has been determined that that person is Obito, I hope this problem can be solved by me. Obito died because of us. Lin is gone now, I need to ask what happened to him." Kakashi's tone was firm. Namikaze Minato knew Kakashi would say that. After all, he is the master of two people. Although Kakashi and Obito usually like to quarrel, they seem to be discordant. But in fact, they are very important bonds. Now it is expected that Kakashi would make such a request. Uchiha looked at the other party vigorously and meaningfully. Leave this matter to you to solve. Kakashi, do you think you can solve it? No matter what the price is, I will definitely get Obito back. Then give the village and you an explanation. Kakashi answered seriously. Can. Then I will leave this task to you to complete. Uchiha finished speaking vigorously, patted his shoulder lightly, turned his head and looked at Namikaze Minato. You also have a lot to talk about with your disciple Minato. Then I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. In the final analysis, Uchiha Obito is just a lost person who was taken advantage of by Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha Madara was used by Black Zetsu. After all, they are just poor people who are kept in the dark. If Kakashi can really make Obito change his mind and return to the embrace of Konoha, Uchiha will not mind giving him a place to stay. But if the other party doesn't know how to praise, Uchiha Obito has not yet been put in Uchiha's strong eyes. With the help of high-level flying thunder gods, it is not difficult to cross thousands of miles. It just consumes more chakra. At noon, Uchiha returned to the Kingdom of Wind vigorously. He did not notify Luo Sha and others in advance, but started the operation alone facing the vast desert. Wood-style deep forest creation. The chakra in his body was continuously transformed into vitality in an instant, and this powerful vitality was injected into the earth through his feet. What followed was a variety of green vegetation growing wildly in all directions. Flowers, plants and trees sprouted on the ground one after another. The desert area, which was originally barren of grass, turned out to be lush and full of life at this moment. If anyone could see this happening here, their jaw would definitely drop. Is this just a casual move? Uchiha jumped vigorously to the top of the tallest tree. Standing at a height of 100 meters, he could see the forest masterpiece he had created. It is indeed much larger than the forest area created using deep forest creation in the back mountains of Konoha, but it's only 5 or 6 times bigger. Compared with the Senju Hashirama of the past, there is still a big difference. So what if we use our full strength? Uchiha Dali thought in his mind, and he teleported to the edge of the forest. Using this as the starting point, he launched deep forest creation again, and this time all the chakra in his body was consumed almost in one go. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently. The rolling yellow sand turned into soil, and then green vegetation emerged one after another, spreading in all directions like a green tide rolling away. In the blink of an eye, a huge forest with no end in sight appeared in front of Uchiha Dali. Calls. He calmly wiped the sweat off his face and took a breath. It looks like the effect is pretty good. This is what the real wood style should look like. While Uchiha Dali was thinking silently, under the influence of the heaven-defying chakra refining speed, the cells in his body began to spontaneously condense chakra to replenish the previous consumption. After a while, the depleted chakra seemed to re-emerge from an underground spring, gradually filling the empty danshin. And it was at this time that Uchiha Dali heard a voice in his head. You use your full strength to use the power of wood style's bloody inheritance, and you are more familiar with the use of wood style. You have understood the advanced wood style. Advanced wood style. The advanced blood limit power is enhanced on the basis of wood style blood limit. Using advanced wood style allows you to achieve the same or even more powerful effects with less chakra. These effects include its attack, defense, etc. And Luo Sha is in the damning mansion, forcing, not supervising, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind to write a contract to abdicate voluntarily and pass the position of daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind to Luo Sha. The area covered is also larger, awesome, advanced wood style. At this time, his subordinates came over with a group of civil servants. He actually became a famous name in the Kingdom of Wind. I never thought that I would have this day before. Since it is already so powerful, you must also refine the power of wood style. And the power of the advanced wood style blood inheritance limit that I just realized, the effect is also immediate. Sitting on his throne and looking at the vast palace, Luo Sha felt like he was dreaming. At this moment, under the personal leadership of Luo Sha, their large army has basically captured the capital of the Daming. There are more types of vegetation in the forest and they are more luxuriant. After that, they directly sent troops to the capital of the Daming. Hearing the voice in his head, Uchiha slowly raised the corners of his mouth, showing a satisfied smile. They Sunagak your village no longer need to look at the faces of the nobles from the Kingdom of Wind. After the signing was completed, Luo Sha came to the supreme throne of Damning Mansion. Luo Sha was sighing in his heart. In this way it is justified. Luo Sha looked at the scrolls held by the civil servants. All are here. This is not just about saving mana. Wood-style true deep forest creation. The ninjas of Sand Hidden Village decided to follow Rasa and together overthrow the original daimyo ruling system of the Wind Country. While feeling ecstatic, Uchiha took action again. From now on, Luo Sha will be the new name of the Kingdom of Wind, and the entire Kingdom of Wind will completely fall into the hands of Sand Hidden Village. Marky said. The lush virgin forest spreads from the border of the Kingdom of Wind, all the way to the direction of the Sand Hidden Village of the Kingdom of Wind, and the direction of the famous capital of the Kingdom of Wind. Sir Fourth Generation Keizkage, these are the economic ledgers of the Damning Mansion. At this moment, Uchiha is so powerful that he has become the greening master of the ninja world. Young Majihui reports. Heaven-defying understanding once again played a role in helping myself achieve greater growth. Yes, it's all here. The chakra in the body was only half consumed, and this casual move, deep forest creation, produced far more effects than the full force just now. After the chakra in the body slightly returned to normal levels, Uchiha immediately took action again. It seems that the economic conditions in the country of Wind are worse than we expected. This made Uchiha Dali very happy. Before coming here, he supervised the civil servants in sorting out the account data and had already read some of the information in advance. Hearing what Majai said at this time, Luo Sha was also very curious. The daimyo is very curious about the economic situation of the Kingdom of Wind. Why don't you tell him quickly? Majai immediately asked the leaders of these civil servants to report to Luo Sha the current economic situation of the Kingdom of Wind. These civil servants replied tremblingly, Daimyo-sama, the current overall economic situation of the Kingdom of Wind is as follows. Just as he was halfway through the words, Luo Sha was listening with interest. At this moment, Luo Sha suddenly frowned and looked outside subconsciously. Marky and others also sensed something unusual. At this moment, the entire palace was trembling slightly. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Luo Sha asked in surprise. I'll go out and take a look. Marky said and turned around and walked outside. However, just at this moment, several figures hurried in from outside. One of them shouted, no. Fourth generation Keizkage-sama, forest, forest, forest. Forest. Luo Sha frowned. Sen, the forest is moving this way. The subordinate explained breathlessly. What a mess. Luo Sha stood up and walked directly outside, intending to see for herself what was going on. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the gate, the sunlight outside was suddenly blocked. Dark clouds over the city. The earth and the palace were shaking violently. Luo Sha clearly saw that in the distance outside, the endless virgin forest that blocked the sky and the sun was indeed moving towards this direction at an alarming speed. As if they were spurred by some kind of force, they were pushed forward and crushed all the way, causing sand and dust to billow and cover the sky. What's going on? Luo Sha was stunned and couldn't believe what she saw. Ma Jai had also arrived beside him and was also stunned by the scene in front of him. The forest is really moving, Lord 4th Generation Kazekage. Hurry up and order everyone here to retreat. Hurry up. Master 4th Generation Kazekage, what about you? I'll stall it. Luo Sha said, gritting her teeth. He knew that he could not resist the crushing force of this terrifying forest, although I don't understand what happened. But now, as the daimyo of Kazekage and the entire Kingdom of Wind, if I don't stand up, who else can? Luo Sha strode out quickly, jumped off the tower, stood directly on the wind and smoke platform and clapped his hands. Magnet style. He was about to use his strongest move to try to block the huge virgin forest that was crushing him as far as the eye could see. Suddenly at this moment, a playful voice sounded. Hey Luo Sha. Your actions are faster than I thought. Hearing this voice, Luo Sha was startled, for Lord 4th Hokage. He subconsciously raised his head and saw Uchiha Dali standing on the crown of a huge tree at the edge of the forest. At this moment he was looking down at himself, and at the moment when Uchiha spoke vigorously, the entire crushing forest came to a complete stop. The forest stopped. It was so close, we only missed it by a small margin. If we get hit, we will all be shattered to pieces. I remembered the sounds of exclamation and discussion all around. At this time, Luo Sha also woke up and raised his head in shock again. Master 4th Hokage, you did it. The environment in your country of wind is really too harsh, so I've made some improvements for you. In the future, the resources here will be inexhaustible, so let's redevelop here. Of course, don't forget where you belong now. Uchiha crossed his arms vigorously and smiled playfully. He raised his eyes and looked around. Looking far into the distance, there are trees and trees and trees as far as the eye can see. He was also very satisfied with his masterpiece. After hearing Uchiha's powerful words, Rasa and the surrounding ninjas, as well as the people of the daimyo capital of the Land of Wind, were all shocked and speechless. So, all this was really done by the 4th Hokage-sama. It's really amazing. A forest was created in the desert. Hey, is this real or genjutsu? It's amazing. It feels very real. The appearance of the forest has purified the environment here. Not only has the air become much fresher and sweeter, but even the land. Soon someone discovered that not only forests appeared in the desert. Moreover, the yellow sand that was originally spread in every corner turned into soft and fertile soil. With oases, vegetation, and fertile soil, this means that the Kingdom of Wind can start farming from now on. For people who have lived in the desert for many years, this is simply a dream. It's incredible. Oh, by the way, I forgot to create a river for you to come out of. Uchiha looked at the joyful smiles of countless people in front of him and remembered this matter. Under everyone's gaze, he turned around and took a breath. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Chakra rolling like the Yangtze River was injected into this ordinary move fire-style ninjutsu. In an instant, 100-foot fire dragon soared into the sky and rushed straight towards the virgin forest ahead. Rumbles, rumbles, rumbles. Wherever the fire dragon passed, no fire was caused, but bursts of earth-shattering explosions were heard. And it pushed sideways all the way, leaving a deep and wide ravine in the forest in the blink of an eye. The fire dragon was still flying far away, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the end of the endless horizon and was nowhere to be found. At the same time, Uchiha vigorously formed the seal again. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. A huge waterfall with a width of more than 100 meters, just like the Milky Way falling from the sky, pouring a steady stream of water into this newly opened river. Rumbles, rumbles, rumbles. The clear water soon filled the entire river and spread all the way to distant places. With the injection of this life source, the entire forest instantly became more vibrant, and the originally dry desert environment began to become moister. Seeing the masterpiece created by Uchiha's vigorous use of this amazing power, Rasa and all the ninjas in Sunagakure village, as well as the entire daimyo capital of the Land of Wind, including the people of all surrounding towns, all showed excitement and joy at this moment. At the same time they were full of respect and admiration for the power of the 4th Hokage. The voice of thanks soon sounded and could not be heard without stopping. The country of wind, which has been in a harsh environment all year round, has been unable to improve its economy, and has its military strength at the bottom of the 5 major countries, now has its own livable environment. And all this is thanks to Uchiha's great strength. From the Kazekage Rasa to the ordinary people of the Land of Wind, of course everyone is extremely grateful to Uchiha. For Uchiha Dali, he just consumed some chakra and reunited the Kingdom of Wind, which was originally scattered with just a few moves, allowing everyone to know him. This is such a good deal. By the way, he also practiced the power of his wood-style blood succession limit. What's more important is that during this process, Uchiha's chakra refining speed, chakra capacity limit, etc. have been improved again. With the help of heaven-defying understanding, his chakra refining speed is now more than 30 times that of normal people. The upper limit of his chakra capacity also reaches 1,000 calories under normal conditions. Very good. Master Fourth Hokage, thank you very much for your help in transforming the environment of the Kingdom of Wind. I really don't know how to express our gratitude, but can I ask you one more thing? Luo Sha looked at Uchiha standing high up and asked vigorously. You say? Uchiha looked down at the other party vigorously. Luo Sha turned around and looked into the distance. There was an endless desert area behind the capital city. That side has not been greened yet. As long as the wind blows, sandstorms will still blow from there. So Luo Sha spoke out her request at this time. Can you please help us transform the remaining land area into an oasis or forest? Uchiha Dali has this intention. Hearing this, he nodded. This is simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and wood style started again. The loud sound of rumble, rumble, rumble spread in the distance. The magical scene just now appeared again. The huge and boundless virgin forest automatically bypassed the capital city and spread toward the desert area in the distance. Soon those windy and sandy areas were covered by lush forests. The barren desert that once gave countless people a headache has turned into a vibrant primeval forest in the blink of an eye. It's really amazing. This Master Fourth Hokage is too powerful, isn't he? Is he the superior ruler of our Kingdom of Wind? It is an honor for our Kingdom of Wind to be ruled by such a capable person. Now that the environment of the Kingdom of Wind has changed, our lives will get better and better in the future. We have arable land and sufficient water sources. Countless people cheered one after another. Luo Sha suddenly thought of something, and Ma Jai beside her had already spoken first. Master Kazekage is this move. What Master Fourth Hokage uses should be the legendary wood style. Is it really wood style? Well, the god of ninja, the blood-limited power that Hashirama, Konoha's first Hokage Senju, is famous for. I heard that it has been lost long ago, but I didn't expect to see this unimaginable thing in Lord Fourth Hokage. Strength. Luo Sha's tone and eyes were full of awe. At this moment, he was truly convinced from the bottom of his heart. Even personally, he was a little proud, a little happy, and glad that he made the right choice at that time. Surrendering to such a powerful person is great good news for yourself, Sunagakure's village, and even the Kingdom of Wind. The country of Thunder Union Village. In the office of Fourth Raikage, there was a loud noise suddenly. Bangs! Fourth Raikage's eyes huge fist hit the desk firmly. Did the Fire Nation really do that? He gritted his teeth and looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him with wide eyes. The strength of you and me now has made great progress compared to before. However, Fourth Raikage and others, who had just entered the Land of Fire, encountered the most powerful opponent in their lives. It was still during the Third Ninja War. Intelligence has repeatedly confirmed that not only the Kingdom of Water has been annexed by the Kingdom of Fire, but also the Kingdom of Wind. At this time, Killer B next to him calmly reminded, "Brother, don't forget that we fought against that kid. Uchiha dares to attack our country of thunder, I will let him know what regret is." The news shows that after Uchiha vigorously annexed the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind, he will next attack the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth, which are also one of the 5 major countries. This incident has always been lingering in Fourth Raikage's mind. That man is called Uchiha. Fourth Raikage asked Killer B in anger. In fact, why is it that Fourth Raikage doesn't know this problem? The exact news is that Uchiha Dali took action personally, and later took away the tailed beasts from the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind. Such a reminder made Fourth Raikage's heart sink suddenly, and he turned his head and looked at Killer B with a stern face. There is a very terrifying power in that man. Brother Eight Tails told me. In order to expand the results of the war and help the famous names of the Kingdom of Thunder gain more bargaining chips at the negotiation table, he single-handedly killed the entire Union Village troops in front of himself and Killer B. A team of several hundred people was able to successfully evacuate less than 20 people from the Fire Country battlefield. The Cloud-hidden village was ordered to dispatch a surprise attack force, and the two brothers personally took action in an attempt to inflict heavy damage on Konoha's border guards. The other ninjas in the office did not dare to say a word when they heard what these two brothers said. He clenched his fists and looked determined. After a moment of silence, Killer Bee also expressed his opinion. "Oh yes. And you have also formed a bond with Eight Tails, and now you can use the power of Eight Tails more freely." It turned out that the undercover agents they placed in other countries had received reliable information. Hearing such news, Fourth Raikage was furious. What? Furthermore, Lord Fourth Raikage. Captain Anbu, half kneeling on the ground, hesitated to speak. Don't forget, the two of us used secret techniques and practiced diligently after we came back. This power makes it tremble. Fourth Raikage's eyes darkened and he looked at the other party. What's wrong? Is there any more bad news? Just tell me. It is a scar that he will never forget for the rest of his life. In this state, even if we encounter that brat Uchiha Dali again, we still have a great chance of defeating him. What are you worried about? There are hundreds of Kumigakure ninjas on our side, but there is only one person on the opposite side. The captain of the Anbu squad, after hesitating for a moment, also reported the intelligence information he received later. Killer Bee revealed the real reason for his worries. It turned out that he was not afraid of Uchiha Dali. Instead, the Eight Tails sealed in his body spoke out the situation he perceived at that time. Eight Tails. Fourth Raikage's expression became a little more solemn. Tailed beasts are not only synonymous with power, they can also sense real danger. If Eight Tails said this, it means that Uchiha has great power and can seriously threaten Eight Tails. This has to be taken seriously. We shouldn't say such things at this time. I know, brother, I just expressed what Eight Tails said when they met that kid. Now after hard training, our strength has been greatly improved. The power that you and I can exert when we join forces is actually far greater than 1+1. Killer Bee responded to his adopted brother. Hearing this, Fourth Raikage fell silent, clenched his fists and looked out the window into the distance. He has calmed down, not as impulsive as before. At this moment, he couldn't help but start thinking about a question. If Uchiha Dali really comes to invade the Kingdom of Thunder, the combat power of their cloud-hidden village is not enough to resist that man's attack. So, where should the Kingdom of Thunder and Union Village go? The same thing also happened in the rock-hidden village in the Land of Earth. With the help of intelligence sent back by spies stationed in other countries, the current Yanian village also knows about the fall of the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind. How so? Third Tsuchikage Onoki looked shocked and incredulous. The ninja war has obviously ended, and the daimyos of the Land of Fire have also signed the agreement. Why are they going back on their word now? Are they planning to start a war again? Onoki asked, looking at Anbu below. Third Tsuchikage-sama, another news we received is that the daimyo of the Land of Fire seems to have been killed. The one who rules the entire Fire Nation now is Uchiha Diki, and he is the new Fire Nation daimyo. What did you say? Third Tsuchikage Onoki was dumbfounded when he heard such news. It seemed as if what he heard was something extremely ridiculous. The subordinate repeated what he just said to him. This time Onoki believed it. How is it possible? What is this Uchiha vigorously planning to do? Does he really intend to turn the ninja world upside down? It seems that he plans to rule the entire ninja world. After all, they are members of Uchiha's tribe. In their own hearts, Uchiha is also evil. At this time, the consultants of Iwagakure village began to analyze. After hearing this, Onoki thought about it and felt that it seemed to make sense. Then he snorted coldly. The Kingdom of Earth is not the Kingdom of Water or the Kingdom of Wind. Those guys are soft and easy to handle. I will never let the guys from the Uchiha clan mess around in our land. If they dare to attack, I will make sure they never come back. Speaking of this, Onoki actually didn't feel very confident. Because this is not the first time he has fought against members of the Uchiha clan. That was when I was young. At that time, his master, Second Tsuchikage Wu, took him to visit the Land of Fire, intending to negotiate with Konoha. Unexpectedly, I met that man halfway. The man who was once as famous as the ninja god First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. The two sides broke out into a fight without any agreement. And the result of the battle can be imagined. Although he and Second Tsuchikage fought against Uchiha Madara, that man was really too powerful. At that time, their master and apprentice almost died in the Country of Fire. But later, Uchiha Madara let them go. Since then, so many years have passed and Uchiha Madara seems to have passed away, and Master Wu has been dead for many years. Onoki never fought against Uchiha's people again. But that battle is still deeply etched in his memory. We're going to fight Uchiha's tribe again. Onoki thought silently in his heart. This time I will not allow your will to override my will at will. Iwagakure will never surrender to any force. Onoki thought and clenched his fist tightly. The dust style he has practiced so hard for so many years will probably come in handy this time. You continue to inquire for information. If there is any trouble in the country of fire, come and report it immediately. In addition, let the village enter a first-level alert state, and all suspicious persons must be investigated. Prevent enemy spies from sneaking in. Inform the border defense forces that if you encounter an unknown person, they will not be allowed to pass through. The experienced Onoki issued multiple orders in one go. At the same time, other small countries have basically received the news. Even the Iron Kingdom, the Kingdom of Samurai, also received information about the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind surrendering to the Kingdom of Fire. The reactions of these small countries are basically similar to those of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth. Even some weaker ninja villages, considering that their own combat effectiveness cannot meet the needs of self-protection, so after discussion, they agreed that they need to seek asylum and help from the remaining major countries. These small countries soon took action and began to send envoys to the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth, hoping to protect themselves by forming alliances with these two big countries. While these small countries are taking action to protect themselves, the Fire country is also taking action. However, what the Fire Nation is doing is not a war mobilization. Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku and others, following Uchiha's vigorous instructions, began to search for suitable locations to establish ninja schools throughout the Land of Fire. As for economic policy formulation and personnel command, it is the responsibility of three major advisors, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Uchiha Fugaku assisting them. All work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Even in order to better complete the task, Konoha Village also carried out a large number of policy propaganda to surrounding towns. Under such a propaganda offensive, the news quickly spread everywhere. Not only the Kingdom of Fire, but the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water also received the news. Rasa and Gaju Yagura, who had previously received strong orders from Uchiha to report to Konoha Village in 2 days after solving their domestic problems, immediately set off for the Land of Fire after receiving these developments. They also hoped to take advantage of the economic reforms in full swing in the Fire Nation to ride the waves with their country. About 3 days later, they arrived at Konoha Ninja Village. At the same time, news about the movements of the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Earth, and other countries were also relayed back through Konoha's spies. Uchiha Dali is reading the intelligence documents sent back by Anbu in Hokage's office. His men came in to inform at this time. Master 4th Generation, the daimyo from the Land of Water and the daimyo from the Land of Wind have arrived. Well, let them in. Uchiha Dali had already sensed a familiar aura, nodded to his subordinates, and continued to return his eyes to the intelligence documents. The information in the document is actually very simple. It is about the movements of the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Earth, and other small countries. Because they felt the crisis, those small countries planned to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth to fight against the Kingdom of Fire. This behavior is really stupid and ridiculous. Uchiha Dali no longer knows how to evaluate the daimyo of those small countries. When you encounter an opponent you can't beat, you don't think about seeking peace and compromise, but you plan to resist. It's really stupid. He talked to himself without hiding anything. But just as he was saying these words, Luo Sha and Gaju Yagura came in. Both of them clearly heard Uchiha talking to himself vigorously. But they could only pretend not to know anything and came over to say hello respectfully. Master 4th Hokage. Oh, you guys, you came just in time. Go and call everyone for meetings. Uchiha said vigorously to the Anbu members on the side. Soon, the main Jonin of Konoha Village were summoned and held a meeting in the conference room. Uchiha vigorously pulled out the intelligence documents he had seen before. The country of grass, the country of Taki, the country of Tang. These small countries don't know what is good and what is evil. The intelligence collected by our people shows that they actually plan to unite the two big countries to fight us to the end. You all tell me what you think. What do you think about this? After saying that, Uchiha sat down vigorously, crossed his legs, and waited. The other ninjas who heard his words looked at each other in shock. Everyone knows that this 4th Hokage master is extremely powerful. Now that he has said this, he is probably planning to use force to solve the problem. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi was the first to say, Master 4th Hokage, is your idea to launch a force attack on them? Uchiha Dali just gave him a meaningful look and said nothing. Then he turned his attention to the other ninjas. Akamichi Dingzhou thought for a while and said in a rough voice, "Small countries are ignorant and ignorant. They think they can compete with us by uniting the two big countries. This is just a dream. But Lord Fourth Generation, our previous plan was to defeat the enemy without a fight and let those small countries see us Konoha and see the development of the entire Fire Country, Wind Country, and Water Country Union. In our powerful force. If we use force against them now, wouldn't it be a waste of our preparations for so long?" Akamichi Dingz's words are not unreasonable. However, Uchiha Dali just smiled and said nothing, ignoring him just like he did to Hyuga Hayashi. He turned to look at the other ninjas. Yamanaka thought for a while and asked curiously, "Does the fourth Hokage-sama mean to allow those small countries to unite with the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth? I need you to express your opinions now, rather than asking for my personal opinion." Uchiha Dali finally responded. After hearing this, everyone started talking lowly again. Luo Sha and Gaju Yagura, who were also invited to the meeting, always regarded themselves as outsiders. So at this moment they just watched and did not express any opinions. At this time, Uchiha's strong eyes fell on the two of them. "Why don't you two talk? This is really very willful." After a while, everyone was introduced for a round. He was even inferior to Luo Sha. "In front of those nobles, I can only pretend to be a grandson to please them." At this time, Luo Sha stood up first. The same is true for Gaju Yagura. He didn't mince words either. "Hello everyone, I am the 4th generation Keisuke Rasa from the original Sunagakuer village. I am now serving as a daimyo in the country of wind, under the command of the 4th Hokage Uchiha of the country of fire. Moreover, Gaju Yagura later took Kiragakuer village to completely control the entire kingdom of water." Before Goju Yagura finished speaking, he was interrupted by Uchiha with a strong wave of his hand. Hearing the sound, all the ninjas present looked at Luo Sha and Gaju Yagura. The status can be said to be lower than one person and higher than 10,000 people, which is far more noble than when he was just a Mizukage. If Uchiha Madara hadn't happened to appear in Kiragakuer village at that time, he would have become a puppet for the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Now he is not only a noble Mizukage, but also a daimyo of the land of water. It was obviously a meeting, but someone suddenly introduced themselves. Rasa was originally just a Keisuke in the small Sunagakuer village. How dare everyone present to defy his will? It seems that he has a good status, but he is controlled by others in every aspect. Whenever he encounters a crisis, he needs to look at the face of the Lord of the Wind Country. Seeing Luo Sha talk so well, the ninjas around him were moved. Uchiha looked vigorously at Rasa and Gaju Yagura. Uchiha glanced at the other ninjas with vigorous eyes and continued. "Since you two have sincerely surrendered, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind will be one and the same as the Kingdom of Fire from now on. By the way, let's get to know each other now, and you two introduce yourselves." Uchiha Dali also showed a satisfied smile. He also learned from Luo Sha's expression just now, introducing his identity and emphasizing that he was also under Uchiha Dali's command. Now it was Gata Chibana Yagura's turn. "Okay, don't say whether these are available or not. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly oppose Uchiha vigorously?" But this order happened to be given vigorously by Uchiha. "Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage, we are just a vassal state after all." Uchiha Dali then spoke again. "Isn't this great? Now that we all know each other, you don't need to be so reserved when you come to Konoha in the future. Again, since I asked you to come here for a meeting, I represent this place. No outsiders. Now you can express your opinion freely. We are all our own people, there is nothing inconvenient. Not to mention whether they can defeat Uchiha Dali, but they have gained so many benefits from Uchiha Dali who would still want to be his enemy." The two men smiled awkwardly and Luo Sha responded, "Master Fourth Hokage, would it be inappropriate for us to express our attitude on such an occasion?" After the two people were introduced, Hyuga Hayashi, Yamanaka Haiichi, Akamichi Dingza and other Jonin also spontaneously introduced themselves. Everyone started to discuss again. This time they really expressed their thoughts seriously. But what is very interesting is that the attitudes expressed by everyone from the shadows of one village like Rasa and Gaju Yagura to the elite Jonin in Konoha are almost surprisingly consistent. Everyone believed that since those small countries and small ninja villages did not know how to praise themselves and insisted on confronting the Fire Country, they planned to unite the Thunder Country and the Earth Country to cause trouble. Then we must teach them a little lesson. Direct use of force to suppress them is the most appropriate method. Luo Sha even made such shocking remarks. "Fourth Hokage-sama, if you ask me to tell you, I will tell you the truth. With your current ability, you will not have any problems walking around in the ninja world. Your strength is no longer in the same dimension as most of us ordinary people. So the simplest and most direct way is to use force against those countries to make them surrender. Just like you did to the country of wind and sand hidden village. At least we surrendered to you, and we sincerely did so, didn't we? Luo Sha's words were not only spoken easily and naturally, but also confidently. It seems that surrendering to the Fire Nation and vigorously compromising with Uchiha are not something to be ashamed of, but something worth showing off. Immediately afterwards, Gaoju Yagura basically expressed a similar view. Seeing that everyone unanimously decided to use force to solve the problem, Uchiha nodded vigorously. I see. But I refuse. Uchiha vigorously gave a decision that left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It turns out that I just wanted to hear everyone's opinions and thoughts, and it wasn't just for reference. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Uchiha chuckled vigorously. There have been 3 wars in the ninja world so far, and each time there were countless casualties, causing many countries and ninja villages to fall into long-term hostile relationships and unable to extricate themselves. Now tell me, what lessons did you learn from this? Faced with such questions, everyone looked at each other again, although they guessed the answer in their hearts. Only this time no one spoke. Because they knew that Uchiha Dali definitely had something to say. Sure enough, after a while, Uchiha vigorously spoke again. We must admit that force is the most direct and effective way to solve problems, and it is also the most effortless method. But if we prioritize resorting to force whenever anything happens, then the peace we hope for is nothing more than Kyoka Suijutsu. Strong force can make people surrender, but it can also make people dissatisfied and even resentful. You must know that things must be reversed when they reach their extremes. It is precisely because our ninja world has always considered using force to solve problems no matter what happens for a long time. So ninja wars have broken out one after another. Now think about it for yourselves, is this true? After saying that, Uchiha crossed his arms vigorously and looked at everyone leisurely. Everyone was speechless for a while. The answer to this question is clear to everyone, but they don't know what other effective methods are available besides using force to solve troubles. I wonder what you have up your sleeve, Master Fourth Hawkage. We are willing to listen to your opinions. Luo Sha said, just wait. Those small countries will soon come to us for cooperation. Uchiha smiled vigorously and confidently. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion again. No one knew what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Now let's talk about something else. Uchiha Dali did not say much about this topic, but looked at Luo Sha and Gaoju Yagura. Seeing his gaze, the two of them immediately sat upright, waiting for instruction. You two must have heard about me opening a large number of ninja schools in the country of fire to develop the economy, right? If you have any ideas, you can tell them now. Uchiha laughed vigorously. Hearing this, Gaoju Yagura was the first to raise his hand, and Luo Sha followed closely behind. The two looked at each other, and Rasa retracted her hand in perfect agreement, while Yagura asked Uchiha vigorously. In fact, one of the reasons why we came here is exactly this, Lord Fourth Hawkage. Since you said before we are now a whole, regardless of each other. So can you bring the Kingdom of Water with you while developing the economy? I know this request may be difficult, but please be sure to bring us. Saying this, Yagura stood up and bowed deeply to Uchiha. Seeing his actions, all the Konoha ninjas around felt a headache. Akamichi Dingza couldn't help but speak. He looked at Gadachibana Yagura and said, Your Excellency Fourth Mizukage, you should know it very well, right? After all, you are the daimyo and Mizukage of the Land of Water. Goji Yagura immediately looked at him seriously. The other ninjas also looked at the two of them. At this time, Akamichi Dingzuo immediately said, The geographical location of your country of water is overseas, and it is far away from the nearest land. If we want to develop the economy with you, we must develop shipping. But in that case, we will have to invest a lot of money again. This situation may not be easy at the moment. And there are a lot of inconveniences to shipping by sea. Akamichi Dingza gave many reasons in one breath. Each one of them is hit the nail on the head. Even Uchiha Dali was very surprised after hearing these words, but considering that Akamichi Dingza's family is in business. They have almost taken over the entire barbecue business in Konoha, so Akamichi Dingza can think about the problem from the perspective of a businessman. If you look at it this way, it would be normal for him to say this. After hearing this, Gaoju Yagura immediately nodded and responded. Yes, I know these difficulties are very difficult, so I made my request to Master Fourth Hawkage as a last resort. If you are a fourth-generation Sama, you will definitely have a way to solve this problem. Of course, please rest assured. No matter what, this is also related to the future development of our Kingdom of Water. As the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water, I will definitely be responsible to the end and provide the greatest convenience in terms of all human, material, and financial resources that can be mobilized. So please help us, Master Fourth Hawkage. Godachibana Yagura bowed vigorously to Uchiha again, and when he heard what he said, Luo Sha immediately lost his composure. After moving his mouth several times, he quickly stood up, looked at Uchiha and said seriously, "Although it may not be appropriate to say this now, after all, there are Thunder Kingdom, Earth Kingdom, and other countries that have not joined us. But if the Fire Country wants to vigorously develop its economy, please be sure to bring the Wind Country with it, please, Lord Fourth Hawkage." As Rasa said, she also followed Uchiha's example and bowed deeply to Uchiha. These two guys are very sincere. Uchiha Dali certainly would not refuse them. Of course, even if they don't come to ask for help, Uchiha will actually help them. At this moment, Uchiha was in a very happy mood. The performance of Luo Sha and Gaju Yagura proved that his plan was effective. If we can live in peace and live a good life, how can we make trouble for ourselves and struggle with troubles? In fact, looking back at the past several ninja wars, they were all just conflicts of interest in the final analysis. Poverty, backwardness, lack of resources, and other reasons have caused many small countries to be cornered. Even so-called big countries like the country of Wind sometimes have to consider resorting to force to solve problems. But if everyone can have enough to eat, there won't be such troubles. This is the first step towards lasting peace. It's a good start now. Uchiha nodded vigorously at Rasa and Gaju Yagura. Don't worry. I will not leave the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind alone. But what did you just say? Uchiha looked at Gaju Yagura vigorously. The latter first looked at Akimichi Dingza and then replied, "That's right, Lord Fourth Generation, you also know that our country of water has been overseas for a long time. In such an environment far away from the land, it is very difficult to develop the economy, so I thought of you, Lord Fourth Hawkage." I've heard that. When he said this, he turned to look at Luo Sha. At this time, both Rasa and Uchiha had actually vaguely guessed what Goji Yagura wanted to say. Sure enough, when the two people's eyes met, Goji Yagura immediately continued. I have heard about the incident where Lord Fourth Hawkage helped the Kingdom of Wind transform its geographical environment. What a miracle! He was filled with admiration. At this moment, the other ninjas in the conference room were also moved. Everyone looked at Uchiha with admiration. Uchiha vigorously used the power of wood style to transform the environment of the Wind Country. He used his own strength to fight against nature and transformed the original desert kingdom into a forest. Everyone still finds this incident very incredible. But when Gaju Yagura mentioned it, everyone couldn't help but start talking in low voices. Has the transformation been completed? I thought Master Fourth Hawkage hadn't started that plan yet. I just heard that the envoys from the Kingdom of Wind were talking in the village. And we heard that the Kingdom of Wind has truly changed from a desert to a virgin forest. It is absolutely true. So Master Fourth Hawkage really did it. This power is really incredible. That's right, it's already as powerful as First Hawkage. After all, one person transformed a country. It's amazing. The elite ninjas of Konoha in the conference room were all discussing in low voices. At this time, Luo Sha also stood up and admitted it personally. That's right. With the help of Master Fourth Hawkage, our environment in the Kingdom of Wind has been greatly improved. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has been earth-shaking. The barren land in the past can now grow food and other crops self-sufficiently. Speaking of this, Luo Sha was not only very proud, but also full of gratitude. When I saw Uchiha working hard, I was even more respectful. Reclamation requires a lot of soil. You don't think this can be done easily, do you? Gaju Yagura looked at Uchiha uneasily and explained vigorously. If possible, we will cooperate unconditionally no matter what we are asked to do, Fourth Hokage-sama. Sir Fourth Mizukage, do you know what you are talking about? Although he was interrupted, Gaju Yagura was not angry at all, but nodded immediately. If it's you, since you can completely transform the Kingdom of Wind, which was originally a desert environment, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Many people began to speak vigorously on Uchiha's behalf. It's not that they don't believe in Uchiha's strength. This will be very convenient no matter what you do. Seeing what he said, the other ninjas also looked at Uchiha vigorously. Hearing what Gaju Yagura said, Uchiha Dali didn't have any special reaction. If you agree to Gaju Yagura, then it will be Konoha's turn to worry. I know this may be a very rude request. Everyone is doubting everything they say to me. All this is just expected. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was talking. Master Fourth Hawkage, if we can ask you to help us establish a land passage between the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Fire, then our two continents can be connected as a whole in the future. However, the other ninjas were not calm. Uchiha looked at the other party with a half-smile and asked. He looked at Uchiha vigorously expectantly, "That's right. Do you also want me to help transform the Kingdom of Water?" To be honest, although I also know that the strength of Lord Fourth Generation is very terrifying, using wood style can transform the desert environment of the Kingdom of Wind. However, after all, it is Lord Fourth Hawkage's own power, and it will be very convenient to use it. But if it is reclaiming land from the sea, not even wood style can do it. This is difficult for people to understand. With our limited knowledge, we don't think this is something that can be done at all. It's just that the request made by Goji Yagura is a bit too ridiculous. Some people even couldn't help but directly raise questions. Connecting the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Fire via land, isn't this a fantasy? It's simply impossible. It can be seen that everyone is not only questioning, but also caring about Uchiha Dali. Yes, if you have to do that, it is equivalent to carrying out a land reclamation project. You know, the distance between the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Fire is very far. Not only that, there is also a sea in between. This idea is so ridiculous and impossible. This idea is too crazy. If you want to do that, I'm afraid even the fourth generation. Goji Yagura was happy in her heart and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and continued. That's right, Lord Fourth Hawkage, after we heard about this matter, we thought of asking for your help. After listening to what Goju Yagura said, they were all stunned. Just when everyone thought he would refuse, Uchiha Dali just smiled slightly. It's not difficult, I just promise you. Everyone thought that Uchiha Dali would definitely not consider such a ridiculous request. Even Goju Yagura himself, who made this request, was a little uneasy. He had even prepared for the worst. Be mentally prepared for rejection. However, what everyone did not expect was that Uchiha Dali agreed directly. Fourth Master Fourth Hawkage, this is an almost impossible task. Please think twice. Akamichi Dingza couldn't help but remind him. Immediately afterwards, other Jonin also followed suit. Everyone thought that Uchiha vigorously planned to use Konoha's manpower and material resources to help, although the Kingdom of Water is now its own, already a subsidiary of the Fire Nation. However, the distance is too far, and it is separated by the sea. How easy is it to reclaim land from the sea? The depth of the water in the middle area may be hundreds of meters or even deeper. Reclamation and land reclamation in sea areas of such depth, how is that possible? How much manpower, material, and financial resources will be spent? At this moment, almost everyone is thinking about this aspect. And they can only think about this aspect. Uchiha made the decision vigorously but directly. You don't have to persuade me and you don't have to worry about this. I'll just take care of it myself when the time comes. Let's discuss other things now. Is there anything else you want to say? Uchiha Dali already had a plan in mind. He planned to repeat his old tricks and also proceed in the same way as to transform the environment of the Kingdom of Wind. However, what needs to be used this time is no longer wood-style blood succession limit, but another ninjutsu, earth-style. If wood-style is one of the most convenient 3-bedroom and 2-living techniques, then another ninjutsu suitable for infrastructure construction must be earth-style. It's just that Uchiha Dali hasn't mastered the high-level earth-style yet. He needs to find time to study a little. When Goji Yagura saw that he had agreed, she was filled with joy and kept thanking him. Seeing that Uchiha had made a strong decision, the other ninjas no longer wasted effort to persuade and had no choice but to accept the matter. Next, everyone discussed some other issues. After that, the real purpose of Rasa and Goju Yagura's trip was to report their work vigorously to Uchiha. There is actually nothing special to say about this process. After the meeting, Uchiha strongly asked Luo Sha to go back to the Kingdom of Wind first. After all, he is now in charge of the Kingdom of Wind and cannot leave for too long. As for Goju Yagura, Uchiha Dali also asked him to go back to the Kingdom of Water first. After that, I will go over and help transform the environment there. After arranging everything, Uchiha set off vigorously, using his advanced flying thunder god technique to disappear. Earth Country, Iwagakure Ninja Village. In Tsuchikage's office, 3rd Tsuchikage 2-day scale Anoki is reading the intelligence document sent back by Anbu. What the hell is Konoha doing? They actually have no intention of attacking us. Looking at the contents of the intelligence document, Anoki fell into deep contemplation. As for the consultants in the office, everyone is confused at this moment. No one knows what these enemies are thinking. Perhaps this is Uchiha's deliberate attempt to get us to let our guard down. They're trying to confuse us. If we relax our vigilance and take it lightly, then they will take advantage of the situation, suddenly appear in our country, and launch an invasion against us. A gray-haired consultant said this. Onoki felt it made sense and nodded. However, another advisor had a different opinion at this time. He shook his head and said, I think they simply did not regard us as a target. After all, there are many small countries around Konoha. Those countries are now seeking our cooperation. It is absolutely impossible to hide their actions from Konoha. I think Konoha must have known about the actions of those small countries now, and I am afraid they are secretly preparing to deal with them. This guess also has some truth. For a while no one was sure. Onoki simply didn't bother to delve into this issue further. In short, we must be on guard against it no matter what. Have the two Jinchuriki been recovered? He asked. The ninjas present suddenly looked at each other. The subordinates immediately replied, neither Laozai nor Han are willing to come back. Although it was just a simple sentence, it made Onoki frown. Then he asked the barriers division loudly, have you locked the enemy's position? If they are unwilling to return to the village, forcing them will definitely lead to armed conflict. By deploying barriers without blind spots around the village, enemy invasion can be effectively sensed. This man turned out to be the barriers division of Iwagakure village. It has been locked. The target enters through the main entrance of the village. Division barriers answered immediately. Third Tsuchikage-sama, there is a situation. Not only is it extremely lively, but it is also the main road leading directly from the core area of the village to the gate. Both of them can easily harness the power of tailed beasts. How could you be so arrogant? It was one of the busiest streets in the village. Someone just broke into our village's barriers. Now everyone's attention was drawn and they all looked at him. If someone plans to invade Iwagakure village, shouldn't they choose the weakest guarded area to infiltrate? Whether it's the Kirigakure village of the water country or the sand-hidden village of the wind country, they all made compromises after being attacked by the fire country. So we must bring 4 tails and 5 tails back no matter what. Onoki was very surprised. Hearing what he said, Onoki and others' expressions suddenly changed slightly. And at this moment, the man who looked like a mage suddenly sitting in the corner changed his expression. Onoki said decisively. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted to Onoki, now on Iwagakure Avenue. But he is also very aware of the strength of the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village. At this time, there is really no need to create extraneous matters. According to the intelligence information we collected afterwards, one of the reasons why Konoha village, or Uchiha, vigorously attacked those villages was to target the tailed beasts. Iwagakure Avenue. In the office, other people still didn't speak. If they refuse, then I will take action myself. If a strange chakra enters your barriers, it will be discovered immediately. He narrowed his eyes. He knew very well what his men were capable of. Is it Uchiha Diki? And not only that, they also honestly handed over the tailed beast from their own village. But if Jinchuriki is not brought back, there will be great trouble. Uchiha Dali was walking struttingly on the streets of Iwagakure village. This tall man wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone on the street. Konoha ninja. A villager from Yanian village looked at the man walking towards him in horror and subconsciously stepped back. The other villagers around him also looked wary. Uchiha has no interest in these ordinary people. He didn't come here simply to find trouble. Soon, the ninjas of Yanian village received the information and rushed here from all directions. In a short time, there were many Iwagakure ninjas standing on the rooftops on both sides of the street. Ordinary villagers on the long street were also quickly evacuated. Uchiha Dali finally stopped. He looked at the Iwagakure ninjas around him playfully and asked calmly, "Who among you has the best Earth-style ninjutsu?" "This guy seems to be Uchiha Diki." Among the Iwagakure ninjas surrounding him, someone recognized his identity. After all, the powerful information about Uchiha is now circulating in every ninja village in the ninja world. As long as there is a ninja village where dim sum is served, there will basically be information about Uchiha Dali. That man actually openly invaded our village. He plans to start a war. Hey, don't let him wander around here, capture him. The Iwagakure ninjas who recognized Uchiha's powerful identity, instead of flinching, became eager to try. As more and more people arrived, they began to prepare to take down Uchiha Dali. How interesting. Uchiha Dali smiled slightly. Seeing that these enemies didn't take action for a long time, he simply planned to play with them. I saw him gently spreading his hands. Suddenly, an unimaginably terrifying chakra surged through his body. In an instant, invisible pressure spread in all directions. Click, click. The buildings on both sides of the street were immediately crushed and destroyed by the terrifying pressure of chakra, and cracks appeared, from the walls to the roof. In the end, even the solid ground of the long street under Uchiha's vigorous feet had lines like spider webs. Seeing this scene, all the Iwagakure ninjas around were shocked and dumbfounded. And the pressure and shock they felt on their bodies also made them unable to muster any courage to resist the man in front of them. Okay, so strong. Is this chakra breath serious? How can he be so powerful? More powerful than the rumors say, almost as strong as third Tsuchikage-sama, right? No wonder he is the man who can end the third ninja war with his own hands. I finally know why there is information about him everywhere. The ninjas of Iwagakure village who were crushed and shocked by Uchiha's powerful chakra were unable to move at this moment. It was as if the body had taken root in the ground. Although they were shocked in their hearts, they also started talking about it, but Uchiha Dali felt very disappointed. Isn't there anyone who can fight? He looked around. Among the dozens of Iwagakure ninjas who rushed over, no one was able to break free under the pressure of his own momentum. Not to mention doing it yourself. It seems that it was a wrong decision for me to go to the Earth country Iwagakure to learn Earth-style ninjutsu. Just when Uchiha was about to put away his chakra and leave here, suddenly, an old voice sounded in the sky. The kid from Konoha dares to run wild in our Iwagakure village. He really doesn't take us seriously. At the same time as the sound sounded, a huge mountain suddenly hit Uchiha with great force. Third generation Sama, you will destroy the entire village. The Tsuchikage attendant who followed him hurriedly reminded me. However, Onoki didn't care about that much. The light and heavy rock art was activated, dragging the mountain and continued to attack Uchiha vigorously. Seeing this move, Uchiha Dali's eyes lit up. Oh, the experts from Yanian village are dispatched. He became excited. His eyes focused on third Tsuchikage Onoki. He just stood there motionless as if he was stunned. Sure enough, heaven-defying understanding was triggered. A familiar voice rang in my ears. So is this kid really as scary as the rumors say? However, he was still careless. Onoki was stunned for a moment when he noticed something was wrong. When he lowered his head and saw Uchiha's vigorous movements, he realized the problem. The speed and the straight upward flight path stunned all the ninjas present. I saw him gently raising his hand and holding up 2 fingers. Feeling that the pressure on his body was increasing, the mass of the mountain in the sky began to increase continuously, and it was already at least 4 or 5 times more than before. He was almost overjoyed. Are you comparing chakra measurements with me? Even Onoki himself didn't expect to have this trick. You have witnessed with your own eyes the use of Earth-style ninjutsu super light heavy rock jutsu. Your understanding of Earth-style ninjutsu has been greatly deepened, and you have enlightened the entire series of Earth-style ninjutsu. Even if it can be done, it will take a lot of effort. It is absolutely impossible to be so easy. Snort. The smile on Uchiha's vigorous face became even brighter. Under the control of the law of repulsion, the mountain that Onoki had moved using the ultralight heavy rock technique suddenly stopped in midair. At the same time, he also started to fight back. Are you kidding me? If your total chakra intake exceeds 1,000 calories, then double and then double the weight of this mountain. In an instant, the law of repulsion took the invincible mountain and flew directly towards the sky in the opposite direction. Carrying the mountain consumed a lot of his chakra. It only increases the chakra output by about 10%. Full series of Earth-style ninjutsu, including the lowest to the most advanced Earth-style ninjutsu, as well as all the secret techniques, forbidden techniques, etc. of the Earth-style series ninjutsu. Now he knows better than anyone how heavy this mountain is. The laws that control gravity and repulsion are activated instantly. You have some skills, kid. Earth-style super heavy rock jutsu. Since the mountain could not fall due to its own weight, it was lifted up by the opponent. I also used the super heavy rock technique just now. This kind of thing may not be possible even if you try your best. I don't believe that a young man like him can bear it. Onoki is still very confident about his Earth-style power. In that case, let me teach you a lesson. Let's see how this works. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Uchiha smiled with satisfaction. However, the Uchiha in front of him is so powerful that he can send it directly to the sky. At this moment, Onoki was deeply shocked. He had already received information before and knew that Uchiha Dali was very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer Kirigakure village and Sand Hidden village one after another. But those 2 ninja villages were actually nothing more than that in Onoki's eyes. The first is Kirigakure village in the Kingdom of Water, because they are not particularly powerful due to natural conditions. After the fourth Mizukage came to power, Iwagakure carried out a series of reforms. The village had already obtained information. But in terms of overall strength, Kirigakure village is not as good as Iwagakure village. In addition, Earth style naturally restrains Water style, so Anoki doesn't think they are very powerful. Although being conquered by Konoha from the Fire Country was surprising, it still made sense. As for the sand-hidden village in the Country of Wind, there is no need to say more. The existence at the bottom of the 5 great ninja nations. They were conquered, and Anoki even took it for granted. Because of this, his evaluation of Uchiha Dai's strength is not very high. At first, I just thought that no matter how powerful the other party was, it would only be at the same level as myself. Could it be that Uchiha Dai is still stronger than all the cages of the past? However, now that the two of them were fighting for the first time, Onoki felt a little regretful of his ignorance after just one move. This man can no longer be described simply as powerful. It is easy to lift such a huge mountain that has been weighed several times into the sky, and it seems to be effortless, without blushing or out of breath. Just like a god, Anoki made a new evaluation of Uchiha in his heart. He looked at Uchiha Dali with burning eyes, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After finally recovering from the shock, he heard Uchiha laughing vigorously. Iwagakure village's earth-style ninjutsu is indeed the most comprehensive. My trip here was not in vain. This is a bit incomprehensible and makes people confused. Anoki frowned and asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Dali, did you invade our Iwagakure to start a new war? We have already signed a peace agreement with Konoha. Anoki looked a little angry at this time and felt angry. After all, with just that move, he could already see that the strength of this young man Uchiha Dali was not inferior to his. If a monster of that level were to attack the village, the entire Iwagakure village would be destroyed instantly. It wasn't originally. But since you mentioned this matter, I'll respond. Uchiha looked at Onoki with a half-smile. And can you come down and talk to me? My neck feels tired when you do this. His request went unheeded by Anoki. The other party is still floating in the air. What a stubborn old man, it seems I have to use a language you can understand. I saw Uchiha speaking vigorously and suddenly raising his hand. A violent gravitational force was activated instantly. Before the large wild tree could react, it was torn down from the air in a very arrogant manner by this overbearing gravitational force. Anoki, who was originally short in stature, instantly seemed to turn into a dwarf in front of Uchiha Dali. This time it was his turn to look up at Uchiha vigorously. You. Anoki's pupils were filled with shock. I am not one of those ordinary ninjas, but the most powerful third Tsuchikage in Iwagakure village. Today scale Anoki. However, Uchiha Dali just raised his hand and had himself torn down from midair. Even when he fell from the air to the ground, he had no ability to resist at all during the whole process. He was completely in a situation of being passively beaten. Fortunately, the other party was not hostile. If he took this opportunity to stab himself directly, I'm afraid he would have. At this moment, Anoki's whole body was numb. He finally woke up and knew why the sand-hidden village of the Wind Country and the Kirigakure village of the Water Country surrendered to Uchiha so easily. I also know why they are willing to accept Uchiha's vigorous arrangements. It turns out that this boy's strength has far exceeded our imagination. Anoki thought with great shock. At this moment, he even remembered once again his experience of going to the Land of Fire with his master, Second Tsuchikage. Uchiha pointed vigorously at the sky. Onoki felt a little desperate inside. Whatever you say, I don't need to tell you my purpose. If I have to tell you, maybe it is to pursue the so-called peace. However, Uchiha Dali still responded calmly. That's why I said it doesn't matter how you look at this matter. The two sides started fighting whenever they disagreed. Uchiha spoke vigorously. He and his master Wu were also hung up and beaten in this way by the man from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's powerful words made Anoki, who was a little angry, suddenly stunned. I'm not here to find trouble with you, I'm just passing by. That's when they met Uchiha Madara. This moment is just like that moment. You mean conquering other ninja villages? There was absolutely no power to fight back, but his mouth didn't flinch at all. Onoki quickly came to his senses and asked again. Although he knew that he might not be able to defeat this young man. He stared at the young man with a tight frown. Seeing his weird behavior, Anoki was stunned. Onoki, oh no, Lord Third Tsuchikage, I advise you to think carefully about the pros and cons here. By the way, that thing is about to fall. So are you going to continue attacking me, or are you going to stop it from falling? But he was very angry inside at the moment. I heard that those small countries are planning to seek cooperation with you and form an alliance to fight against us Konoha. After saying that, Uchiha laughed twice, turned around and walked out of the village. His face was covered with cold sweat and he asked doubtfully, "Why are you doing this?" "As long as the entire ninja world is unified, won't there be no war? What you do is called aggression. Invaders talk about conquest. The short answer is don't do that. The ninja world is unified." For a moment, I didn't know if he was serious or joking. Onoki didn't know where the courage came from, but he actually shouted at Uchiha, "You're here now, do you just want to leave like this?" After hearing what he said, Onoki would not completely believe it. Because this kid obviously ran to Yanian village to warn himself. Let all the ninja villages surrender under the feet of your Konoha, and surrender under the feet of you alone. Is this the so-called peace? Stop. At this moment, Onoki's whole body, except his mouth, was quite tough. Onoki heard Uchiha's powerful words and subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils shrank sharply in an instant. I saw that the mountain that had been knocked into the sky and disappeared by Uchiha just now actually fell down again at this moment. And it's very fast. Oops, Onoki realized something was wrong. If this huge mountain were to fall directly, the entire Yanian village would be shattered to pieces on the spot, and they would perish on their own without even needing anyone to take action. Third Tsuchikage-sama. The attendant also noticed this situation and quickly tried to remind him. Onoki came to his senses completely and looked at Uchiha again unwillingly, only to find that he had already disappeared. All Iwagakure ninjas obey my orders. Let's use Earth style to protect the village together. Onoki shouted loudly to everyone around him. At the same time, he himself quickly flew up towards the mountain that was falling rapidly in the sky. Earth style super light heavy rock technique. Onoki tried his best and used one of his special skills to try to lift the falling mountain. At this time, all the Iwagakure ninjas began to show up and use Earth-style ninjutsu to help him fight against this terrible threat. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so willful. Onoki felt regretful in his heart. I regret that I should not have moved this mountain just now. He originally just wanted to give Uchiha Dali, a young man, a kick in the asterisk to get him to retreat. Who would have thought it would be the opposite? Uchiha, who has learned all series of Earth-style ninjutsu, had no intention of staying in Iwagakure. Instead, they are preparing to go directly to the Kingdom of Water and help them create a land road that can directly lead to the Kingdom of Fire. However, not long after he left Yanian village, he suddenly encountered a figure. It was a tall man. He was wearing a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds and a forehead protector from the Takagakure ninja village on his forehead, but there was a horizontal line drawn on the forehead protector. This marked him as a ninja who betrayed his village. At this time, the man also noticed Uchiha vigorously. However, he turned a blind eye and continued walking towards this side. And it was at this time that Uchiha Dali noticed something. Far behind the man, almost at the end of his line of sight, there were several figures lying on the ground. Judging from the messy situation in that area, it is not difficult to see that there has been a fierce battle here. In addition to several corpses lying on the ground, there was another figure who was also wearing a black-red cloud windbreaker. Obviously, the dead man and the guy in front of him were in the same group. At least it was originally. Just by seeing these features, Uchiha had already guessed the identity of the man in front of him. His name is Kakuzu, originally a member of the elite Anbu of Takagakure village. Joined the Akatsuki organization after betraying the village. I didn't expect this guy to show up here. Are you looking for death with that rude look in your eyes? Kakuzu had already arrived in front of Uchiha Dali. Noticing that Uchiha Dali had been observing him, he couldn't help but threaten. I just think your clothes look good. Where did you buy them? Uchiha asked with a half-smile. It seems that you are here for me. You are really looking for deaths. Kakuzu's eyes instantly showed murderous intent, and at the same time he struck directly at Uchiha. The clothes on his body are one of the membership symbols of the Akatsuki organization. Most people avoid it when they see it. Not only was this young man not afraid of himself, he actually made fun of his own clothes. Obviously, he wasn't here for me, so what was he? The violent Kakuzu took out his kunai and stabbed Uchiha vigorously in the heart. Uchiha Dali, who originally didn't intend to pay attention to this guy, was instantly angered. You are the one who is rude, right? Old guy. Since you are unreasonable, I won't be polite. At the same time as the voice sounded, Uchiha Dali had already disappeared. The next second, he suddenly appeared behind his opponent. What? Kakuzu was stunned by this astonishing speed. He never expected that this seemingly inconspicuous kid from Konoha could possess such amazing strength. Before he could react, Uchiha rubbed Rasengan vigorously and pressed it directly on his back. Boom! Kakuzu was slammed to the ground by this Rasengan. The Kingdom of Earth is located in the desolate and barren Gobi region. The soil here is not comparable to ordinary areas, it is very hard. However, despite this, Kakuzu still smashed out a large crater with a diameter of 5 meters in the solid ground. Kid, you have successfully angered me, now you are dead. Kakuzu got angry. The black lines of wounds wrapped around his body loosened, and then an ugly earthly worm appeared in front of Uchiha Dali. Oh, that looks really disgusting. However, I have some questions to ask you before I kill you. Uchiha Dali did not feel scared when his opponent used the Earth Resentment mode. On the contrary, he was very relaxed. This wasn't just because he knew all the information about Kakuzu, and it's because of his strong confidence in his own strength. Even Onoki was fooled around by him, but he couldn't help it. Could Kakuzu still be stronger than Onoki? There are only two of us here. Those who are alive have been silenced by you, so I will just tell you. Your Akatsuki organization is planning to attack the tailed beasts in Iwagakure village, right? Uchiha's vigorous question immediately caused Kakuzu's pupils across from him to shrink sharply. He stopped his next attack in disbelief and looked at Uchiha Dali in surprise. Who the hell are you, kid? Why do you know our plans? Not only does he know that he is a member of the Akatsuki organization, he knows that the Akatsuki organization exists, but he also knows that one of the targets of the Akatsuki organization is the tailed beast. He even revealed his purpose of coming to the Kingdom of Earth. Is it pure speculation? But how is this possible? Is this kid also a member of the organization? But I have never seen him before, and he does not wear uniform clothes, nor does he wear a ring on his finger that represents his code name in the organization. No matter how you look at it, there is no way this kid is a member of the Akatsuki organization. You have never heard of my name. You are indeed a guy who goes his own way. Listen, I'm only going to say this once. My name is Uchiha Daimyo, and I currently serve as the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the fourth Hokage of the Konoha Ninja Village. Now it's your turn to answer the question I just asked. Please be fair and don't play tricks on me. Uchiha vigorously spread his hands, indicating that everyone should treat each other calmly. After listening to Uchiha's vigorous words, Kakuzu quickly recovered from his shock. He sneered. Go and ask the Lord of Hells. Since it is confirmed that the other party is not a member of the Akatsuki organization, and now that the other party knows the secret of the Akatsuki organization, he must not be able to keep him anymore. After finishing speaking, Kakuzu took action decisively. As he controlled his resentment, one of the black things around him suddenly opened his mouth. Fire-style head hard work. Kakuzu used a super powerful fire-style ninjutsu on Uchiha. In an instant, a large group of flames covering an area of more than several thousand square meters spread vigorously towards Uchiha. The speed is very fast and the temperature is extremely high. However, Uchiha vigorously just raised the corners of his mouth, full of fun. You playing fire style in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge great fireball rushed towards the opponent, attacking like a tide of flames. Although in terms of diameter, the diameter of the fireball is far less exaggerated than the tide of flames moving across the plane. However, its overall volume is far larger than the ordinary great fireball. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu knew he had met his match. This boy's strength is much more powerful than what was visually estimated. After all, a fire style of this level requires more than just abundant chakra. I see you are a member of the Uchiha clan. But among the Uchiha clan there are few such powerful ninjas. Is Uchiha powerful? Kakuzu said to himself while calmly watching the flying great fireball. It was at this time that the attacks from both sides collided with each other. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a violent explosion, the great fireball and the firestorm collided together, and the shock wave and heat wave formed instantly spread in all directions. All the sand, stone, grass and trees along the way were destroyed and thrown away. In just the blink of an eye, the central area where the two men were fighting became barren and razed to the ground. Further away, looking from above, you can clearly see that the ground has been violently destroyed to create a huge circular pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Uchiha Dali and Kakuzu stood facing each other in the pit. I remembered, no wonder your face is so familiar. Kakuzu suddenly remembered something and took out a small book to read it. At one glance, he suddenly showed an excited and greedy smile. It's really you. The guy who has a bounty of 280 million taels on the black market, Uchiha Dali. After recognizing Uchiha's powerful identity, Kakuzu became even more excited. For him, who loves money as much as his life and likes to use the heads of bounty targets in exchange for bounties, The man in front of him is not a fourth Hokage, nor is he a man famous in the ninja world, but a walking 280 million 10 million. 280 million tails. If you can get rid of the Uchiha in front of you, then you can complete the task of raising funds faster. Uncle, I was looking for you all over the world, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. You will die here today, Uchiha. After saying that, Kakuzu began to attack Uchiha frantically. This time he no longer held back but attacked frantically. He has already mastered the mode of resentment and fear. Fire style, wind style, lightning style, all kinds of powerful ninjutsu emerge in endlessly. This guy, I have to say that he has a really large amount of chakra. After using ninjutsu with several powerful wide area attacks in succession, he was still able to calmly continue to fight Uchiha vigorously. However, in Uchiha's view, these attacks are no different from tickling, and they do not threaten him at all. Am I worth so much money? It's really interesting. It seems that I have found a way to make a fortune. Hey, can you tell me where the money exchange is? Uchiha asked curiously while easily dodging the opponent's attack. Hearing his words, Kakuzu felt deeply offended. Facing his all-out attack, this kid not only dealt with it very easily and casually, but also had time to ask himself questions. You are simply arrogant. It seems I'm really sorry for this encounter if I don't kill you in exchange for a bounty. Kakuzu said as he began to attack more powerfully. Wind release, lightning style, fire style, another wave of combination ninjutsu. However, after a round of violent bombardment, Uchiha Dali remained unscathed. The battle seems to be over. Uchiha put away his conquerors vigorously and casually, and then slowly walked towards the other party. But the next second something incredible happened to him again. This speed can be said to be elusive and shocking, but what the hell? You can't run away. If you don't believe it, you can try it. An invisible force turned into a substantial attack and crushed Kakuzu's body hard. What did you just do? You're dreaming. Is that why you can avoid my attack? What on earth is going on? Kakuzu was shocked and confused. What his eyes saw was still pitch black, his head was buzzing, and the energy and blood in his body were surging endlessly. There is obviously one in front. At this time a playful voice came from behind him. He asked, "It looks like he's not real." He turned around and looked at Uchiha Dali, who was standing 5 meters away. At this moment Kakuzu felt dizzy, and his whole body was stunned by the force. Hearing the sound from behind, Kakuzu's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly looked back subconsciously, and he saw Uchiha Dali, who was smiling but not smiling. Is it a shadow clone or... The internal organs seemed to be turned upside down and about to burst into pieces. Is that why you were unscathed? His earthly resentment mode was unlocked, and he vomited blood on the spot. But what's puzzling is that he seems to be fine. He noticed that Uchiha Dali, who was in the center of the flame, had clearly been accurately hit by all the attacks. Immediately afterwards, the extremely terrifying chakra pressure burst out. Now are you interested in answering the question I just asked? And all those hit by his attack just now were this kind of afterimages that were fake and real. Uchiha Dali didn't know why, but suddenly came behind him. Such a terrifying experience completely shocked Kakuzu. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Kakuzu asked in surprise. At this time, Kakuzu finally discovered the problem. Kakuzu quickly observed and quickly identified that it was not a shadow clone at all, but an afterimage left behind by Uchiha's great strength. Kakuzu threw 2 kana at him, trying to block his attack. At the same time, he flew back, apparently planning to run away. Kakuzu, who did not believe in evil, volleyed a whip kick in an attempt to repel the enemy. Uchiha vigorously and calmly stretched out his hand to block the attack, while Kakuzu sneered in his heart, thinking that his trick had succeeded, and took the opportunity to use his strength to fly back in the opposite direction. Being smart. Uchiha vigorously appeared behind the opponent again. In front of the advanced flying thunder god jutsu, let alone Kakuzu right in front of you, even if he is far away, you can reach him instantly. So what Uchiha said just now was not to scare the other party. He can really make the other party unable to escape. How is that possible? Kakuzu is a little skeptical about life. With his own abilities, although ninjutsu can't do anything to the opponent, he can't even escape. This is absolutely impossible. Not believing in evil, he tried several times in succession. Despite trying his best, Kakuzu failed again and again. No matter how he tried, Uchiha could easily catch up in the blink of an eye every time. But what makes people feel even more speechless and angry is that although Uchiha played with himself with ease, Uchiha Dali did not kill himself. It is impossible to get the 280 million bounty, and Kakuzu now doesn't understand why Uchiha is teasing him like this. Seeing that I can't fight, I can't escape. He simply stopped resisting and stood there looking at the other party. What do you want? Kakuzu asked. Uchiha smiled with satisfaction. He stared at the other party's miserable eyes and nodded. Wouldn't it be better to ask this earlier? It seems that you have clearly recognized the gap between us, so I will continue the topic just now, so are you ready to answer me? He repeated the question he just asked. Kakuzu was speechless for a moment after hearing this. You are really asking questions knowingly and in a hurry. He was absolutely furious. What kind of evil-minded guy would not kill the enemy when he clearly has the advantage, but instead chat with him? Anyway, Kakuzu couldn't understand Uchiha's strong thoughts. However, having learned from past mistakes, he still chose to answer the question honestly. Since you know the existence of Akatsuki and know that our target is the tailed beast, why are you asking such a question? Sir, one of the reasons why I came here is for those guys. He pointed behind him. Those corpses over there Uchiha Dali had noticed before. So, it turns out that this guy who loves money as much as his life came here to hunt down these targets with bounty on his head. Of course, he also said it was just one of the reasons. Then what's the other reason? Uchiha looked at the other party with a half-smile. Of course it's the tailed beast from Iwagakure village. At first, I didn't know why the organization suddenly changed its mind and insisted on capturing the tailed beast at this time. But now I think I understand. Kakuzu stared at the Uchiha in front of him and thought silently. It's no wonder that the organization has issued a mission to capture the tailed beast as soon as possible. It was probably because of the threat from this guy in front of me that I had to advance the plan. Snored. Knowing that he guessed correctly, Uchiha couldn't help laughing. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes when he saw the young man's arrogance. So, what are you going to do? If you want to stop me, just kill me here. If you don't plan to continue, then I will continue to complete my mission. After finally living for nearly 100 years, Kakuzu himself certainly didn't want to die. If Uchiha Dali does not intend to kill himself, then he must find a way to leave as soon as possible. Although at this moment, Uchiha vigorously acted like a harmless person. But I always felt that he might fall out at any time, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Kill you? No, I don't have that plan yet. I want you to go back and give a message to the leader of your organization. Uchiha shook his head vigorously. Hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes became sharp. He did not speak, but waited for Uchiha to continue speaking vigorously. Go back and tell the leader of your organization that there is absolutely no way the tailed beast will be handed over to you. If you want to know the truth, just come to Konoha and find me. If you insist on continuing to fight, that's fine. I'm done talking, you can leave. Kakuzu listened to his words but did not move. Seeing that he was still standing there, Uchiha looked at him sideways and asked, "What?" Kakuzu then began to move his steps, reluctantly walking towards the border of Earth Country. He didn't look back and soon disappeared at the end of the road. And Uchiha's powerful perception has always been locked on the opponent. It wasn't until he confirmed that Kakuzu had indeed left the Kingdom of Earth, as he said, that he felt relieved. Even a guy with 5 lives will become obedient when faced with someone he can't beat. Uchiha Dali smiled inwardly, but at this time he also changed his mind. Originally, they were planning to wait for the Kingdom of Earth to see their achievements before they would be willing to discuss cooperation. Now, since the Akatsuki organization has been dispatched, and he also clearly targeted the 2-tailed beasts in Iwagakure village of Earth Country, then of course, it is impossible to let them go and let them continue to succeed. Thinking of Uchiha, he began to release his senses vigorously. The extremely powerful perception was released as if it were endless, but Uchiha Dali did not find the target he wanted. Although his perception is very powerful, it cannot really spread infinitely regardless of distance restrictions. In fact, when the perception expands to a certain range, it will be unable to continue to detect more distant areas. Uchiha Dali was about to turn back and go deep into the territory of Earth Kingdom to explore the whereabouts of the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki. But at this moment, a notification sound suddenly came from his ear. You are dissatisfied with the upper limit of your own perception. You have a strong desire to increase the range of perception. You have realized the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Seeing and hearing color domineering. One of the 3 colors of domineering, it can make people's 5 senses extremely sharp and do magical things that ordinary people can't do at all. For example, they can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures and accurately judge the location of the target. Quantity, etc., can also be used to predict the opponent's attack and avoid danger. The power of seeing, hearing, and color can be cultivated to such a high level that one can even read other people's inner thoughts and foresee the future. Hearing the sudden notification sound in his mind, Uchiha's strong mouth corners slowly raised to reveal a satisfied smile. With heaven-defying comprehension triggered, he finally gained a level of hegemony that was one level stronger than simply improving the five senses. With it, your perception and range of perception are further enhanced. Next, let's try it and see how it works. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha immediately used the information he had just realized based on the information in his mind, and used the haki he had just realized on the spot. It was at this moment that he felt countless sounds coming into his ears. These sounds come from all directions, with different distances and characteristics. There are animal and human voices among them. Moreover, what is even more amazing is that Uchiha can indeed quickly analyze and judge the number and location of targets, as well as their strength and weakness, etc. based on the perceived characteristics. But that's not what Uchiha wants. He stimulated the domineering energy of seeing and hearing, spreading infinitely to the three-dimensional space in all directions. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. When the perception range of the Kenwensei haki expands to a radius of about 5 kilometers with Uchiha's vigorous body as the center, it has reached the bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't continue to increase his range of perception further. Uchiha frowned vigorously. It seems that there is no way to extend the coverage of haki to the entire ninja world even in the primary stage of haki. Uchiha, who was about to give up, was about to take back his feelings. Because one of the conditions for using the haki of knowledge and allowing it to exert its desired effect 100% is to concentrate wholeheartedly. As long as the attention is distracted, even the world's top experts will be unable to use the color of knowledge or can only exert part of its effect. But with full concentration, how else could Uchiha do anything else? But at this moment, the familiar prompt sounded in his head again. You are practicing your own knowledge and color haki. Through meditation and enlightenment, your understanding of knowledge and color haki has deepened. You have become proficient in the use of knowledge and color haki. You have suddenly realized the advanced level of knowledge and color haki. Knowing color haki advanced, the stage after the further improvement of knowing color haki. At this stage, the knowing color haki can not only more keenly perceive the emotional changes, position, quantity, breadth, etc. of the target, but can also accurately predict the target. It requires less attention during use. The voice in his head made Uchiha Dali feel a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that just by casually using the haki of knowledge, I could quickly level up through heaven-defying comprehension. And listening to what this means, it seems that at this stage of the haki, not only the abilities in all aspects have been improved, but also the concentration requirement when using it has been reduced. In other words, even if you are temporarily distracted, it will not affect the performance of the haki. That should be what it means. Thinking with satisfaction, Uchiha vigorously began to try again. This time, his domineering power of seeing and hearing brought back more clear sounds, and at the same time, the range of perception suddenly increased a lot. It turns out that the range of perception can only reach a radius of about 5 kilometers from the center of the circle where it is. At this moment, Uchiha Dali's perception range has easily exceeded the radius of 20 kilometers, and it is still increasing. Such a scene made him excited. 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers. When the sensing radius reached about 100 kilometers, Uchiha Dali felt a little powerless. The sensing range with a radius of 100 kilometers is already extremely exaggerated. If we do not consider that this is a three-dimensional space area and simply calculate the area of the plane, this is equivalent to an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers. What is the concept? It is equivalent to the area of a medium-sized city on the Blue Star where Uchiha Dali lived in his previous life. And it is that large including the suburbs and surrounding towns. In other words, his current domineering power can easily cover a big city. Even the areas of many countries on the planet where Uchiha vigorously lived in his previous life may not be that large. Not bad. But there is no way to completely cover the territory of the Kingdom of Earth. It seems that I still underestimate these countries. Uchiha Dali thought in his mind, trying to further enhance the perception range of the haki of visibility. However, he encountered a situation similar to before. No matter how hard you try, even if you concentrate, the range of perception is limited to a radius of 100 kilometers. That's it for now. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart. Seeing and hearing that Baki didn't get any more breakthroughs, he didn't bother to worry so much. Anyway, with this range of perception, you can easily explore the situation of the entire Earth Kingdom with just a little movement. The tailed beasts of Iwagakure village are 4 tails and 5 tails. Those 2 Jinchuriki seem to be at odds with Onoki, so they won't be in the village. And since they are Jinchuriki, they are also very capable ninjas, so their chakra must be very special. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are not many ninjas who can reach the chakra level of a tailed beast. The Kingdom of Earth is just a country, let alone one. So next, what Uchiha needs to do vigorously is to use his knowledge and domineering power to conduct a blanket search here. Any suspicious chakra target that meets the conditions can be investigated. After Kakuzu left Earth Country obediently, he entered Rain Country from the border area with Earth Country. This is the country where the Akatsuki organization's headquarters is located. After finding a relatively safe place and making sure that he was not being followed vigorously by Uchiha, he directly activated his secret technique to contact the members of the Akatsuki organization. At this time, other members of the Akatsuki organization were still sealing three tails. Pain Tiandao, who received the chakra signal, opened his eyes and said coldly, "Kakuzu requests communication." After saying that, Kakuzu's figure appeared before their eyes. Earth Kingdom's operation failed. Although I captured many targets with bounties on my head and earned millions of taels, I had to retreat because I met that man. That man's? Who are you referring to? Pain Tiandao asked calmly. The other members are also very curious. Is this guy also one of our members? Stop talking nonsense and finish your sentence at once. Red Sand Scorpion said dissatisfied. Now we are talking through the air, which consumes a lot of chakra. No one had time to chat with Kakuzu. A new guy? Huh, be careful what you say, I'll kill you. Kakuzu threatened, Pain Tiandao ordered. Let's talk about the serious things first. Uchiha Dali has also come to Earth Country. He asked me to give you a message to the leader. The tailed beast will not be handed over to us. If we want to know the truth, then go to Konoha to find him, otherwise we will fight to the death. Kakuzu conveyed to Pain Tendo and others what Uchiha Dali said to him at that time, word for word. After hearing these words, all members of the Akatsuki organization fell into silence for an instant. Seeing that the leader Pain Tiandao didn't speak, and the other members also didn't say anything, the Red Sand Scorpion who had just joined the team was a little puzzled. That guy named Uchiha Diki, I've heard of his name. I heard that he made a big splash during the Third Ninja War, but he was very arrogant. The Red Sand Scorpion said intriguingly. Uchiha Obito remained silent. Now the only people in the organization who know that he is Uchiha Madara are Pain Tendo and Konan. Therefore, the words of the Crimson Sand Scorpion were obviously speaking to Pain Tiandao. It seems that our plan is still behind. Uchiha is vigorously opposing us at every turn. If this problem cannot be solved, our plan will not be able to proceed. Hearing what Tiandao said, Kakuzu immediately snorted. Let me remind you, Uchiha is very powerful. Under his hand, I can say that I have almost no power to fight back. This is not the first time that Pain Tendo and Uchiha Obito have played against him. Therefore, they were not surprised at all when they heard Kakuzu's words at this moment. That's just because you're not strong enough. The Red Sand Scorpion mocked. You guy, it seems you really intend to let me kill you. Kakuzu was angry. Uchiha is so powerful that he really can't beat him. But for this guy who just joined, that may not be the case. He had killed several guys in a row like this who would provoke him from time to time. The B******** D he had been partnering with before was also killed in this way. It seems I was right. You are indeed incompetent and furious. If we are really capable, we can compete. The Red Sand Scorpion continued to provoke the opponent. Of course, Kakuzu showed no sign of weakness. The two sides were at war with each other. At this time, Pain Tiandao spoke again to stop the exchange of insults between the two. We need to recruit more strong members. Leave this matter to me. I will personally take action after the seal is over. Konan said, I'll go with you. Pain Tiandao responded immediately. Then what should we do with that boy Uchiha Diki now? There is no way to continue the operation in Iwagakure village. The tailed beasts of Earth Kingdom may fall into his hands next. Kakuzu said. After a short silence, someone spoke. It was Uchiha Obito who had never spoken before. I have a way to disrupt Uchiha's vigorous rhythm. He said. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Some new members have just joined and don't know my identity yet. Please introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito looked at the Red Sand Scorpion. Hearing this, the Red Sand Scorpion's eyes froze slightly. Uchiha Madara. He looked at the other person in confusion, obviously a little skeptical. At this time, the eyes under Uchiha Obito's mask changed into the form of Mangekyō Sharingan. At the same time, a huge chakra coercion surged out of his body. In an instant, the Crimson Sand Scorpion felt the pressure that he could not resist. His expression changed slightly again. This time, I finally believed that the man in front of me was the man who dominated the world decades ago and made the entire ninja world fearful. There have been rumors outside that you are dead, but I didn't expect you are still alive. No wonder the Akatsuki organization can gather so many strong men, and even the tailed beasts were captured. It turns out you are ruling everything behind the scenes, right? The Red Sand Scorpion is not stupid. Since the man in front of him is Uchiha Madara, then the leader of Pain Tendo is probably just an agent. Uchiha Obito did not deny this either, and Pain Tiandao said, "What can you do? Anyway, leave this matter to me. You go and finish what you are supposed to do and capture the tailed beast separately." Uchiha Obito replied, "It's really surprising. I didn't expect that a big shot like you was controlling Zio behind the scenes." Kakuzu also opened his mouth and exclaimed. Apparently, when he was invited to join the organization, he didn't know that someone else was controlling the organization behind the scenes. I always thought that Pain Tiandao, who could easily defeat him, was already a veritable leader. When it comes to dealing with Konoha, I have a suitable candidate to invite. Conan said at this time, "We'll talk about this later. Now we need to hurry up and complete the sealing of 3 tails." Uchiha Obito reminds, everyone came to their senses and were about to end the conversation. At this time, Kakuzu said again, "I have received information. The tailed beast of the Wind Country has also been captured by Uchiha. Now that he appears in the Earth Country, it means that the tailed beast of Iwagakure village will definitely not have our turn again. Take action." So we only have a few remaining tailed beasts left to capture. Hearing what he said, everyone's mood tightened. We have to focus on completing the final seal. Kakuzu, you go monitor Uchiha Dali, he will not succeed. You are still responsible for the tailed beasts of the Earth Kingdom. Uchiha Obito said. Negotiating vigorously with Uchiha? What a joke. As long as we can create a world with Lin, it doesn't matter what price we pay. I understand, then I will lurk near the border and wait for your instructions. Kakuzu, who has lived for nearly 100 years and has fought against Senju Hashirama, knows exactly what kind of existence Uchiha Madara is. Back then, Uchiha Madara was a being who could be compared with the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. As for Senju Hashirama, he was killed with just one move. So now that he obeys his instructions, Kakuzu will not feel dissatisfied, but is even proud of it. If it were this man, Akatsuki Organization's plan would most likely be achievable. Uchiha was wandering around the land of the earth with all his power on. The size of this country is indeed a bit beyond imagination. He searched for several hours before finally sensing a very powerful chakra aura. This aura far exceeds that of other people. It seems to be the target I am looking for. Sensing the exact location of the target, Uchiha vigorously activated the Flying Thunder God technique and flew over without saying a word. At this moment, Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozai is walking alone on the road. This is a man with a big beard but a short stature, only about 1.5 meters tall. As his name goes, Laozai, he wore a purple ninja vest and a hat and walked slowly under the scorching sun. It seemed that he had been walking like this for a long time. This is part of his daily practice, like an ascetic monk. Suddenly, Laozai stopped and looked up ahead. Standing in front of him was a young man wearing a Konoha forehead protector. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Laozai's eyes turned slightly cold. "Isn't it that you took the wrong road and ended up in a place like this?" "No, I came here specifically to find you." Uchiha laughed vigorously. "So you also plan to covet the tailed beast in me?" "A ninja from Konoha." And he came specifically to find himself. Apart from knowing that he was a Jinchuriki and planning to attack his tailed beast, he could not think of any reason why a ninja from a hostile country could come to Earth Country and appear on the road. Hearing this, Uchiha laughed vigorously. "It seems that this Jinchuriki is smarter than he thought. Now that you know I'm here specifically to find you, what's your answer?" Uchiha asked vigorously. Laozai's body began to release powerful chakra. At the same time, his eyes were full of sharp, murderous intent. "It seems that he doesn't want to follow me." Uchiha nodded vigorously without any nonsense, directly raised his hand, and released the law of gravity towards Laozai opposite. In an instant, before Laozai could react, he was pulled quickly and flew towards Uchiha by an irresistible gravity. What? Laozai, who had never expected that his opponent had such ability, was dumbfounded on the spot. But after all, he is also a battle-experienced ninja, and he is also a Jinchuriki, so at this moment he quickly counterattacked. Although his body was still spinning in midair, Laozai had already begun to complete the seals quickly and launched a vigorous attack on Uchiha. Lava style. He opened his mouth suddenly, but at this moment Uchiha Dali chuckled, "Since you want to break free, then I'll satisfy you." At the same time as his words sounded, Lao Zai felt as if his body had lost gravity. The pulling force is gone. Almost at the same time, a powerful repulsive force instantly acted on him. Bang. Before Lao Zai could figure out what happened, he only felt as if his body had been hit hard by a giant hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. My whole body was almost falling apart, and his body also flew forward directly. The force was so powerful and the speed was so fast that there was no way to resist it. Uchiha chased after him vigorously, getting in front of Lao Zai and blocking his way. Then he flew up with a kick and hit his opponent accurately. There was another muffled bang sound. Lao Zai flew backwards in the opposite direction. It's over. Uchiha vigorously used Conqueror's Haki this time. He ducked behind his opponent and hit the opponent with his right fist like a cannonball. Boom. Lao Zai flew out into the distance at an astonishing speed, directly smashing a forest on the side of the road to collapse, and a huge hole was torn in the ground, extending to the end of the site. It's so weak. Uchiha shook his hand vigorously and walked towards the target as he spoke. He originally wanted to do some exercise. Unexpectedly, just a simple high-level flying thunder god, coupled with the flexible use of weapon colors and conquerors, has already killed the opponent in an instant. No wonder even someone like dried persimmon Kasame can challenge you. Thinking in his mind, Uchiha approached the opponent step by step vigorously. But at this moment, a large area of high-temperature magma boiling like lava suddenly came toward him overwhelmingly. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Dali was a little surprised. You actually still have the power to fight back. But considering that Lao Zai and Four Tails seem to be able to get along harmoniously, he has been practicing hard and engaging in various battles with the Four Tails. He is one of the few Jinchuriki who can directly use the power of tailed beasts. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable that with the help of the tailed beast, this guy can stand up. The ground collapsed in an instant, forming a super crater with a depth of more than 20 meters and a diameter of nearly 300 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle, I have nothing to talk about with you, Konoha. Sai, actually, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to invite you to Konoha as a guest. The law of repulsion released at full power instantly knocked Lao Zai in midair towards the ground. Looking at the ruined terrain around him, Uchiha shook his head helplessly. As he spoke, Lao Zai suddenly jumped up, and Four Tails' chakra coat reappeared on his body. Boom! So what about this time? If we can have a good talk, maybe we won't have to go to such trouble. You brat of Konoha, you didn't know where you were when I was killing the enemy on the battlefield. Uchiha raised his hand vigorously, and used the law of repulsion with his palm against the incoming magma. Lao Zai received this blow from the front and was knocked unconscious on the spot. The Four Tails chakra coat that had just appeared on his body also faded away. Just when he was about to take Lao Zai away, suddenly this guy opened his eyes again. Well, he moved his neck. What the hell is ninjutsu? He slowly crossed his arms, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. Then he pointed his palm down at the opponent and directly used 100% of the power of the law of repulsion. However, Uchiha Dali just shook his head. This kind of ninjutsu has no effect in front of me. Haven't you figured it out yet? Uchiha Dali thought to himself and looked at the other party helplessly. So you have to force me to fight you off, right? That's the advantage of Jinchuriki. Chakra sharing is really a good skill. In an instant, the lava that filled the sky was bounced back, pouring down towards Lao Zai's location. If Lao Zai refuses to toast, he will be fined with alcohol. With a teleportation technique, he reached the sky and faced Laozi from a high position. Lao Zai snorted coldly and took action again. Hearing that he rejected his kindness again, Uchiha stopped being indifferent to him. If you could cooperate honestly, wouldn't there be no need to destroy this forest? Boom! After being supplemented by Four Tails chakra, he not only recovered from his injuries quickly, but also regained his physical strength instantly. The invisible repulsive force rushed towards the target like an overwhelming force. It's not that easy to catch me. This guy's ability is too troublesome. Lao Zai was frightened and retreated quickly, finally avoiding Uchiha's powerful counterattack by narrow margins, and was not injured by his own lava. This time he cooperated with Four Tails to use the powerful ninjutsu, and the power of Lava Style's bloody limit burst out again. However, just as he was exclamating, Uchiha's powerful voice sounded behind him. Facing Lao Zai, who attacked again, Uchiha vigorously did not play with the opponent this time, but directly used Mangekyō Sharingan. When his eyes changed into Mangekyō's form, Genjutsu also activated. In just the blink of an eye, Lao Zai was successfully subdued by him. But before Uchiha could get close to him, Lao Zai suddenly regained his consciousness. Four Tails' chakra was released from the body again, and at the same time the fist covered with hot lava hit Uchiha vigorously. I almost forgot that you are a Jinchuriki, Genjutsu has no effect on you. Seeing the other party suddenly alive, Uchiha shook his head vigorously, jumped up and retreated lightly. And in the next second he had disappeared in front of Laozai. When he reappeared, the armed haki had covered the entire right fist, and Uchiha punched Laozai hard and unceremoniously on the back. Since Genjutsu cannot have an effect on the target, it is more appropriate to use force to create a miracle. This punch was powerful and heavy. The armed haki strengthens the attack, and the terrifying chakra gives an ordinary punch an unimaginable increase in power. With a bang, Laozai flew out like a cannonball, directly reaching the horizon. Uchiha raised his head vigorously and raised his hands to cover his eyes and looked into the distance. Am I actually so powerful? As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up and chased after her. After a peaceful and friendly exchange, Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozai finally lay down completely. He looked at the sky helplessly, wondering why he would lose to this Uchiha kid from Konoha. Now you should have the patience to calm down and listen to me. Uchiha standing aside laughed vigorously. Hearing this, Laozai rolled his eyes and glanced at the other party. With ninjas like you in Konoha, no wonder that old guy Anoki lost this war. Uchiha Dali didn't respond to this but just smiled. He explained, I have no ill intentions towards you or the tailed beast in you. My goal has never been to take the tailed beast's power as my own. It's just to prevent something bad from happening. Hearing what he said, Laozai's eyes were slightly surprised. To prevent bad things from happening, this guy is full of lies at such a young age. In order to capture his tailed beast, he has taken huge risks to invade the Earth Kingdom. You say this now, do you think I will believe you? But there is no need to lie. Anyway, I am already defeated by you. Although I no longer have the strength to resist, but Laozai did not choose to believe Uchiha Dali's words. You haven't left the Kingdom of Earth for a long time, right? Uchiha asked vigorously. There was no answer, because this question doesn't seem to have anything to do with what they are talking about now. Laozai didn't bother to respond to the nonsense. It's not that I'm rude, it's mainly that I'm tired. After fighting for so long, his stamina and chakra were exhausted. Now I feel like I'm going to fall asleep even if I say a word more. The consciousness did not fall into deep sleep, mainly because the four tails in the body provided support. At this time, the voice of Four Tails in Laozai's body sounded in his mind. This kid's fighting power can actually make me almost use up my chakra. Let's see what he has to say, Laozai. I felt no malice from him except for those ominous eyes. Laozai's eyes were slightly surprised when he heard that Four Tails actually took the initiative to talk to him for the first time. He couldn't help but pricked up his ears. Since even Four Tails has suggested this, you might as well listen and see what else this kid has to say. Therefore, Laozai does not believe that Uchiha Dali has no selfish motives. As long as you stay under my protection, the Akatsuki organization can do nothing to you. But so what, naive? Laozai said so many words in one breath. His eyes turned black and his physical strength was severely exhausted. Laozai ignored him and just continued. Since this land has been inhabited, there have been constant disputes between countries, and the total duration of peace does not exceed 100 years. During the battle just now, he noticed that there seemed to be a serious lag in Laozai's perception of external information. But after a few seconds he chuckled disdainfully, unifying the ninja world, what a naive idea. Also, there is one more thing. Seeing his listening look, Uchiha vigorously explained. There is an organization called Akatsuki that plans to capture tailed beasts from all over the world. Until now, he only knew that the Third Ninja War was over. If you open up the conversation, you can also win Laozai's support for you. After a while, he heard Uchiha's powerful voice. 2 of the 5 most powerful countries in this land have been conquered by me. What do you think about this? If humans all over the world can really unite together, how come wars still break out from time to time? Now you tell me that you want to unify the entire ninja world. Isn't this naive? Why do you think so? Now that I know their target is the tailed beasts, I decided to take action in advance and gather all you Jinchuriki or tailed beasts together before the Akatsuki organization. The other party doesn't have the ability to resist anyway. I don't know if there is a vacuum in my consciousness. Uchiha vigorously told each other about the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind surrendering to him. The rest are unknown. He couldn't help but slowly closed his eyes. I didn't hear Uchiha's vigorous response, able to beat myself in this situation with almost no effort. He now believed that Uchiha Dali had the ability to provide shelter. Uchiha Dali didn't mind telling the other party this purpose. One of the reasons why you are gathered together is to stop the Akatsuki organization's plan and destroy their purpose. For this reason, they also invaded our Konoha ninja village. Although I don't know what their purpose is yet, I think it will have a very bad impact on all countries. You're right, I really don't do charity. After hearing his words, Lao Zai fell silent. Uchiha asked with great curiosity. After hearing such news, Lao Zai showed an incredible expression again. The second is to weaken the combat power of other countries, and the purpose of doing this is to unify the entire ninja world. It's impossible for someone to decide to provide us with shelter out of pure kindness, right? There is no free lunch in the world. As an adult, everyone knows this truth. His eyes looked at Uchiha again. If what you said is true, then what is your purpose of collecting all the tailed beasts? Faced with Uchiha's vigorous questions, Lao Zai said nothing, let alone talking now. It is difficult to maintain the normal thinking function of the brain. At this time, the voice of Four Tails sounded in his mind again. Lao Zai, this guy seems to be just an idealist. He has such great strength, but he holds the illusion of unifying the ninja world. I still have some chakra. If you need it, I will give it all to you, or you can just wait for me to rest for a while. After my chakra is restored, we can fight out together. Use that move to finish him off. Lao Zai has not responded yet. Although he was actually denying Uchiha Dali, he had to seriously think about the other party's ideals at this moment. Unifying the ninja world means ending the years of disputes among the ninja countries and creating a truly peaceful world. Isn't this my ideal? It's a pity that he is alone and insignificant to the entire ninja world. It is precisely because everyone fights on their own and has their own purposes that there are constant disputes. Uchiha vigorously said that he had made the land of water and the land of wind submissive. This is at least the first step. And it is a very critical step. You must know that those two countries are big countries. Compared with those insignificant small countries, they are truly powerful countries in terms of combat power and economy. If even they chose to bow to Konoha, it is conceivable that they must do it for a suitable reason, not just the suppression of force. Just as Lao Zai was thinking hard, Four Tails' voice sounded again urging. I have lived for thousands of years, what kind of situation have I not seen? Human beings are inherently evil and you have always been like this. Don't you think so? Lao Zai. They can attack each other for a little profit, and all kinds of conspiracies and schemes emerge in endlessly. Humans often say that we-tailed beasts are a collection of evil, but in fact, you will not be merciful at all when it comes to hurting each other. Speaking of evil, we-tailed beasts have only lent part of our power to you humans over the past countless years. It can be seen that Uchiha Dali's ideal is absolutely impossible to realize. Its words made Lao Zai's belief that he had just built up shaken again. After a moment of silence, Lao Zai responded, you are right. Lend me your power again, this time I want all your power. Ha 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 ha, look, you are also eager to use my power to conquer this world, aren't you? If that's the case, let me out and let's make a big fuss together. Four Tails said, and began to inject chakra into Lao Zai's body continuously. In an instant, the exhausted physical strength and chakra were replenished again, and Lao Zai felt that he was almost invincible now. And at this moment, he finally understood that it wasn't that Four Tails' chakra was exhausted, but that this guy didn't trust him from the beginning, so he always had reservations. If it really gave all its power to itself, how could it allow itself to be knocked down so easily? As expected, even-tailed beasts are full of lies and humans need not say more. Now Lao Zai has no time to confront Four Tails. His goal is Uchiha vigorously. Just when Lao Zai's body regained strength and Four Tails' chakra coat completely covered his body, allowing him to enter the complete tailed beast state, Uchiha Dali also spoke. You really know how to confuse people with your lies. After saying that, he walked directly towards the cage. Advanced Armed Color Haki, the basic Armed Color Haki has been increased and strengthened. Both the amount and intensity of the Haki far exceed the basic Armed Color Haki. This realm includes 4 effects: coverage, entanglement, external release, and internal destruction of Armed Color Domineering. You can switch between them freely or use all the effects at the same time. I didn't come here to reason with you. By the time he came to Lao Zai, who had leaped thousands of meters and landed heavily on the ground, the tailed beast chakra coat on him had long since disappeared. You can't even defend yourself against this corrosive power with armed haki. He glanced at his fist in surprise. Lao Zai's body was like a high-speed rotating windmill, spinning and flying towards the sky. Four Tails seemed to be talking to itself, these ominous eyes. It seems that I still underestimate you, kid. Uchiha laughed vigorously. The corrosive damage caused to the body by the complete tailed beast transformation is also rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this time Uchiha vigorously did not stop there. Oh no, you won't beat him to death, right? Uchiha Dali immediately used Advanced Flying Thunder God to catch up. He quickly retracted his fist and looked at the opponent. Hearing the voice in his head, Uchiha Dali suddenly laughed. But the hot red chakra with strong burning power immediately had a corrosive effect on his fist. Uchiha crossed his arms vigorously and smiled playfully. If you call me a kid, are you an old ghost? It seems I can't do it without teaching you a lesson. As soon as this exclamation came out of his head, Uchiha Dali heard a prompt sound. Let's try this punch and see how it goes. After Uchiha made a powerful move, he realized that he seemed to have taken it a bit seriously. Fortunately, Uchiha withdrew his fist vigorously and in time so that he would not be further injured. He pulled Lao Zai back, who was sent flying forward due to the huge inertial impact, and once again hit the opponent's face hard with his right fist. His eyes were focused on the other person's body, and he met Lao Zai's eyes. This time, the high-grade armed color haki used instantly broke through the opponent's body defense and directly entered the body to wreak havoc. In an instant, the spirit directly invaded the opponent's brain, and the body of Four Tails was seen in the sealed space. Your ideal is impossible to realize, it is just your own fantasy. World peace is a false proposition. After saying that, he took action directly, grabbing the collar of Lao Zai, who had just entered the complete tail beast transformation state with lightning speed, and then hit the opponent's face hard with his right fist covered with armed domineering. This punch directly deformed the opponent's face, and that seemingly unbreakable prison filled with sealing techniques seems to have become the strongest shackles blocking Uchiha's strength. A huge cage imprisoned him. You are dissatisfied with your own armed color haki and are eager to obtain more powerful power. You have realized armed color haki advanced. Seeing the opponent walking straight towards his sealed cage, Four Tails suddenly felt the strong pressure from Uchiha. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger, making him a little overwhelmed. What do you want? It asked in a deep voice. Hit you. Damn it, kid, don't think that I am easy to bully. Will you be sealed here if you are not easy to bully? Uchiha asked vigorously, almost choking to death. At this time, he had already passed through the sealed cage and walked into the cage. The huge Four Tails body is as big as a mountain compared to a human like Uchiha Dali, but it was Four Tails who was trembling. Just that pair of Sharingan, it's hard to fight, not to mention it had fought against this man together with Lao Zai many times before. Oh. So tailed beasts can be scared too. Uchiha vigorously sensed the other party's emotional changes through seeing and hearing haki. He couldn't help but tease, who said I was scared? Four Tails is quibbling, and of course it is impossible to admit it at this time. The legend that he is the origin of evil, the legend of disaster, the myth that makes almost all human beings feel afraid is about to be shattered. Since you have defeated Lao Zai, why do you still come here to humiliate me? Four Tails has given up a bit. Although its tone was still tough, there was a hint of begging for mercy in its words. Who asked you to instigate that guy? He already agrees with my philosophy. Uchiha asked vigorously and confidently. This is true. The Four Tails in Lao Zai's body can naturally sense the thoughts of his own Jinchuriki. However, even in the eyes of the tailed beasts, the unification of the ninja world is still a fantasy like a fantasy. Four Tails finally understood why, etc. Can you hear the conversation between me and Lao Zai? Facing the menacing Uchiha, Four Tails was obviously confused. So it wasn't until this moment that it realized the problem. What he said at that time did not produce physical communication with Lao Zai in terms of sound. It was just an exchange of thoughts from the bottom of my heart. It's impossible for the outside world to hear it. So why, unless he can hear the communication between himself and Lao Zai in his mind? But how is that possible? Uchiha vigorously did not hide it, and of course he did not explain it. He simply replied, you have no secrets from me. Then now you have to make a choice. Surrender to me and use your power to support my goals, or do you want to continue to be sealed like this? Uchiha said vigorously, rolling up his sleeves kindly. Just looking at that posture, if Four Tails says a wrong word next, I'm afraid he will be beaten up. Where to put your old face? With your current strength, it is only a matter of time before you can sweep across the entire ninja world. In that case, why do you still need to use my power? Four Tails replied. Uchiha smiled vigorously. Tailed beasts are recognized as powerful combatants. Your existence has always been the object of fear or the target of competition for people throughout the ages. As for the power of the tailed beast, having it but not using it, and not having it at all are two different things. I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. After finishing speaking, he added after a few seconds, and you don't seem to have listened carefully to what I said before, right? As I said, there is an organization called Akatsuki who is looking for you, arresting tailed beasts everywhere so that you can realize their planning ambitions. Uchiha smiled vigorously, so he is not in a hurry now. And what I want to do is to gather you together and prevent them from realizing their ambitions. This is the simplest and most simple purpose. Now, if he still encounters that situation, with the spell marked on Four Tails Laozai, he can find the opponent's location immediately and launch a rescue operation. There is absolutely no need to be so polite. The next step is to fold your arms and wait slowly for Four Tails to respond. Jido statue cannot be resurrected if only one Three Tails is sealed. Anyway, as long as the other party is willing to compromise. Since you are dreaming about unifying the entire ninja world, then I will not interfere in these things and just be a spectator. After hesitating briefly for a while, it nodded. Kid, I'm not compromising with you, I just want to see how you make a fool of yourself. After a while, the look he looked at Uchiha had a new change, and it was no longer the hostile attitude before. Uchiha dully thought in his mind, and the haki he saw and heard spread out. If you just want to use war methods, then I can only say that you are not even naive. After making strong eye contact with Uchiha, Laozai climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Although I don't know how you persuaded Four Tails, but since it suggested to me that I could go to Konoha with you to have a look, I don't know how. Mind seeing how you plan to create a peaceful ninja world. After preparing to find another Jinchuriki in the land of Earth, we will return to Konoha and we will talk about the rest later. Laozai's eyes became a little confused. This is a lesson learned from Uchiha Obaido's previous raid to steal Three Tails. He spread his hands and said, I know tailed beasts also have self-respect. I won't tell others that you became obedient because you were afraid of being beaten by me. I'm afraid Three Tails has been sealed now. If Uchiha Dali really had any evil thoughts towards him, he would definitely take violent action now. Seeing that Four Tails himself fell into silence, Uchiha vigorously explained, If I plan to attack you, do you think I will waste my time telling you so much? Faced with Laozai's denial of him, Uchiha Dali didn't care. Now that the other party has bowed his head, let's take a step back. It seems that this guy still has some sincerity, although not much. After Uchiha said vigorously, he immediately exited this mental space. It seems that the tailed beast also understands the ways of the world, knows how to observe words and emotions, and is aware of current affairs. Obviously, Four Tails' private communication with him has had an effect. The injuries on his body have basically recovered. After speaking, he spread his hands, and after a while the unconscious Laozai woke up again. I hope you fail by then, but don't blame me. You wake up Laozai now, I want to take you back to Konoha. He casually marked the opponent's chakra information, and silently left the permanent spell mark of Flying Thunder God. Four Tails felt it made sense when they heard this. He himself has no intention of taking the tailed beast as his own.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.